So good morning again. Welcome to our second day of our workshop. We are getting started. And today it is going to be really a very exciting day again, because we're going to be dedicating most of the day to discuss on standards and conformity assessment. And again, as we proposed yesterday, we would like this to be a very interactive session because we're 100% sure that the most important benefit for in-person meetings is just exactly that, to promote discussion and learning from each other in a very easy way, in a very interactive way again. So without further ado, I would like to call Pauline Warimu to come and help us summarizing yesterday and overview of the goals for today. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. We are looking good this morning. I even see Zombie arrived. They were not here yesterday. Frank, I see you there. It's a very good morning to you all, and I want to warmly welcome you to the second day where we are not only going to have another very engaging session, but also I think I want to flip the script. We want to hear more from you. We want to learn from the national regulatory authorities here and the participants. What do you want to understand? Let's not just share information. So I know standards is not something that we all like to work with daily. You know, they're standards and they're high. And I think we want to have it demystified, to be broken down so that we have a very fine understanding and we can debunk the mystery of standards. I think it's important that Scott comes to share with us, considering yesterday's feedback, an overview or an understanding, try to tease out an understanding of what we are going to get today from Joe, but also see that some questions or some engagements can be done that we know are going to be beneficial. So I'd like to invite Scott to come and just share a few comments, a few remarks, tell us and engage us and ask us what he'd want to hear from us, but also from the audience. I have some questions on my own. How are we going to have standards and today's talk become so beneficial to the National Regulatory Authority implementation framework? So Scott, please come and help us take on this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline, and good morning. All right. So as Pauline mentioned, we wanted to call an audible. So an audible is a change real fast, just to kind of make sure that today's discussion that's going to start off with Joe Llewellyn, who's representing ANSI and is from AAMI, is going to talk about, standards 101, really like what is standards? How do we do this through the ANSI Federation? How do we do this in collaboration with partners and stakeholders? And then Dr. Terry Woods is going to talk a little bit about how FDA does standards, this massive army of regulators and all these things that we do. And then I'm going to come in and talk about conformity assessment, but we don't want to just do that. We really want to hear from you before we start talking about how we do what we do, to understand, to Pauline's point, really, what are you hoping to walk away from this? What are the key nuggets of information that you're really looking for that we can work into our discussions, we can work into the question answer periods, and really try to have, at the end of the day, we have a panel session that we have no slides and no notes for. It is really to have this discussion with you. But we thought we would want to plant this seed this morning to just see, are there 2 or 3 things that you are interested in? Real quick, just to kind of give you an idea, what we rely on as an agency is to make sure we have our standard developing organizations that we know who to work with. I have worked with many countries, even countries in IMDRF, for example, that do not know who their national standards body were. Believe it or not, a very mature regulatory authority sometimes does not know. It's not that most SDOs would say that their regulators or government authorities aren't participating in the standards effort. And that's a very true statement globally. But each standard developing organization will tell you that it is critical for the regulatory voice to be thought of and be a part of standards development. So that way it helps with the uptake, the implementation, and how to build this into your own national regulatory authority. But it starts with that relationship. So we want to have an understanding though, what is it that you need? And is this, and then where are the gaps? Is the gap with your national standards body? Is it with your regional standards body and in the engagements that they have? As a chair of ISO TC 210, I know which countries are or are not involved in standards. And in this room, there aren't too many of you. One of my goals is to try to get your country's engagement in that technical committee, as well as others that I believe would be of interest, not just to your national standards body, but to you as regulators, so you have a pathway to participate directly through that world. Some of us just, I think Pauline said, standards can be a little scary. Not everyone does standards every day. All these pins here are my little standards pins. I have everything from ASTM to Standards Australia to ANSI, AMI. What else do I got here? The Society for Standards Professionals and IEC. And interestingly enough, the Society for Standards Professionals is an organization that is members of other standards organizations or people that are highly engaged in standards to increase the professional industry of standardization and standards professionals. I've coined a term for people like us that wear our pins. We are stand nerds. And, but we say that with a little bit of pride because we do believe that this is the dirty little secret of success, is really understanding standards and how to put them to work for you in ways that reduces the concerns that you may have, open up doors for understanding, breaking down barriers to new technologies. They become like a decipher code that you can understand in many ways. So today's talk is really designed on that. But before we do this, I would like to hear from a few of you. Really, what is it that you would hope to walk away from when we're done at 4:30, 5 o'clock this afternoon? So I will pause for a moment to see if anyone would like to give an idea of what would you like to get out of today's talk, as I know you didn't come just to hear us talk. Thank you, please.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning to you all.
Excuse me for the interruption. Would you mind standing up? Because it is for at least for a few of us that English is not our native language, it can be a little bit difficult to understand. And we really want to make sure that we all are understanding everything that we are discussing now. So my apologies for that. It is very selfish, but I really, I'm thinking about everybody that is not only here, but also online. So thank you very much.
And could I also ask you to let us know your name and where you're from? Because I'm terrible at remembering names and faces, and I want to make sure that I put in my head where everybody's from. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning. And of course, I'm the first one, so I have to stand up. Yes, but my name is Dallas Mosweu. I'm a manager medical devices in Botswana Medicines Regulatory Authority. Yes, I would like to know, I know we have voluntary. The standards can either be voluntary or mandatory, depending on the NRAs or on the countries, right? So I have issues with the voluntary standards, where you say now this standard is there, but it's voluntary. Then how do we deal with issues of inspections or quality audits? How do you audit the specific medical devices specific standards that are not mandatory? Because if it is mandatory in my country, I will maybe demand for the certification or something like that. But now if it is voluntary, maybe it's a challenge to us because you have to now inspect or do quality audits against various pieces of standards that are relevant to one device. Issues of sterility, issues of packaging, and so on. You can name them. Thank you.
That's a great question that we can really try to dig into today. Yeah. Anyone else? There, please.
Hi, I'm Tanya Bacht and I'm from South Africa. from the MedTech Association. So one of the questions that are often asked is, how do you determine whether a standard is outdated? And that comes from, I think, regulators, but also procurers of MedTech. And often procurers look to the regulator to give them the answer. But also, where can you access the most up-to-date standards?
Great question, Joe, huh? Great question, Joe. All right. Anyone else? Thank you. Again, we have lots of time for Q&A later, but we really wanted to see some of these things that we could work into our discussions to kind of help get more questions from you during the periods that we have. So.
Hi, good morning. My name is Enoch Nyako from FDA Ghana. My interest is to understand how US FDA is using notified bodies and certification bodies to make their work easy when it comes to conformity assessments. Because I understand the work is huge, and for us as regulatory bodies, we may not be able to do all the work, NRAs. So I want to understand practically how US FDA is employing notification bodies or notified bodies and certification bodies in conformity assessment. Thank you.
Okay, great question.
Hello, je peux parler en français? Je suis Marie-Thérèse.
May I speak in French? I come from Republic of Central Africa, and my question is, for authorities of regulation, we see standards as if they couldn't be applied to us. So I'd like during this workshop to know how we can implement the standards in our RAN in the means with the means we have to do so.
I got like 8 words there. I was trying my hardest. So I was like, I know I'm hard of hearing, but I don't think that one came in my language.
So do you prefer Arabic or English translation? Yeah, so basically she is from the Central Republic of Africa, and for authorities who have beginning their emerging regulations, so they consider themselves on the, let's say, early maturity level, how they can benefit from the standards and what we are sharing today in order to implement it into their regulation in the very early process of regulating.
Great question. Complicated one, but great question. All right. All right, we have one from.
I actually don't have a question, more an invitation to all of our participants for from our partner countries. Please take full advantage of the US FDA team being here. Ask questions, get tired of asking questions, because this is why they are here for. And sorry that I'm putting you guys on the spot, but we want you to take full advantage of these. So there's no small question, irrelevant question. Please feel free to stand up, speak, and engage.
Thank you. We're here all week too, so.
Good morning. My name is MDRC Tui from Tanzania. I know medical devices is diverse and requires a lot of standards. So during assessment, we do require a lot of standards, like in the essential requirement checklist, but it might be possible not to get all the standards. So how do we assess these devices without these standards?
So an access to standards question.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kanyisile Nkuku from South Africa, the Health Product Regulatory Authority. I just have a very general question. How can the regulator have a voice within the standards body? In South Africa, we are part of the technical committees for SAPS. However, when we do bring up a few issues, it's said it's not within your jurisdiction. So how can we also have a voice within the standards body?
That's a great question.
Yes, I'm Rana Shalhoub. So I'm gonna take the part of the manufacturers or the industry because I believe it's a role that everyone has to play. So how can the industry and manufacturers be more active and engage in the standards and in the standards body as well? Because I believe it's mutually beneficial for all medtech stakeholders to be part of the process to make it work. Thank you.
Yes, there's a really interesting strategy some industry groups do to empower their agendas. But it is helpful. So yeah, we can talk about that. All right.
Okay, my name is Kanani from Ethiopian FDA. I actually remember that you do have like a list of recognized standards. There are around more than 1,400 in the US FDA's website. So what does it mean when we say a recognized standard?
We will talk about that for sure. Great. Okay, I was hoping for 2 or 3 and I count 9 here. So we're doing great. Or 8. All right. This is wonderful. All right. Well, again, that was just the primer for your questions. I want you guys now to really be digging deep as we go through our talks. In the Q&As for each section, we'll hit on a few of these. But the design now is to hopefully for us to cover some of those questions during our talk, because we didn't write scripts to our slides, but now we know how to kind of guide the discussion. So you can ask more questions and we can get into that either during the Q&A or during the panel sessions. The first time I've ever been told I'm not loud enough. Okay.
There's always a first time.
There is. My apologies. All right. You turned me up. Okay. So any other questions right now? All right. We are at 9:24. I think then if we want, we can turn it over to our first speaker today. And I'll go ahead and do the introduction. Joe Llewellyn is VP of Industry at AAMI, which is a accredited member of ANSI, our American National Standards Institute. And I've been working with Joe since the day I walked into FDA. He's kind of our father of standards at AAMI in many ways. Give him a rough time, ask him some hard questions. We try to do this to each other a lot. So if you don't ask the hard ones, I might, but Joe, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Is the sound okay? I'm very pleased to be here at this conference and in Africa. You know, the cradle of humankind. Many years ago, I completed a master's degree in biological anthropology, human evolution and paleontology. And I think I had, you know, some thoughts that maybe one day I would be out finding new fossils and exploring the ancient origins of man. That didn't work out. I went into standards instead. In fact, I started standards, and I recognize standards can be a little boring. When I started at AMI in 1990, I said, I'll just stay a few years and then move on. But I'm still here today. And once you know more about it, it can be more interesting. And I hope that today, what I will be doing in this initial introduction is explaining the standard system, how we built it over the last 30 or 40 years, because it really is the global system of standards that we use now are fairly recent and incomplete. And also to make you understand enough of the landscape that you can start interacting with it more effectively. I can't promise it's going to be a riveting presentation, but I'll try to make it as interesting as I can, and I will welcome any questions. One of the things that they always say is to know your audience. And just a real quick, how many of you are manufacturers? Okay, or are involved in industry in some way? Okay. And how many of you are with are regulators? Okay, good. Any healthcare providers or health authorities? Okay, Okay, there's good. Okay, good. That helps. It just helps me to know, who I'm talking to and what to say. The one thing I don't want to do is tell you these things and have you disagree. Please feel free to ask questions. Please feel free to object. To be quite honest, the international standard system was built primarily among the West and parts of Asia who have engaged in it mostly in the last 30 years. Those are the ones with the more developed regulatory systems and the more developed industries. And that means that it doesn't mean that it doesn't apply for other parts of the world, but it may not apply perfectly. I did want to say that the questions that I'm hearing today are not really any different than the questions we get when we give these same presentations back in the US. There's still that same need to understand how things work, still need to understand clearly how you connect standards to regulations. And it would be nice to say that, we've solved it. We haven't, we're still working on it, but we want you to be a part of that to make sure that whatever we work on in the future will be adequate for you. A couple of words about AAMI, and let me just start the slideshow. AAMI, I would ask you to raise your hands if you've heard of AAMI, but I'm pretty sure only the people who came with us here would have heard of AAMI. AAMI is an international standards developing organization that was founded in the 1960s. The impetus for the founding was the introduction of electromedical devices. The transistor, the space race, the trip to the moon really spurred the development of a lot of new medical devices. And we had the same questions that you have today. How do we know these are safe? How do people in the field know that these are safe? How does the government know that they're safe? So the idea was to create this professional society to do education and develop standards. The standards were intended as voluntary. These are good practices. These are good design criteria. If you meet them, it helps government to know that your device is acceptable, and it helps the hospitals and the healthcare deliveries who are buying your devices and utilizing them to know they're acceptable. Now, I'm going to start very basic. What's a standard? Just to make sure we're all on the same page. The Oxford English Dictionary definition is a nice general definition. It's a level of quality that people think is acceptable. Pretty basic, but that's basically it. A generally agreed rule or level of quality about something. Of course, we're talking about something more. We're talking about written standards, consensus documents. And the standards we're talking about today are consensus documents used to create uniformity and harmonization over a specific topic. That's where we'll start. Standards, I want to point out, are not new. If you go back to the earliest written records in humanity, which start here just a little bit north of the Rift Valley, a little bit north of the cradle of civilization, of humanity was the cradle of civilization, Egypt and Mesopotamia. And you can see a few examples here of the first standards, dating back over 5,000 years from Mesopotamia and Egypt. These actually are codes, they're standards. They're not really any different than what we use today, except they're written in rock and we use paper now. So what we're talking about today actually is something old that has been around forever and continues to evolve. Medical device standards come in a variety of forms, and it's really quickly, I just want to touch the different kinds of those. There are specifications or design standards, and here is an example here from what Scott mentioned yesterday, the 80369 series on medical device connectors. That is just now the first set is just now being completed. And that's one that gives you specific dimensions for different medical device connectors, whether they're respiratory, interior, or neuroaxial, or intravenous. And the goal with these design standards is to make sure that that the nurse can't actually accidentally do something like connect an enteral feeding set to an infusion port. Obviously, that causes patient harm. It's actually been quite common, and the goal here is to make sure that we design out that error. These are design standards, and as a general rule, design standards are to be avoided because design standards specify exactly how to build it, exactly the dimensions, things like that, and that can inhibit innovation, inhibit advancement. So generally, we try to avoid those. Instead, we go for performance standards. And on the far right, the blue American National Standard there is an example of performance standards. That is for surgical gowns and drapes. It lays out the performance criteria for liquid, blood ingress, or viral ingress. The higher you get on the classification system, the more protective it is. And that's an example of how we write in performance criteria for a standard. Then again, in the middle, you'll see something, a guideline or recommended practice. This is intended to not describe the device, but maybe describe how to do something. It can be a guideline for how to use a device, how to maintain the device, or in the case we have here, 24971, it's a guideline for manufacturers about how to implement another standard. It doesn't contain requirements, it tells you how to implement the risk management standard. Now, there's another dichotomy here, a difference in standards that's really important. And that's to recognize the difference between product standards, a standard that focuses on a specific medical device or a specific narrow category of medical devices, or maybe a specific issue like, algorithm validation, and system standards, which are more broad. They cover something bigger, usually a process or a management system. The obvious one we talk about here is 13485 on quality systems. Moving, one other distinction, it's actually not really a distinction, it's another way of describing what are generally systems or product standards, or horizontal versus vertical, and you will hear that a lot. It's a very simple concept. Horizontal standards are broad cross-cutting standards that cover a large variety of medical devices or a large subject area. Vertical standards, more narrow, a product for a specific device or a specific category of devices. ISO 13485, horizontal standard, covers everything. The ISO 10993 series covers any devices that are going to have patient contact where they could create toxicological or carcinogenic issues with tissues. So anything that's patient contact would probably follow under the 10993 series. IEC 60601 is a general electrical safety standard that covers all electromedical devices. So those are all examples of horizontal standards, really of system standards. Vertical device-specific standards, you can start with the ISO standard for non-invasive sphygmomanometers, the bulb and cuff systems we all grew up with, or ISO 11138 for cardiac defibrillators, which covers all cardiac defibrillators. Another example is IEC 60601-2-33. Sorry about the long designation, but it's a part 2 standard that actually modifies the general horizontal standard. And actually it may add requirements, or it may actually modify the requirements of that specific standard that to apply to the specific devices. In that case, it's MRI machines. When Amy started back in the early 60s, when we actually were focused on product standards, our goal was to write one standard for each product. And if you had a cardiac monitor and you were a manufacturer, you would go to that one standard and you would follow that. And that's a great, simple idea, right? And it actually did work to promote safety and health. And that was done across the board. This shows you from what in ISO, the move from product standards to more systems-based standards. ISO was founded in 1947. You can see that the different, I should probably just use the pointer. Well, maybe not. Yeah, I don't think it's bright enough. But you can see the early committees that ISO formed to address medical devices were all focused on products, right? In the 1980s, they started writing more broad horizontal standards. The systems approach started to be implemented, starting, for example, with the biocompatibility standard, ISO TC 194, the 10993 series. ISO Technical Committee 198, sterilization of healthcare. That was one that Amy actually proposed and still manages to this day. And ISO TC 210, quality management and corresponding aspects for medical devices. Another one we proposed in 1994. We founded that with the goal of creating a quality system that the whole world, including the FDA, a quality system standard that the whole world, including the FDA, would adopt. We're almost there, just 30 years later. And then healthcare informatics. So standards development has moved from a product focus to a systems focus. And the reason for that is that while product-specific standards are necessary because safety and efficacy are the characteristics of a product, those characteristics are created by the whole system for designing, manufacturing, and managing the medical device. The fact that the device is safe and effective at one point, approval or shipping or, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to stay safe and effective forever. It can be affected by what happens to it after you ship it. It can also be affected by what happens before you ship it, changes in the manufacturing, changes in supply. So we moved from that product focus to a more inclusive or more robust set of standards. And this is a very simple diagram that tries to begin to explain that. Management system standards, the big broad horizontal ones are the basis, 190, 13485, 14971, the others. Then you'll have standards for validation, whether it's validation of a manufacturing process like industrial sterilization, or validation of your instructions, validation of the usability of your device. That if you make a device that works great but is too complicated to use, you're going to have problems and errors. Then the general safety standards we talked about, the electrical safety standards, but there are others, biocompatibility, a whole bunch of those. Product family standards. This would be, for example, a product specific, a set of standards or some for like safe retrieval of implants. They don't, not a specific implant, but a standard on how you retrieve an implant. And then the product standard finally that we mentioned, the product specific standard, the sphygmomanometer standard. Again, safety and effectiveness are characteristics of the device, but the output of a system. That's a really important thing to say. And our body of standards has evolved to address those in a systematic way. Yeah. We're also focusing on the total product life cycle. And that's a focus that has evolved as well. When we wrote standards, I mentioned our goal was to get them approved by the government and approved by the market. So the focus, much like the regulatory focus, was on the pre-market side. I like to give the example of a walled village where you have a village gate and you have guards who are checking before they let anybody into the village, okay? To make sure that's how they assure safety. But it's a big world. You can't wall the whole world. And we've learned that we really need to not only be checking it at the gate, but keeping an eye on the medical devices throughout their whole life cycle. So moving to a broader focus that starts with the design phase, the very creation of standards, and ends with decommissioning and disposal. I want to be honest, the body of standards we have now are still very much focused on the left-hand side, the right-hand side of the picture, sorry, the pre-market side, and we're continuing to develop out the post-market side. In fact, there are very few standards right now that cover things like decommissioning or disposal of medical devices, but we're working on them, starting to work on them. Now I want to talk a little bit about the value proposition, the basic formula that we use in trying to develop standards. Mention safety and effectiveness, and I think everyone is familiar with those concepts. There is a third thing in there, and that's access, because our goal is not safety and our goal is not effectiveness. Our goal is to create better patient outcomes. The green, safety, effectiveness, and access are all inputs on that. And in theory, you would have maximized all three of those, get the maximum numbers for all of those, and that would give you the better patient outcome. And that's true, but unfortunately, there are always trade-offs. You can make a device that's effective, but not safe, and you can make it more effective and make it less safe. A good example is X-ray machines, where the higher radiation dose can give you a better image, but it also creates more risk of harm to the patient. So you have to find a balance there. Now, the final thing is access, because again, if money was never an object, if resources were never an object, we could just ignore access and worry about safety and effectiveness and do the maximum balance between those. But in the real world, if you do that, devices may not be accessible to many people. We don't like to talk about cost because we say, you can't set a value on human life, although in the US, insurance companies and the government have set it at about $10 million. That's based on how much individuals ask in increased wages for increased risk. That's a value that varies from community. And that's one we're going to have to struggle with, especially when we're working with countries that don't have the same resources as maybe more developed countries. But the little formula at the bottom, where safety plus effectiveness plus access equal better patient outcomes, subscript max, meaning we want the best patient outcomes. The sum is actually driving those. So I hope that just gives you an idea about what we're looking at when we try to develop our medical device standards. I want to reiterate how standards work to support regulation and to support essential principles of safety and effectiveness. The essential principles in safety and effectiveness are at the base. They are the most important thing. Regulations are written to help ensure those. But the truth of the matter is, it's the essential safety and performance that's more important. And regulations are incredibly important in ensuring those. Writing regulations that are complete, though, that do that as to cover everything, is really almost an impossible task. The FDA, CDRH, Scott, how many employees do you all have in the medical device area? I'm sorry? About 2,000. And I would expect that's the most that any government has specifically focused on medical devices in the whole world. And it is far too few to actually cover all of the medical devices, to do all the work that's necessary. The FDA, back when they were the Medical Devices Act were passed, actually envisioned writing their standards themselves, writing specifications for those. They were not able to do it. And they weren't able to do it because they weren't competent. They weren't able to do it because it's such a huge task that they really needed to work cooperatively with industry and with the clinicians to make sure that they did it. And that's where the growth of the standards organization, the standards development started. So Underneath it, you have the essential principles of safety and effectiveness. You have regulation, ideally total product lifecycle regulation. And then on top of that, you have the standards that help address those regulations and those essential principles of safety and performance. Now, real quick, I want to talk a little bit about the standards, which for the standards developing organizations are voluntary. We do not write mandatory standards. We do write standards with requirements, and that if you want to demonstrate that you comply with that standard, you know, you meet all the requirements, that's great. That's the intention. But we don't enforce those in any way. We just write the standards. Regulators will choose the way that they want to use standards, whether it's just using them in you know, allowing their use in supporting submissions, whether it's a recognition program like the FDA or Europe's program is, where the standards are a way of demonstrating compliance, but they're not required, or to formal mandatory requirement of the standards. The standards at AAMI, and I should mention that AAMI standards are 86% now are international standards, because although we've developed them within our organization, we take them, and we consider ourselves an international organization, we do take them to ISO or IEC for adoption. About 86% of the standards that we now call AAMI standards have been either advanced internationally or developed internationally and adopted back as AAMI standards. But our standards are, particularly at AAMI, we focus on regulatory supporting regulation. We're not, there's regulated medical devices are a category that are very distinct. And when you get into other kinds of health technology, you know, Fitbits and personal devices that are not regulated, we're not particularly focused on those. There is a need to address those, and there's some other organizations we'll talk about later that are addressing what we call consumer devices. Now, I do want to talk about the hurdles that standards can help here. This chart shows that the factory to the use, to the healthcare delivery organizations, and the hurdles that a manufacturer face. First, there are scientific and technical hurdles, and standards can help those because a state-of-the-art standard details the accepted consensus about science, the accepted consensus about what's acceptable and what's expected. Then there are the clinical hurdles. A manufacturer has to prove that their device is clinically effective and safe. And again, the standards come in there. They can not only give you the expectations for clinical demonstration, they can provide details about how you do it. There's an ISO 10993-1 is being revised right now, which will cover clinical trials for all medical devices. Then there are the regulatory hurdles. Again, we set the expectations, we've set the requirements in standards. When regulators are a part of that, when it's agreed upon, that means that the manufacturers and the regulators are working from the same playbook, and they can look and say, yes, this device does this. This standard has this level of safety. This is effective. So it helps with the regulatory approval process. Then there's market acceptance. Simply put, if a manufacturer knows that if a healthcare delivery organization or clinician knows that your device meets the state-of-the-art consensus standards set by the community, they're going to be much more likely to use that device and to feel comfortable using that device. And finally, there's the post-market. And again, that's the one we're still working on in many ways, where we're trying to write standards. We do have some that deal with things like, event reporting and maintenance of medical devices, but there's a lot more work to be done there. And that's a big part of our future. Want to talk a little bit about the benefits by stakeholder, because we gave you the big overall value proposition, but how do each of the stakeholders involved benefit from this? And we'll start with the patients, consumers, and the public. Medical device standards assure device safety, effectiveness, and quality. That's it. That's the value proposition we talked about before. It also increases affordability. When you have standards, you cut down the regulatory costs, the regulatory burden. You also can create really more consumable markets or more it also improves access to technology-enabled diagnosis and treatment, because as we improve the quality of medical devices, you get better treatment for those. So the big and main benefit is to the patients. It also helps the healthcare clinicians. Again, safety and effectiveness, it ensures their evaluation of products, and it facilitates their delivery. Now, medical device manufacturers probably want to pull their hair out about standards and wish they didn't exist. But in fact, they do help you. They provide you with information about the state of the art. They detail the exact requirements that you're going to have, that your product will have to meet, clarifies your regulatory pathway, and it often provides a presumption of compliance, like with the FDA's recognition or the European system. It also limits unfair liability because, and I'll be honest, I know very little about liability in Africa. In the US, I think lawyers are one of our largest forms of large predator. They're always ready to blame a medical device company for something that went wrong. But if you met the standards and you met the state of the art, then you really can prove that you did due diligence, that you were really thinking about it. If you've done a good risk assessment and things like that, it can really help when it comes to dealing with liability. And finally, when they're harmonized, when those rules are not just set within the country, but across countries, like with the use of international standards, it promotes international trade. Medical device regulators who are the majority here, again, standards are a way for you to find out what is the current state of the art and what's the current consensus about product safety and effectiveness. But it also reduces your regulatory burden. When standards are used as part of your approval process, it makes it easier for you. Less review of the product, less testing of the product, and it facilitates agile regulation. When technology changes and requirements change, that can be done in the standards level and not at the regulatory level. The standards, which I don't want to argue that standards are quick, but standards are actually usually quicker to develop and to change than regulations. So it makes it a little bit more quick to address changes in technology, to address emergent risk and things like that. And finally, advances regulatory science. And Scott might talk a little bit about regulatory science later. It's basically the science of regulation, the science behind regulation. It's how you are making your decisions, your regulatory decisions, science-based regulatory decisions. Stakeholders in device standards are regulators. We talked about that. Clinicians, healthcare delivery organizations, the manufacturers, the people, patients, and clinicians who are using the devices. Testing laboratories are a stakeholder as well, because they have to use the standards and have to use them to do the testing. Health authorities, especially where you have nationalized health systems, the health authorities need to be part of the standards development. For instance, the DHS, Department of Health, Human Services, and our health services in the UK is a big participant in international standards. Now, I do want to say that these are the people who participate and provide input. For some international standards developers, and we're getting ready to talk about the different standards developers, the actual stakeholders are considered to be nations, just like with the UN. Voting and input is is national. Now, all of these individual types of stakeholders still participate in those, but they participate through national committees that provide the input to ISO or IEC. What makes a standard a good standard? What are the principles that underline standards development? Just because someone says something that is a standard doesn't mean that it necessarily has been developed using the input from all different stakeholders and input that's considered in a fair way. So most standards developing organizations have their principles. If you are a standards development organization under the ANSI umbrella, ANSI has what they call the essential principles or essential requirements for development of standards. And I am not using the ANSI principles here because they're kind of, there's their list and then their other list. They're all kind of the same. They all kind of interact. These are the 6 minimum acceptable criteria for under the World Trade Organization's technical barriers to trade agreement. Transparency is one of the key ones. A standards developer must be, in the standards development, it's incredibly important that proposals from the proposal stage, the development stage, and the approval and publication stage be clear and available to all those stakeholders above, not in the previous slide. So you have to have a transparent and open process. You have to announce and make public what you're proposing, what you're developing, and what you end up publishing. Openness is a little different than transparency because openness is about participation. Stakeholders have to have the ability to participate in the standards process, participate meaningfully. They need to have the ability to comment on proposals and documents, to have their comments considered and to have their comments responded to. Impartiality and consensus, that's probably one of the most critical ones. It's one thing to be able to comment on a standard or provide input. It's another to make sure to have that input fairly considered. So that's a key, that's basically due process, making sure that you are provided the opportunity to be heard fairly, and to have your concerns responded to either by accepting them or if not accepting them, at least explaining why they were not accepted fully, not just saying we don't like it, but we disagree for these reasons. So that's part of it. And that also usually involves, in some ways, the ability to appeal that decision to accept or reject your input. Then effectiveness and relevance. Standards have to be responsive to a real public need. I would like to say that no standards developer ever develops a standard for commercial reason, just to make money, but they do. It's very possible that a standard could be developed simply to generate money for the standards developer. That needs to not happen. In addition, they have to be relevant. They can't be, a standard has to be relevant and responsive to the actual public need that we talked about. Coherence is another thing. Standards have to make sense. They have to be readable. And ideally, they should not conflict or create overlap with other standards. Having duplicate standards on the same subject, or at worst, conflicting standards on the same subject, is a recipe for disaster. It doesn't lead to any kind of clarity. It doesn't help have agreed upon rules. It loses much of what the whole goal of a standards process. And again, remember, standards is a consensus, and that consensus needs to be among whatever community is using that standard. At a national standard, it's a national consensus. At an international standard, an international consensus. Finally, the last one is a really developmental dimension. That's the World Trade Organization's term, and it's a little confusing, but basically it means, for the World Trade Organization, it means that developing nations need to be, have a role in it, need to be able to participate. If we're not talking about standards that are developed at national levels with national voting, it means all stakeholders. It means even if you're a small manufacturer, or even if you're an individual patient, you need to have the ability to engage in the standards process. Those are the good practices, but who are the standards developing organizations? Well, regulators can be standards developers. It's not ideal usually. You usually write regulations and leave the standards to others, but there are cases where regulations are written by standards are written by regulators. And when that happens, again, you lose some of the ability of to be quick on your feet, to get consensus from a greater number of stakeholders, than in other voluntary standards organizations. There are national standards bodies, groups that develop develop national standards. Usually these are not government organizations. They're usually government affiliated organizations like BSI, which has a charter from the Crown, but it's not actually a part of the government. Or ANSI, which also has a connection by law with the federal government, but doesn't actually work. Its standards do not have government mandates behind them. Then there are regional organizations, groups that try to develop consensus across a number of countries. Usually the consensus here is not those individual stakeholders of regulators, manufacturers, and clinicians, but voting at the state level. So a consensus among the nations rather than the individuals. And then there are international standards developers. There are two types here. There's those that work like the regional organizations, the international consensus voting at a national level, and we'll talk about those in a minute. And then there are those that do consensus voting among stakeholders, the ones that are open to participation from anybody wherever they are in the world, and are not necessarily developing something that's a national consensus, but a consensus among a sector, a consensus among a community. For us, it would be the medical device community, regulators, manufacturers, healthcare providers across the world, not just within a small government or nation or community. And there are a lot of those working right now. International standards developers, these are the big ones that we need to think about. IEC, which is the International Electrical Technical Commission, develops electromedical standards, founded in 1906. It's been around quite a while. ISO, more recent, it was founded in 1947 after World War II, and it deals with standards for non-electrical medical technologies. And then there's the International Telecommunications Union, and it was founded originally as the International Telegraph Union back in 1885. It's kind of the granddaddy of standards organizations, and it deals with telecommunications and communications issues. So all of those are involved in some way in developing standards for medical devices. Those are the ones that vote at the national level and not at the individual participant or individual company, in clinician, patient level. Then there are the international groups that do stakeholder voting. And there are a lot of these because these tend to be like with AMI, a professional society that addresses a narrow level. This is a select list. A full list of these would probably be 30 or 40 that develop standards that are relevant to medical devices. We've already talked about AMI. I explained that we are a standards developer. We primarily work to develop standards internationally. We run 12 ISO or IEC committees. We run the secretaries for that and participate, I think, in 22 at a national, running national member bodies for those. Then there's ASTM, which is also a huge organization and very, very active internationally. They were founded, I believe, in 1906, so they're quite old as well. I may have that date wrong, but it's about then. They've been around for over a century. 1898, sorry. You think I would know when every one of these is founded, but no. But ASTM is really big. They cover all, their scope is literally, they one time had to scope to define their scope. And they started out about looking at testing of materials, but their scope now is listed as unlimited, which means they can write standards on anything. And we work carefully with ASTM to try to make sure that standards that they're writing for medical devices, and we're not overlapping each other. In fact, a lot of our standards are interconnected. For instance, the standard on that I talked about earlier about protective gowns and drapes that lays those performance levels, that tells you what the performance levels are, what the level to expect is, but it references back to testing standards written by ASTM. And I don't know about, I know they have presence here in Africa and on every continent. And how many countries are they present in? Were they, Scott, about 57, where they have some sort of formal presence, ASTM? How many countries? ASTM has a physical, 130. Okay, there you go, where they have a physical presence. So they really are an international organization. AAMI is for the Association for the Advancement. There's no American in that. The A in ASTM stands for global, right? That's how it comes, because it's not, yeah, I know. CLSI does lab standards. CTA, that's the Consumer Technology Association, and they write standards for consumer medical devices, or consumer health devices, not regulated, at least in the US. What's regulated and what isn't changes from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. And so they're writing some standards for those devices, but are not necessarily the kind of regulatory standards that you see coming from AMI or from ISO or IEC. HL7, that they write the standards for health records and communication of health information between entities. IEEE, the International they write electrical standards. DICOM, I'm sure you know, they are the ones that write the standards for imaging and for imaging that is interoperable, that can be transmitted between machines and between organizations. Parenteral Drug Association writes standards for aseptic processing of drugs and sometimes medical devices. RINSA is another imaging organization. GS1 is the biggest developer of the standard for UDIs. I'm sorry, UDIs. Unique device identifiers, the new codes that are required in many countries that tell you, what this device is, exactly who manufactured it, exactly when they manufactured it, what batch it came from, and which individual device this is. So I'm sure you're beginning to see those on some medical devices. But again, these are just a sample. There are many others. Then there are the regional organizations, CIN and CINELEC, the European organizations, COPANT, the America's Standards Organization, ARSO here in Africa, and the Gulf States Organization. These are the organizations that manage or sometimes develop or recognize standards for regions rather than internationally. And then there are the national standards organizations, and that's ANSI, KEBS, BSI from the UK, and all of these others that you'll see. The Standards Australia, and a lot of the countries here are on there. There are about 190 different national standards organizations around the world. Almost every country has them. So we have a lot of countries, a lot of people that are developing standards. And that's great. That means there are a lot of standards that we can use. The problem is that means there are a lot of standards that you have to keep track of. You've asked how you know about what the most recent standards are and how you can make sure you know when standards change. That's not just a challenge here. That's a challenge for everyone in the world. there's some organizations, some commercial organizations that will do that for you. Not necessarily cheap, not as good as they should be either, because there's so many changes being made. When I started at AMI back in, the prehistoric era, 1990, every year there was a book published that was Medical Device Standards Registry, and it was about this big. And it was a listing of all medical device standards and who developed them. And it cost an enormous amount of money, thousands of dollars, and it was always out of date by the time it was published. Now there are a lot of ways to find out standards, the status of standards online. And if a standards organization is following that rule about transparency that we talked about early, that's going to be at their website. Now, finding those websites is a challenge if you don't know the landscape. AMI is putting together a little guide that will give you those standards developers, their scopes, and websites where you can go to get that information. And I hope that we should have that ready for you to make public in a couple of weeks, and I'll make sure to work with MDRC to make sure that's distributed to everybody. And hopefully that will be a start. I wish I had better solutions. There are certainly people that I've worked with for 30 years that can really quickly tell you how to do it, but they have 30 years experience doing it. It's be like trying to tell you how to do surgery quickly. It's not easy to do. Finally, the process of standards, just review how standards are developed. Every organization has different procedures, but they will all follow this general rule. Somebody has an idea for a standard or proposal. They make a proposal, it gets accepted. The criteria that we talked about, relevance and need, and feasibility, because sometimes you want to write a standard and say, well, that's great, but we don't know enough to have a national consensus. We don't know enough to know what's right. But when we do, when we're beginning to develop that, we start working on a standard. Sometimes we start working on something other than a standard, like a consensus report that just tells you what we know and what we don't. But often we're ready to write a standard. We start a standard, we form a group to write that standard and and that group will draft it, go through a lot of work to get what they think is a good standard. Then it will go out through balloting and often public review. So there will be a specific organization. Am I taking? Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds so loud to me here. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I mean, that's booming to me. I apologize. The drafting, once you finish the drafting stage and you have a draft that you consider complete, it undergoes a review process. That will include review by the public, where it's made available to people who haven't been part of the process so far, who can comment on it and make input. For the IEC and ISO, those nation states, that's done at the national level. So commenting is done by nations. But for organizations like ASTM, AMI, and those others, it's done publicly, and anyone can comment. And then there's a balloting. There's some form of balloting to determine that you actually have consensus. And in that process, all input is considered, all inputs are responded to, and then you determine that you do have consensus that this is the accepted standard. That consensus is rarely 100%. There's usually, there are complicated formulas. Usually it's at least 2/3, and usually it's higher than that. And it's every stakeholder group usually has to agree. You can't have a standard where everybody agrees, but the healthcare providers, that wouldn't be right. It needs to be something that has agreement across the stakeholder communities, and then their standards are published. That is the same process that is used by different organizations. You can see here the ISO IEC process, where we give them a little more formal names, work item proposals, committee drafts, draft international standard, final draft international standard, and finally getting published. I'm not going to try to go too much into the details of any of these because the IEC developed standards like the AMI standards. There's a book and it's complicated, like any kind of like Robert's Rules of Order. They're very complicated. You have to know what you're doing. And every standards development organization is unfortunately a little bit different. But as long as you understand the basic process, then you can, when you get involved, you can find out exactly what you need to do for a specific standard. And finally, well, not finally, but just to remind you, standards are not permanent. We don't write a standard and that's it, and it never changes like the Code of Hammurabi. It's not written in stone. Standards, to be relevant, have to be reconsidered on a periodic basis. It's usually done at least every 5 years. It goes through the same kind of evaluation process that it did when it was being balloted to begin with. And it can, if there's a need to change it, we have to change it. If there is no need to change it, if it's being used, it's usually reaffirmed or reconfirmed. And the question was asked about how you know if you have the latest version. Unfortunately, it's not always easy to tell just by looking at the standard because standards organizations, unfortunately, have not standardized things like how they designate standards, how they indicate the status of a standard. If usually you can tell the date of the standard should be on the designation when somebody's referring to it. And if you have that, then you can look and see whether there is a newer standard. You can, if it's referenced in regulations, you can look and see that the date of the standard you're working with matches the regulation. Groups like, well, in AMI, when we reconfirm a standard, we keep the original date and just put an R on it and the date that we reconfirmed it. That way you can know that it hasn't changed. It's the same standard that was mentioned before. But again, unfortunately, not all standards developers do it the same way. As we're developing that little guide I talked about for standard, about medical device standards, we will put some guidance in there about how to read and understand those dates. So as well as the websites to go check, and that should be of some help. The most important thing is to know why you need to participate in standards. And the truth of the matter is you need to participate if you have any interest in the work being done. Because if you don't participate, then you're not part of the community to develop the standard. You may still be part of the community that is forced to use the standard. And we're going to get into some discussions this afternoon about that and how the standards that we've developed as this global body of standards work and don't work for different stakeholders in Africa. But the earlier on that you can get involved, the more effective your involvement will be because you're able to, early input is always the best input. Late input is, but you know, even though we say it should always be unbiased and open, people are always less, committees are always a little less willing to change once they've been arguing about something for 2 years and somebody comes up with something different and they're almost done. The human, the human reaction is, oh, let's look at that the next time we look at the standard, okay? So really get involved early, whether you're a regulator or whether you're a manufacturer. And if you're involved, you also know in advance what's coming up. You may be developing a product. If you're involved in the standards development process in some way, then if you won't run into that situation where you are ready to go to market and suddenly you find out there's a change. You have new requirements or new expectations that you're going to have to meet. If you're involved, you're going to understand the standard better. You're going to understand the language. You're going to understand what's intended when somebody writes something. And as anyone who's ever looked at a standard knows, it's sometimes hard to understand exactly what's being written, what they want you to do when they write it. But it's much easier if you are part of the drafting. We mentioned if you're involved early, it ensures that not only benefits you, it also benefits everyone else because they understand your needs and they understand your technical inputs. And quite frankly, sometimes people that haven't been involved come in and will provide information that educates the people writing the standard. They didn't know that. They need to learn that. And finally, you're contributing to the world. It's hard to think that many of the things we do we think are very transitory, and they are. But if you actually look at those stone tablets that were written 5,000 years ago, some of the rules that you find in those are still things we do today. Some of the things that they said then are still relevant to us today and are still used in our laws or in our rules. So you're creating something that will go forward. I sometimes see people talking about, standards, and I'm going, oh, I remember when we came up with that 30 years ago, and probably long after I go, there will be, I doubt the standards I wrote will still exist, but the designations will do. There'll be a new standard, but it's important to help to be part of the future by being part of writing standards. I want to talk a little bit about the challenges that you face. As we mentioned, or as I've repeatedly mentioned, the standards were written primarily by more developed countries and more developed segments of the industry. And so when you're farther away from that, or your companies at an earlier stage of development, it's sometimes going to be hard for you to grasp all the standards. And we mentioned yesterday there was discussion about the need for certifications and conformity assurance for distributors and things like that. The farther away you are from the center of the development, the harder it's going to be. 30 years ago, the idea, I'm sorry, 5 minutes, perfect. 30 years, that's perfect, because I don't want to take more than, I kind of thought I thought I was going too short. 30 years ago, it was impossible for someone in Africa to really participate, except that, if we'd mail out a standard to a stakeholder. It would take a long time to get there. Then they'd have to review it, mail their comments back, and a comment period was 4 or 5 weeks. It didn't really work. Now everything is available electronically. At AAMI and at ISO and IEC, we are increasingly doing virtual participation for all of our standards. Our new AAMI offices are made to be able to allow participation anytime, anywhere in the world. You're still going to have time challenges if the meetings are, at the middle of the night, but quite frankly, we do too when there are meetings in Europe or Asia, and we're participating in the US at 3 in the morning or 2 in the morning. But you would be able to participate remotely. Electronic transmission means that you can easily access documents and respond to them. The one benefit that you will have if you really want to participate and really want to have a big role is read the documents, because quite frankly, a lot of people don't actually take all the time to read the documents and respond. If you can read a document and take the time to do that and really think about it and write your comments, you will have more impact on the future of that standard and the direction of the standard than most of the other people participating. I guess I have about 30 seconds left. So I won't ask for comments right now or questions, although if you do have something you need clarified, please let me know. And we will be having some panels discussions later on, and we can talk further about your challenges and your needs. I hope this was a good overview, and thank you guys very much.
So thank you very much, Joe. So we're ready for a break now, and I think we can combine all the questions that you may have up to now. Let's take, whatever you prefer. We'll still have like 3 minutes before the break time, 5 minutes. So we can start with some questions, and then we can continue after the break and after the next session with Scott. So any questions in the audience? Pauline, you'll get the microphone right now. No, but for the online audience, please.
Okay.
Oh, yes. We don't want them to miss anything.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joe. And thank you very much, Joe. And this is such a timely discussion. And I think we put it well, breaking down and understanding the genesis and the development. The point I've picked up on is getting involved, getting and participating in being in the discussion for standards. I think the question that would be in my mind as perhaps other national regulatory authorities, how do we get to participate? In which groups do we join so that we can be part of the team that is discussing? How can we be part of that?
That's a great question. And the answer depends upon who you are. It depends upon what you need. If you are a regulator, obviously, the one committee you really should be involved in is ISO TC 210, which we run the secretariat, and Scott is our new chairman for that committee, because that is the one that writes the cross-cutting general standards. If you are a manufacturer, you need particularly to be involved in the standards that cover your products, the committees that cover your products. You know, if you are doing devices for infusion and transfusion, that's the committee. If you making anesthetics or respiratory equipment, ISO TC 121, and it's 5 subcommittees, I think, are a great place to start. We run that too at AMI, so we can help you with that. I assume that people who are attending will get contact information for us. And so I would welcome individuals who have questions. Please reach out to me and I'll help point you in the right direction, answer your questions. As I said, I've been involved in standards for 33 years. I know the answer to most questions that I hear. I don't always understand what the question is, and I don't understand the answer, but I've just heard everything enough to know that that's the answer to that question. So at least I'll try to help you that way. Obviously resources are an issue, but that's why it's really important to recognize that you don't have to sit on the committee. You can, and you don't. There are very few places where just because you're on committee, you have to attend in person. In AMI, you don't even have to attend the committee meetings. You have to respond to ballots and comment periods. We want to know that you're at least reviewing them before you vote, that you're at least part of the process. But you can participate virtually. But if you're not part of the committee, as I said, most standards developing organizations have public review. ISO and IEC, that public review is conducted by the national member body, not by ISO or IEC. They're the national member body votes, and so the national member body is responsible for making sure that their national stakeholders have an opportunity to comment. Does that help? It's a much more complicated question, and as I said, I'd be glad to offer individual advice when people have questions. So.
Sorry, before we get into that next question, just complementing. So this is absolutely critical that the national standard body is a member of the committee, because that is really the way for the national regulatory authorities, the industry, and all relevant stakeholders at a country level may have access to the information that is being published for comments, correct?
That's right. And that's the role of a national standards body, is to make sure that you have access to that information. Again, that is for IEC, ISO, and the regional organizations. For groups that are international, like IEEE or ASTM or AMI, reach out to us. You know, you can join directly. So.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. My name is Enoch from Food and Drugs Authority, Ghana. Maybe my question is a bit personal. I understand that the development of standards, the conceptualization normally comes from European countries. It may not always factor the needs of other parts of the world. So for instance, currently, one of the major issues we face in Ghana when it comes to medical device regulation is complementary therapy devices. So we're looking at things like body massage equipment, magnetic resonance devices. Most of these devices do not have standards. My question is, from your rich experience in standard development, what happens with some of these things? How do we make sure we do the conformity assessment to assure the safety and quality? What are the pointers to look at? Because they are flooding the markets, and regulation is very difficult with these products.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll give you a quick answer, and I'm sure Scott can go into that in more detail in his speeches, and we can address it. First of all, proposals often do come from Europe or or Japan or the US, because that's where a lot of the medical device development is going on, but not solely from that. We do get proposals from all over the world into ISO and IEC, and those are considered, and there are projects that were proposed from Brazil or from somewhere in Africa, and certainly tons from Asia now, which is a fairly new development. Asia 30 years ago was not really very active internationally. So you have that ability. ISO or IEC, you have to work through your national standards body to make that proposal. I can't propose something to ISO or IEC. AMI can't, ANSI can. So we have to go through ANSI to have that done and follow the national processes to make that proposal. Individual organizations like AMI, we take proposals from anybody. You can go online, download a proposal form, and we will consider it. Again, we look at the need and the feasibility. There's a need for the standard, and it's feasible for us to develop it. We have had some that we said, this is a good need, but we don't have anybody in our community that knows anything about it. And so that can be more complicated. So is that helpful? As far as conformity, that's going to be the whole afternoon. We'll talk about that.
We can get into this more later too, but sometimes what's a medical device to you may be a consumer product in our country too. So where you would typically be looking for medical device standards may actually be in a group for consumer type products. So we can talk about that later, but it really kind of depends. And that's really where it's best to understand where the needs are, and then we can kind of figure out where to navigate into those areas.
And sometimes you'll make a proposal and we can actually say, oh, there actually is a standard for that, and point you to that as well in one of those many organizations that are out there.
Yes, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Mine is sort of a follow-up on the question I asked earlier, voluntary versus mandatory. I know you answered, and I would confess that the answer that I received is not what I hoped for, that they are voluntary standards, right? Yes. So the question is that, us as regulators would ask the applicants to state which standards they are complying with. Then they will say, we are complying with these standards as issued by ISO or AAMI, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then what does it mean to us? I know we talked of reliance. Reliance, you get the certification that, okay, this product is registered in FDA, but we don't get to get the reports, right? The reports, the actual report, you don't get to get that. That's another issue we'll deal with maybe when the reliance presentation come. But then is there anything that you issue as AAMI to the manufacturers to say, okay, you can go ahead now and tell people that indeed my product complies to the standard?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything that you issue that we can at least use instead of just them telling us? You know what I mean? Then the second one is okay. Just a quick one. Okay. You talked of the value proposition, SEA, safety, effectiveness, and access. My question is, what about quality? Or is quality embedded somewhere? Because I'm thinking a standards quality should be one of those aspects that should be taken high. But now when we say safety, effectiveness, and access without quality, I'm thinking something is missing. Thank you.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to let Scott and Terry address most of that because I think they're in a better position to that. And I'm also having a little trouble hearing just because my ears haven't worked right since I got off the airplane and there's a lot of echo. You did say about Amy, how do we say you can meet our standards? We don't. Amy writes the standards. We do no compliance evaluation. We do no certification. If you see someone say, this is Amy approved or Amy certified, it's not. What they're trying to say is they meet Amy's standards. How do they prove that? That's a regulatory question. So I'm going to turn it over to the regulators.
Yeah, and so, and we'll get into that. It could be through a number of means. Some regulators have their own built-in conformity assessment that they do, say through a pre-market program like what FDA has. Others is through reliance on conformity assessment bodies, testing houses to get certificates. Declarations of conformity are made with the official test reports. But we can get into that a little bit more about, how do you as a regulator weigh what's the best pathway for you to consider when you want to implement or operationalize your areas. And we'll try to get into that more and more. And if we don't get through it on our presentations, we have the whole afternoon panel to really try to knock around what are some options out there, because that's a loaded question that we could do a day on almost, but we have more time to keep discussing these as we go through the day.
Thank you. So let's take a few minutes for our break. If it is okay, and as they have already offered, we will have a panel in the afternoon, and we'll continue having these conversations throughout the day. So if you don't mind, or is it a very pressing question? Very pressing question, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the floor. Yes, I'm looking at a situation where a brilliant idea has been developed. Group has been formed, and then the drafts. It's also done. What happens at the balloting stage if that idea and then the draft does not get the nod, so that it's shut down? Is there any hope of that draft coming to light for publication?
Go ahead, you go ahead.
There. So this is something that I'm going to get into, but you have to carefully choose the SDO, the Standards Development Organization you want to work through, because they all have different processes and they take different amounts of time. So with your great idea, you have to carefully consider where's the best place for me to take this to get it published, and then persistence. The more time you have to put into developing a standard, the more likely, or, the quicker it will happen. And again, because it's a consensus process, you have to be patient and you have to take the time to go through all the ballots. And sometimes it's not as easy as you think, but it's really persistence and how well you can come to consensus that determines how long it's going to take.
And just to be clear, standards organizations are obligated to respond. So if you provide a proposal, we have to consider it, and we have to let you know whether we're going to do it or whether we're not, and provide our reasons. Similarly, we have to make sure publish what we're doing throughout the process and make that available to you. Sometimes it can be very frustrating. The longest time I think it took us to develop a standard from beginning to end was 27 years at Amy. And, and I will let you know that was not because we didn't do the work. That was on blood oxygenators, and we would write a standard and we would be almost ready to publish it. And the technology, the change in technology was suddenly what we'd written a standard for didn't apply anymore because the technology changed. So sometimes there has to be a stabilization of the technology before you can write a standard. That was not one, we're proud that it took that long, but it's just one that we never could get consensus in time for it to be relevant.
But on the other end of things, when the need is urgent, you can do it quickly. There was an ASTM standard on masks that was started and published in about 6 months in 2020, 2021. So again, it's the need, the urgency, how willing people are to work together to get it done. So, 6 months to 27 years, more of them are a little longer than one and a lot less than the other. But, that's the fun of standards development too.
Thank you very much. So I guess we're finally getting into tea break, but not for all of us at the same time. Pauline is kindly requesting for all the national regulatory authorities to remain here in the room for a group picture. For the rest of us, we can have our tea break, and after they are done, they can join us. And of course, we're late in our agenda, so if it is okay with everybody, let's take like 10 minutes for our tea break, and then we will resume. Thank you very much. And for the ones that have not registered being here in person, we'd appreciate if you could go and also take opportunity during the break to get your names recorded. Thank you very much. Hello. Wish you had enjoyed your tea or your coffee. We are getting started again. For our online participants, we are getting started in 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, so we appreciate if you take your seats. We're getting started now. So I am very honored to call for us to continue the conversation. We are having Terry Woods. She is Acting Director, Standards and Conformity Assessment Program at the US FDA CDRH. So Terry, welcome and thank you.
All right. You're right. It is very loud. Can you do slide 21, please? Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers so much for inviting us to, yeah. Okay. Okay. Again, thank you to the organizers for inviting us to come talk to you about how we at FDA use standards and to learn from the African regulators and the others from Africa, how you use standards and what's important to you for standards. And thank you so much to Pauline for being such a great host to us. I guess a little bit of background about me. I came to the FDA in the middle 1990s, at the beginning of time, to the engineering labs to do mechanical testing of intracranial aneurysm clips. And very soon after I got there, I was pulled into the world of standards. I used to say I had the very best job in all of FDA. And then in 2020, I spent a year working for the Office of President in the Office of Management and Budget, and then was fortunate enough to go back to CDRH, where Scott brought me into the Standards and Conformity Assessment Program. And then in July, I had the opportunity to serve as the acting director of the Standards and Conformity Assessment Program. And so now I still have the best job in all of FDA because I get to work across all areas of our medical device center. And I feel like, part of our job is to make connections both across all the silos that try to develop inside CDRH, but also to interact with people in SDOs from around the world and make those connections and see what we can all do to make sure that patients have the devices that they need when they need them. Let's see, and we can go. And so today, what I'm going to do is talk to you a little bit about standards for regulatory use, how we put standards to work. One of the questions that you asked earlier today is how can regulators, manufacturers, and industry be more involved in standards development? And really, the way you do that is vote with your feet, show up and ask to participate. I'm the incoming chair of ASTM Committee F04 on medical and surgical materials and devices. We have almost 1,000 members from 30 countries and more than 300 standards in our jurisdiction. And so I invite all of you to come and join ASTM F04. Again, that's one of the standards bodies that individuals can join. So come, join, send me an email. You'll have our email address. And if you need help, I can show you how to do that. And again, the other SDOs, in particular, as Joe mentioned earlier, Scott's the chair of ISO TC 210 on quality management. And all of you should work through your national standards bodies to make sure that you participate in ISO TC 210, because that's the way you get your needs addressed, is to show up. Let's see. Whoops. And so just to, to get into the presentation, to give you a little bit of a reminder of what we heard yesterday, we talked about what are the regulatory options to market medical devices. We have the 510K and the de novo process for the lower risk devices, and the PMA pre-market approval process for the higher risk devices. And in that FDA review process, the place that standards are the most commonly used at FDA is in the performance testing on the pre-market side. And in performance testing, very frequently recognized consensus standards are used in that review process. To go back a little bit and talk about why does FDA participate so much in standards development. CDRH was actually a leader in standards development, and another opportunity that you have is kind of the place that we were in 1976. That was the first regulations to address medical devices specifically. And the people that hired me to FDA were some of that first generation that came to FDA and tried to figure out how are we really going to regulate medical devices. And so the exciting place for you in Africa is that you get to make it up as you go along. And you do the best you can at any given instant. And sometimes maybe it doesn't turn out the way you wanted it to. But again, it's exciting because, you guys are in charge and you look and see what you think works best and move forward with that. So again, CDRH in the labs, there are a couple of people who came from our National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, our standards organization. And so they had development of standards in their blood. And so from the beginning in the FDA labs, and then we brought it to the review side of things, we worked on standards development. In 1990, the Safe Medical Device Act said that agencies should use mandatory standards development. Somebody asked about mandatory versus voluntary standards. But again, in 1990, CDRH was already thinking about how can we use standards to best, again, make sure patients get the devices that they need. A little bit after 1990, I guess the US government legislature kind of caught up with FDA and came up with, Congress passed the National Technology Transfer Act in 1995, 1996, that said that federal agencies and departments shall use technical standards developed or adopted by voluntary consensus bodies to carry out policy objectives. So, so again, the Congress kind of caught up with FDA at that point. Then moving forward in the executive branch, the Office of Management and Budget issued Circular A119. Office of Management and Budget provides direction to agencies on how to implement laws. And so what they said in that OMB circular is that federal agencies should use will use voluntary consensus standards in lieu of government unique standards wherever possible, recognizing the advantage of leveraging the input from a variety of stakeholders and also leveraging their resources so it wasn't the US government spending all the money to do the standards development, that we get the, the input in both dollars and knowledge from the whole voluntary consensus standards organization. Moving on, I guess
The other place that FDA had direction is our staff manual guide, which also says that FDA will preferentially use international standards where appropriate and when not in conflict with its existing regulations. And as I go forward, you'll see most of FDA's use of standards is voluntary standards. We don't have many mandatory standards that we use. And let's see, so that's maybe enough about the regulation. FDA's use of standards is also consistent with the US standard strategy, which is published by ANSI. It promotes US competitiveness, innovation, health and safety, and global trade. And the US standard strategy directs how the US should develop and use standards, and it encourages global harmonization in accordance with that technical barriers to trade treaty that Joe mentioned, to promote international competition, and again, encourage reliance on international consensus standards. But even given all of the legislations that tell us to do it, why is it that FDA uses standards? Well, it's because it makes sense. You get participation by all the stakeholders that are involved in standards development, including regulators from around the world, so that the standards you get as a result and the information that you use, it's not because the FDA is telling industry what to do. It's because we've worked collaboratively in the standards development area to come up with the standard that makes the most sense. And then FDA can use that standard in the complete product life cycle and the approval and in the post-market part. Standards require far less time to develop than rulemaking or even guidance documents. FDA has a lot of guidance documents, but what we like to do is work in the standards community to develop a standard that makes sense, and then you can reference that standard in the guidance document. And a standard is more agile because it can be updated as needed much more quickly than an FDA guidance document, or oh my gosh, you know, a government regulation. How long does that take to do? You guys know. Also, using consensus standards encourages innovation and competition among product developers because it gives you a level playing field. But at the same time, it reduces burden, and that's something that we're really working on trying to do, is to harmonize expectations across multiple regulatory jurisdictions. You know, we're working within IMDRF. Melissa, you heard yesterday, and her team are intimately involved in IMDRF. And again, trying to say, where can we work with other regulators to make more common requirements to reduce the burden of industry in having their devices approved and used. Again, the importance for regulators to be at the table when the standards are being developed is because you can share your requirements and have the standard consistent and supporting what you need. Again, so it's very important for all of you regulators and again, the local industry to join, to work, to come to consensus, to make sure that the standards do what you need them to do also. And again, as we said earlier, you know, that process can be painful and you have to be extremely patient, you know, take a deep breath and talk and talk and talk. But at the end of the day, you'll end up with a better product for the fact that you've got so much more input. And so I guess another thing that, you know, that's a benefit for using consensus standards is that if the standard is written well enough, then it can streamline conformity assessment, which Scott is going to talk about more. So again, what we're trying to do now is think about revising standards so that they are more fit for the purpose that, that we put them to. And so to talk a little bit about our standards and conformity assessment program,
The program's goal is to advance the development and use of regulatory ready standards to make sure that the public has the medical devices that they need, that they're safe and effective, and that they have them when they need them. CDRH oversees about 175,000 medical devices that are on the market. There's 18,000 medical device manufacturers that we deal with, and about 25,000 medical device facilities worldwide, just to give you kind of a scope of what we do. And every year we get about 22,000 pre-market submissions, most of which are those 510K submissions for the lower risk devices. And we get about 1.5 million reports on adverse events and malfunctions every year. And so what we're trying to do at SCAP is to reduce the regulatory burden through the use of consensus standards. And the way we do that is with this standards development life cycle. You know, we talk about the total product life cycle, but we also think about the standards development life cycle. And again, at SCAP, we have about 20 people that work to help guide CDRH in our participation in the standards development. We have about 400 people in CDRH that are liaison reps. That's about 20% of the 2,000 people that work at CDRH. So there's a lot of people that are committed and see the value in standards development. And they are divided into what we call STG, specialty task groups, many of which are aligned vertically along medical device specialties like cardiovascular and orthopedics, in vitro diagnostics, radiology, but there's also some horizontal ones that address things like sterilization and materials performance. But again, the STG members share their cross-center expertise, and they help SCAP in making standards recognition and policy decisions and deciding what areas should we go forth to those committees to either revise existing standards or try to develop new standards. Again, we participate in about 600 different standards committees across maybe 36 STOs. And again, if you're interested in any of them, you know, reach out to the STOs or reach out to us, and we can help you figure out how to get involved in standards development in those areas. So the standards development is the first part of the process. And then again, back in the 1990s, we started a process called standards recognition. If you look on our website, there's a website you can go to see the standards that we have recognized. There's about 1,500 standards that we recognize. And what that means is our members have participated in the development. We understand what those standards say, and those are standards for which you can do testing or conform to that standard and issue a declaration and submit a declaration of conformity to that standard. And again, a key thing in that standards development process and what we're trying to do now is make standards more regulatory ready. So to revise those standards so that they have clear test methods and acceptance criteria so that it's easier for the manufacturers to use when they're assessing their device, and it's easier for the FDA reviewers to review the reports of the standards, reducing the burden on everybody. I guess the next part, you know, going around the circle from standards recognition to conformity assessment, that's the, you know, again, that's the next piece. If you can declare conformity to a standard, then there's less information that we have to look at. You know, we can trust that the lab that's doing the testing knows what they're doing, and we can look at, you know, hopefully less information submitted with a standard that that someone can declare conformity to. Scott's going to give you a whole lot more detail about conformity assessment And our newest program, the accreditation scheme for conformity assessment, kind of hard to wrap your tongue around those words, but our ASCA program, and he's going to talk about how we use that to do conformity assessment. And again, the things I'm talking about today, our recognition program, our ASCA program, that's what we've developed over time. That might not be the way we would go forward if we were starting from scratch right now. So again, you can look at it, see if it makes sense to you, adopt the things that make sense, or do things differently if other things make sense. And then as we go to from the conformity assessment piece to the last quadrant of our cycle, excuse me, standards effectiveness. So again, that's how we look at, is this standard doing the job that it should do? Is it making life easier for manufacturers and for reviewers? And that's the place where then you go back to the SDO and do the next iteration. The first version of the standard is that, the low-hanging fruit, you develop it as you can, but as you use it, you learn that there are changes that can make it better, can make it more useful. And that's what you do. Again, you've assessed your effectiveness of your standard and you go back to the SDO to try and make changes. To give a little bit more information, again, about our recognition program, that's the process that we use to identify that a published consensus standard is appropriate for manufacturers to declare conformance to when they're meeting the requirement of a submission. Recognition is a formal, very rigorous and transparent process, kind of like the development of the standard in the first place. Again, it signals to product developers that FDA considers this standard fit for regulatory use, and they can submit a declaration of conformity, which I'll get to in a bit. We encourage internal and external stakeholders to nominate standards for recognition. Generally, again, we have all these liaison reps that are working on the development of the standards. And so they generally let us know, okay, there's a new version of this, or there's a new standard that we should recognize. Twice a year, roughly in May and December, we publish lists of new recognized standards, which again is new standards or new versions of standards. We publish our recognition, and there's a few standards we have not recognized, but we have two databases, our recognized consensus standards database and the much shorter list of, I don't know, there's a handful of not recognized standards. And again, as part of that process, we may withdraw recognized standards as appropriate. Most of the withdrawals are for previous versions of standards that have been superseded by a newer version of a standard. With each standard, we include something called a supplementary information sheet that has a lot of information on it, the recognition number, the date it was recognized, the SDO, whether it's included in our ASCA program. And again, each one of these standards, or the supplementary information sheet, is found on our website. This is an example of a complete recognition for ISO 4823, and you can see it includes both the extent of the recognition. This one we recognize the whole standard. We give a rationale as to why we recognize it. There's a transition period for which you can use the old version of the standard while you're transitioning your quality system to use the newer version of the standard. It's got names and email addresses and phone numbers for technical content or technical contacts. And it also lists other documents that may be of use, like FDA guidance documents. So the use of consensus standards at CRH is voluntary. The only time that it is mandatory is if it's cited in regulations, or we call that incorporated by reference. But again, the vast majority of the use of standards in CDRH is voluntary. You can use standards in any kind of pre-market submission, again, with a declaration of conformity for recognized standards or general use for any standard. So using recognized standards, again, we strongly encourage the use of recognized standards because we've been involved in the development and we find them appropriate for use. Much of what we do is directed towards reducing the regulatory burden through the appropriate use of voluntary consensus standards. And again, often when you use a recognized standard in a declaration of conformity, less information and less documentation may be needed. And the thing that we're hoping is it may not decrease the time required for the review of the device, but it should decrease the number of questions that FDA asks. And the manufacturers know, you hate to get those letters with those additional information questions. And, sometimes you've got to go through several iterations to get information to us that helps us understand and answer the questions that we need. And so the declaration, when you use a recognized standards with a standard with a declaration of conformity, the hope is that it will generate fewer additional information questions. And again, what the declaration of conformity is, it's really just a documentation tool. It's nothing mysterious. And it has key information for the review staff that's provided to them in a coherent and hopefully concise manner. And to talk a little bit more, again, that declaration of conformity, it's the tool that a manufacturer uses to demonstrate that they've met all or part of a standard depending on the what they include in their declaration of conformity. It shows that you've met the normative, the mandatory requirements, that you've done the testing, and that the testing was done on the sample that was defined in the standard. If it's a device standard, then on the finished device. If it's a material standard, on the material that's used in the device. And again, the other important thing to remember is, at least the way FDA uses it, a declaration of conformity is not just a sheet of paper with a check mark on it. Declarations of conformity come with supporting documentation. And so you give us the declaration of conformity, but it also comes with the supporting documentation that's needed for each specific standard. And again, what we're trying to do is the use of a declaration of conformity hopefully reduces the documentation that you need in your submission. And again, the elements of the the declaration of conformity, as we developed what we want in a declaration of conformity, we used ISO IEC 17050-1 and part 2. The part 1 covers the supplier's declaration of conformity, and the list of all of these things are what 17050 part 1 says you need to include in a declaration of conformity, I guess, plus our recognition number. And then the supporting documentation, which again is that critical part, is we ask for supporting documentation as outlined in part 2 of 17050. But again, remembering that use of standards is voluntary at FDA, and using or declaring conformity to a standard is also voluntary. And so we also have what you call general use of standards, and general use would be if you've made some modification to the testing in the standard, and so you're not conforming to precisely the standard as it's written. So you can use a recognized standards with modification made. For whatever reason, you can use a recognized standard without submitting a declaration of conformity. People sometimes have reasons for doing that. And general use is what covers non-recognized standards. And the difference between general use and declaring conformity to a recognized standard is that you need a complete test report for general use, which would mean all the data that was collected when you're doing the test and the test protocol. So the amount of information that you have to submit with general use is generally substantially more than you need to submit when you have a declaration of conformity. And so that's created more effort for the manufacturer to get all that information together. It generates more work for the FDA reviewers to, again, review that pile of paper. As we used to get, I would get, piles of paper almost as tall as I was. It would take, multiple mail crates to bring in all this paper. And the viewer's going to look at it. If you send it to me, then I'm going to read it. And if I read it, then I may end up with questions. And that means it's going to take longer to get your device on market. And again, just to summarize, when you need complete test reports, it's when you don't submit a declaration of conformity under general use. If you've modified the recognized standard, or if the standard doesn't have a detailed test method or acceptance criteria, then you're going to need to give us a complete test report, or if you have a non-recognized standard. And again, that detailed test method or the pre-specified acceptance criteria, that's a major place where we're asking our liaison reps to go to the individual standards level. And again, that's why our liaisons are people that have experience using and seeing that device or that standard in submissions. And they know the places that, I always have to ask them more about, sections 8 through 10. And so we go to the standards bodies, and with the experience we have from the people in the labs and from the reviewers, we can suggest changes to make that protocol more specific, nail it down more, so that potentially you can then submit a declaration of conformity and provide less information with that standard. Kind of the holy grail of performance standards is acceptance criteria. When you can come up with acceptance criteria, that's fantastic. Again, it's often really difficult to do, but when you can have a standard with the acceptance criteria and with the detailed enough test method, then that does make your declaration of conformity really easy and actually very close to that. Yes, check, passed, done. And that's, ultimately where we'd like to be. So again, this has been just kind of a quick talk about how we use standards in pre-market submissions. A submission will cite the standards used, either the recognized standard with a declaration of conformity and the associated supporting documentation, which is going to be less than you need if you use general use, which is always going to have that complete test report, which will include all of the data and probably the complete test protocol. And again, you can use general use with a recognized standard, with or without modifications, or a non-recognized standard. And so again, with putting standards to work, what are we trying to do at CDRH with the use of voluntary consensus standards? We're trying to reduce the burden in getting those safe and effective devices to the patients. We love the standards development process because it does leverage the expertise of everybody. So everybody gets to have their input and make the standard the very best that it can be in a collaborative way before it's the subject of a regulatory submission at FDA. Standards are quicker to develop than guidance documents and way quicker to develop than federal legislation. The other thing, again, is that standards support global harmonization as we try to work with other regulators to come up with common applications or common portions of applications. The international standards community is the place where a major place where we can work together with other regulators and with industry to come up with things that are acceptable to all of us. And so for all those reasons, we strongly encourage the use of standards in your submissions. But again, as I said before, formal recognition programs aren't the only way regulators can use standards. So again, we've talked about kind of how we do it. Scott's going to talk a lot more about the conformity assessment part of that standards life cycle and how you may or may not want to use conformity assessment in conjunction with standards development. And I think with that, we can move to questions. So thank you for your attention. Do it.
No, I'm going to suggest that we have Q&A after Scott's, and then we can have everybody doing the Q&A, or do you prefer to have Q&A now?
No, because Scott's not presenting till after lunch.
Okay.
So we have about a half an hour. We've got plenty of time to and you can ask questions of all of us. Me, Scott, Joe. I guess we can see how it goes if we just pass the Pauline.
Oh, okay. I actually want you to go back to slide number 3.
3?
Yes. Oh, you're going too fast.
Which
keep
one?
Keep going.
The one with the government?
No, I
That
think
one?
you've gone too
far.
Yeah. It's on use of standards in pre-market. So they have recognition or the advice for use of standards in pre-market so that the documentation submitted to the national regulatory authority is not as bulky.
Sorry, this one?
No,
maybe?
next. There.
That,
So
okay.
FDA strongly encourages the use of recognized standards in pre-market submission. Could you just expound on that? Because I think we get too much of everything submitted to the national regulatory authority. We are so few of us, so we are overwhelmed. And maybe it's a very important strategy for us to understand how we can, utilize this avenue. Thank you.
Okay. So really, I guess again, what we're trying to do is with the declaration of conformity, decrease the amount of information submitted, but depending on how again, you may or may not want to use recognized standards, but you could, use the conformity assessment process so that it is more of a checkbox. I don't know, Scott, do you want to talk a little bit about coming up with accrediting bodies? That's kind of the way our ASCA process works, where we name accreditors who designate test houses as competent to perform the tests. And I don't know, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question we could spend a day on, but kind of look, if we just kind of go across this, why do we encourage the use of, let's remove recognition for a minute, just the use of consensus standards. Recognition, as Terry mentioned, is something that we're mandated to do by law, is to recognize. To give you a different example, the Center for Drugs and that we have in Cedar has just put out an announcement that they're doing a voluntary recognition program as well, but it's not mandated by law. But we've also seen other regulatory authorities like Singapore, who they have a wide open approach to using standards. They do not list which ones are recognized. They just say if it's a consensus standard meeting the principles that Joe had in his slides, that we would encourage their use. In a sense, FDA, CDRH says the same thing. We encourage the use of voluntary consensus standards. We recognize them as a means of communication because it shows that we were aware of these 1,500 standards, but there are others out there. And while we sit on a lot of those standards, probably 400 or 500, 600 of them are ones that we've never sat on, but industry asked us to recognize. Going back to recognition as a communication tool that allows us to communicate, how does this standard apply to the device's product code, for example? We have our classification system that lists product codes, which standards tie into which product code. So it kind of helps the mapping of what are the types of requirements for the vertical device specific standards. but it doesn't cover those horizontal ones either, like biocompatibility, sterilization, a lot of our materials and software standards. You said you get a kind of pre-market document that could be very thick. Michelle yesterday used to talk about how we used to have our rooms filled with documents when they were delivered by paper. I remember we'd get PMAs that would come in on a semi with crates and crates, hundreds of thousands of pages of
With no
documentation.
page numbers on them
Yeah.
sometimes.
With no table of contents. Thank goodness that's changed. But standards provides a means based upon how the standard is constructed to reduce the amount of information that you should be concerned about as a regulator. So our recognition in our guidance, we will say if the standard has the test method in it and the acceptance criteria, we generally just need to know that you declare conformity to it. We don't need to see the method. We don't need to see the raw data. If we know you're conforming to a standard that has the endpoints and the methods and the whole thing built right in, that's the pie in the sky, right? That's the best standard. They don't exist a lot though, because most of our standards, as we talked about yesterday, incorporate risk management. Risk management guides you through what options maybe you take in the standard and how to develop your acceptance criteria. So a typical declaration of conformity will include that supporting documentation on the ISO IEC 17050-2, which will maybe include the method if the method doesn't exist in the standard, would include the endpoints and the rationale for why you selected those endpoints, again, if they're not included in the standard. And the risk management tool goes through that process that we discussed yesterday and how the manufacturer will justify that the performance of the device, the endpoints, meet the safety and effectiveness that we're looking for to support the intended use of the device. Later, we'll talk about conformity assessment and how do we know that it's not fraudulent? How do we know we can trust the data that comes in? And that is two separate things. One of it is based upon the discussion that we had with 1345 that Michelle or Melissa provided. 1345 is a manufacturer's responsibility document. If they are certified or credentialed, or you agree that they are following their quality system, the information that they're sharing has to be truthful and accurate. They can't be lying under their quality system. Otherwise, that's a massive deficiency in their own quality system. That also extends to their conformity assessment bodies, whether it's a third-party testing house or a certification body, like UL or TÜV or a national standards conformity assessment body. But the manufacturer has to make sure that they are also of high quality to ensure that the information that they're getting supports their device, because it's their device. So we work through our manufacturers to make to ask questions if there are any, but we rely on their truthfulness because of they're all operated under a quality system to make sure that we're comfortable with the data. Now, do we ask questions? Yes, we ask questions. We're scientists. Scientists ask questions, but there's a way to flip that too if you want, if you don't have the resources to be taking that time to have some reliance on the standards by understanding how was the standard tested? Do you have an understanding of that? Did the manufacturer work with you on communicating? And we'll get into that a little bit more this afternoon to kind of see what's the right pathway for you. We want to find out, do you need to have a recognition program? I'm sure most of you are looking at those slides going, oh my God, how could we even do this? And Terry said, we have it's a struggle for us with almost 500 people involved in it. But it has its advantages and it has its disadvantages. But we'll talk more about, the why be involved in standards really will overcome any of the advantages sometimes of having a formal recognition program, because you will be engaged with your stakeholders. Even if it's one person from your organization, that is a valuable tool. For us, we get involved in standards because we regulate thousands and thousands of medical devices, and we do it with with a large number of people, but it's still in the capacity of the number of devices that we look at from a pre-market, it's a small amount of resource. When we develop a guidance document, our process is very arduous, very laborious. It takes over 2.5, almost 3 full-time employees over the course of about 2.5, 3 years to do a guidance document full-time. If they were doing that every day, all day. A standard, you're going to put a person on there and maybe they'll spend a week, a year being involved. So it's about 2/10 of a person's effort to develop a standard. You usually get as much or more from a standard because you can put requirements in them. You have the endpoints, you know that there's a lot of shalls and musts. Our guidance documents say recommend and think about. So there's an advantage to being involved in standards because you know when someone's declaring conformity to it, what that means, because there's requirements in the standard. And that's the most important part of relying on standards, is knowing that most of them have requirements, and those requirements then are put into the testing document to help support the mechanism in which you receive that. We'll talk about later in conformity assessment.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Terry. So we have a question from the chat from Miret Abashka, and the 2 questions actually. The first question is, could you please share an example or template of a declaration of conformity that FDA rely on? And may I go to the second? Second question is, please could you share how FDA published data on their website regarding manufacturing site audits that authorities can leverage and rely on instead of traveling and conducted several inspection site visits for every product prior product registration?
For the second question, we ask you to hang on till tomorrow because Neil is going to talk about that all day long and he knows it inside and out. As far as the declaration of conformity, just like almost everything with the FDA, it depends. As Scott said, our guidance documents are all recommendations. So we rarely say you must do it exactly this way. One place that you can look, we actually have a new submission process that as of October 1st for all of the 510K submissions, which again are the majority of the submissions that come in, there's this online submission form called eStar. And if you go into eStar and put in the standard that you're going to declare conformity to, you get down to the bottom and it has that information that's in the ISO 17050 part 1. And so again, we don't really have a format that something I can flash up on the screen and show you what a declaration of conformity looks like. But if you go to that eStar, our website, search for eStar, small e, capital STAR, then it's this fillable PDF file that will show you the information. It actually creates the declaration of conformity for you. And I guess another thing, if you try to use that form, again, it's only become mandatory October 1st. If you have comments, send comments to the eStar, there's a website or an email address on the website. Let them know what's hard for you, what works well, what you would like to see different. In particular, for us, we'd like to see about how you cite the standards that you've used in an application. So give us comments because it's been rolled out, but you know how things work. The first version is maybe not the most optimal format for things.
I won't introduce myself again. I think everyone knows who I am now. So one of the things you mentioned was in terms of, I think, the conformity assessment. And so if the product has a particular standard attached to it, it has to have been tested by a testing laboratory or testing entity to prove that it has met the standard. Now, in Africa, in South Africa, we have very few testing laboratories. So how do you manage that and ensure that you don't, for example, get counterfeit test laboratory results? What can a regulator do to mitigate against that? I mean, is there a list of testing or accredited testing laboratories or facilities around the world? Yeah.
So test labs, I guess FDA is not allowed to recommend test labs. What we can do now that we have the ASCA program, we actually have a list of, there's 100 test labs now that are ASCA accredited test labs. So that's one place you can look for test labs that, again, have been accredited by our ASCA program. Testing is done by a combination of, some manufacturers have the capacity to do the testing themselves, or they hire third-party test houses. Many of those test houses are accredited to ISO 17025 accredited. So that's one thing. Again, it's the responsibility of the manufacturer to make sure that their test house, whether it's themselves or somebody else, is competent to do the testing that we've done. And part of that is, and that's in the manufacturer's quality system. So we depend on them to develop an adequate quality system and to make sure that the test houses that they use are competent to do the tests that they do. Neil may have more to say about fraudulent data. It's a tricky thing because, we approach things with the best of intentions and assuming that everybody's doing the best job that they can and is submitting accurate data. And yet sometimes that's not the case. And that part is difficult too. And, we depend on the reviewers looking at things to say, this doesn't quite look right. Sometimes we have people from companies that call us and say, hey, this data was obtained fraudulently, or sometimes, again, we have complaints. And so that's part of our process where we have people who complain and we investigate the complaints. But I don't know if Scott or, again, Neil may tomorrow talk about, Neil's going to talk about data integrity and inspections and what do we do to assure that the data that's submitted is actually accurate and, done as best, in good faith and is actually accurate.
And just to kind of twist this a little bit and hit on kind of the last couple questions and try not to answer it with "it depends," but it really is, like, my question to you is, who are you working directly with when you're asking that question? Are you working directly with the manufacturer who's supplying the information? And so you answered no. And that was the little hair on the back of my neck went up when I was thinking you're working with the distributor who's holding the certificates of conformance, and you're wondering, where did those come from? And how do I know that they're justified? And that's a great question. Our process is working with the manufacturer. So we probably need to put our heads together a little bit and work with some of our industry manufacturers that are both here in country or in the continent, as well as, how do you check to see if a certificate is valid? If you're working with distributors, maybe you do need to raise, and I will show what levels of conformity assessment do you need to deploy based upon the risks or concerns of your product. What Terry showed you is what's called a first party level of conformity assessment, a self-attestation, a manufacturer's declaration of conformity, that they are saying my product that I manufactured is in conformance. You're working with a distributor that is showing something different, and the manufacturer's responsibility gets further away. And so you may need to raise the ante up based upon that to a certification program, a second or even third party level of conformity assessment that, again, we'll walk through. And that might help paint the picture of where do you go. I know you were talking about distributors being asked to be in conformance with ISO IC 17025 or something to that, or ISO 13485. Why? And that's a very burdensome approach, but as we also show, 1345 was designed to support that, to try to address the concerns of data integrity, making sure that we don't have fraudulent testing reports. We get fraudulent test reports. I mean, it happens. Sometimes we find them because we get, a reviewer will review a particular type of device and you'll see the exact same test report coming in time and time and time again. The manufacturer might not even know that that same test report was used for 4 of his competitors. And so this is where working together becomes very powerful. That's why we engage with standards developers, conformity assessment bodies, AMDRF. That's why we're here, to get involved and work with you, because we all use the same testing houses. We all are with the same manufacturers. The more we can share, the better off we'll be. So we'll get into it more. There isn't a specific answer. So we have to figure out what's the best way that you can get the 80-20 approach versus, the collective 100% approach. And that's what we'll try to figure out. Where's that balance of resource and need, and where we can get the best bang for your buck.
Thank you, Scott. We have a question from the chat that I'm going to read, still from Mirette. So she's asking how to empower authorities to trust manufacturer data and documentation. Can authority do some steps of online check for some of the document as 510K and PMA?
Okay. I guess trying to think, how do we know to trust what somebody submitted? And again, a lot of it is we depend on the quality systems. Ultimately, again, in the US, we deal with the manufacturer, and the manufacturer is ultimately responsible for the product and, providing a safe and effective product to the end users. And so again, a lot of it is, the manufacturer's fear of the consequences if they've falsified something and people are injured as a result of a problem with their device. So again, we put a lot of it on the manufacturer. We do review the data. Again, not a great answer to this, but it's the reviewers look at the data. The other thing is if you have required your test house to be, again, ISO 17025 accredited or accredited through some other scheme, then that does give you more confidence that the test house is competent to do the testing and that the data that they give you will be acceptable and will be truthful.
Sorry, just before we go into the next question, I think the question was kind of like a little bit different. That is at least the way I am reading it, because what I am reading is that if there is a way for other national regulatory authorities to gain access to the FDA database on 510Ks and PMAs.
Okay, and that's something we certainly have memoranda of understanding with a number of regulators around the world. And again, that's something that Neil is going to talk about tomorrow, but I've collaborated with regulators from other countries who have questions about specific device areas that I have some expertise in. So there are absolutely mechanisms for other regulators, again, to be able to have confidential conversations with FDA about things we've seen in submissions and to ask us how you would like to, or, if you have questions about how we do things or how you might do things. Again, Michelle, I think, has something to add to from our international group.
Yeah, I was just gonna plug our team, the international affairs team. Neil and I work on that team. Excuse me. Melissa Torres is our director. So again, that's CDRH International at fda.hhs.gov mailbox. If you have questions, that's kind of your entry point into CDRH, and then we can vet it out to the appropriate review team. But if you have questions, please feel free to contact us and we'll take care of it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions here? Okay.
Okay, thank you. It's okay. Okay, I have a couple of questions. The first one is the component, the content of the declaration of conformity. And I saw it, one of the content I think is the validity of the declaration. So when we say a product complies with applicable recognized standard, we do not declare that this conformity will stay for a certain period of time. So if a product complies with the standard, that we're not sure that it goes out of the conformity at some point. So we do not most of the time require the conformity validation. I mean, the expiration date of the declaration of conformity that the manufacturer declares. The second question is, you presented scenarios where we do not require the detailed test report. I think the response also was given regarding the situation. The scenarios, for example, if the recognized standard do have the standard specification as well as the standard test method, and the declaration of conformity is submitted, we do not require the detailed test report. That simply means that technical supporting documents. So from our experience, yesterday we were also talking about the percentage of medical devices being imported into African countries. From my experience, specifically in Ethiopia, more than 80% of those devices come from China and India specifically. So they do not have issue with declaring the conformity of those products to any kinds of standard. So do you really think that it's the best way we can ensure the protection of the citizen by just looking at their declaration? Thank you.
I'll answer the second question because I'm not sure I remember the first question now. But this about the, what do you do with a declaration of conformity, or how do you trust a declaration of conformity? And it's what are they declaring conformity to? I don't know, one part of your question is some of that information is you can, they can put limits. So if there is a time period, like this declaration of conformity is good for 5 years or 2 years or whatever, that's something that they can include on that declaration of conformity. But again, the declaration of conformity is only as good as the information that they use to develop it. And again, what FDA does is we ask people to declare conformity to a standard. I guess what you get from the importers or the distributors is you're saying that the standard the device conforms to whatever requirements that you put on the device. And so that's the hard part. I don't have a good answer to that, but it's, you have to decide what is it that they're declaring conformity to. For us, we use the voluntary consensus standards, but again, you have to decide. And I don't know enough about, specifically, or you mentioned China and India, devices manufactured there and coming maybe to Africa with approval maybe from the Chinese and the Indian regulatory body. And I guess that's something you have to assess what they do and see if that is sufficient for, they say that they have satisfied the requirements in that other country. And again, that's something that if you get involved in the work of IMDRF, that is something that we're trying to, to make common applications or common content that all regulators will accept. And I think, one of the things that I've learned most from being here is the difference in the situation that you guys have in Africa than we have, where it sounds like the overwhelming majority of the devices that you have are devices that are coming, that aren't manufactured locally, that are coming in. So it's more the import and the distributors that you're looking at how to deal with. But again, I think that's something, if you take those needs to IMDRF, again, right now, the large voices in the room at IMDRF are the Europe and the US and places where they have more local manufacturers, and we're thinking about dealing with the device manufacturers rather than importers and distributors. And again, I think if you guys share that voice of all the African countries that are having to figure out what to do, then and share the way that you have the different ways that you guys have come up with to address that. But that would be a place that you could, maybe make a list of requirements and figure out what would be a good SDO to go to come up with, potentially some additional information beyond what's in the ISO 13485, or to supplement what's in ISO 13485. And again, I suspect Neil will have things to say tomorrow that will also help address that issue.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Terry.
Okay.
Can I just make one
Yeah.
kind of clarifier too, which I think may help the understanding? So the presentation, again, that what we provided, our recognition program and that declaration conformity program, is a first party attestation conformity. Pauline mentioned to me that many of the regulators here use the IMDRF essential principles of safety and performance as kind of your mapping tool to see, do products meet the basic needs, the higher level requirements, and standards are kind of a tool, they fill in the blanks, they can map into those. That becomes in many ways almost like a second party level certification. And so there is a difference between the two. Many of you guys are, especially in the imports and distributors, are looking at product certification versus a standards declaration of conformity. So a declaration conformity to one test method and biocompatibility versus declaring conformance to the IMDRF essential principles are two separate things. And so we will get into that, and that's hearing how you guys operate helps us understand where we can find out what's the best approaches as we go forward. We're probably not going to be able to answer all your questions this week, which means we'll have to continue this work, but that's why we want to engage. The second point I want to make is whenever I'm in the US and we have a problem that we can't figure out, the best resource is call your manufacturer. They truly are the only ones that know how to get into all the countries. They really are. I have a quick example. When we were trying to figure out the differences between the Department of Labor, which is OSHA, FDA, and the Consumer Product Safety Commission, who deals with medical devices somewhat in the home base, they all used different versions of 60601-1. And neither one of the three agencies could tell how to get into the other agency to get through their process. But the manufacturer could, because they've been working for years to do that. He works here, I know, and he's from Medtronic. That's a resource, right? There's other manufacturers in the room. So I'm putting you on the spot, but they're global companies and they really are great resources. That's why we work with them in IMDRF. That's why we are engaged with them in so many other formats. So don't forget about that collaborative need. They really are, they want their products to be successful in your country, and they will help you show how to do that. So just as a reminder.
So thank you so much, Terry and Scott, for today's morning session. So I'm going to invite you to have lunch now, and after that, we have comments on the Q&A. We can continue, and we will have plenty of time for questions and answers after that. Thank you very much. Just as a reminder, pick up your lunch vouchers while leaving the room, and we will see you here at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Okay. Microphone's facing me. We're good to go. Now I have the post-lunch crowd. So my goal is to try to keep us going here. So we're going to transition a little bit more. I know we've had a lot of questions about conformity assessment, and we've been kind of hitting on it from different levels. But just to recap, this morning we had that discussion on, from this, from Joe Llewellyn talking about, the U.S. standardization system, a little bit of how we are organized, how we participate in national standards bodies, how we participate in international standards bodies, some of the mechanisms to do that I think there's some action items that we will work on this week to try to help mature some of the national standards bodies where there seems to be an interest to engage in standards, but maybe your national standards body doesn't exist. I also want to note, and we can hit on this as well, is that there are other ways to also participate if your national standards body is not active. And there are organizations that you may be members to that could also join to organizations like ISO and IEC, for example, as a liaison. For example, I got IMDRF to become a liaison to ISO TC 210 and IEC TC 62 and its subcommittees. So that way regulators had a mechanism as a group to hear what's going on in standards. But our encouragement from that action was to get those regulators to also engage with their national standards bodies. So that way you can work together as a continent of regulators to share the issues to your national standards bodies and then hope to generate more interest. So we want to keep reiterating participation is key, right? That's the number one goal. Then we transitioned a little bit into how does FDA do standards? And you saw that, we have a small army of people that are involved in standards, and we recognize that that is not the typical engagement that any regulator can provide. But I would also not dismiss the importance of still engaging, even if it is a single person from your organization, to be able to bring back information. The most powerful thing that you get in engaging in standards, especially in person, is what happens from 5 p.m. to 9 a.m. in the evenings, where you get to talk with all the different stakeholders that are present, and you get to learn a little bit more about what's happening, how do they do this, how do they implement it. From 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., you get to see the standard develop. You get to see how different stakeholders bring in their comments and why, and you get to see those fun arguments take place. But the fun part is really learning, which happens in the evening. Now, you can participate virtually as well, and there is a lot of people that participate virtually in standards. And we will, again, work on that this week. So, it's all about making those connections. And I think we're starting, to build that up as we go through this week. FDA's recognition program is a very, very different animal. And I've said it before, if we had to do it all over again, I don't know if it's the best process out there. It serves needs, but it also requires a lot of water and feeding to make it work. So that's where we also rely on how do other countries utilize standards. We have in our own regulation that not only shall we are mandated to recognize standards, but we have to take into account industry's reliance on how they use those standards in other countries. So what does that go back to us? Is that we aren't supposed to take these standards and change them all just because we think we know what's right. We have to take into account, what is industry going to do? How disruptive would that be if we change the standard or how the testing needed to be done? And that makes it harder for them to get to us. Our mission is to bring, medical devices of high quality to patients first in the world. That's our kind of mission at CDRH. That doesn't mean we want manufacturers to come to us first, but we want to create that pathway and take into account how to do this on a global scale to get medical devices of high quality of safety and effectiveness to patients worldwide, first in the world. But we want to have a pathway that helps, lead that charge. So again, working together and trying to share what we do and how we do it, and trying to see how what we do could work for you, and how what you do helps us understand what we can be doing, is a circular economy type approach to what we do as regulators. So conformity assessment is this how now? How do we get into this? So if we go into the next slide, I think we all kind of know what conformity assessment is. It's the demonstration that's specified requirements. And on here we have IEC international standards. It can be to any standards relating to product, process, system, person, or body, meaning any type of requirement are fulfilled. So there's different levels of conformity assessment. The reason why I put IC in there was to remind me to say, for those that are here later in the week, we're going to talk more about conformity assessment. And there is a specific model that the IEC has under the IEC-EE, which is for their electrical equipment. That is called the IEC-EE CB scheme. And for years I heard about the CB scheme and I never knew what it was. But what I realized is it was the whole foundation of how the IEC operates as a conformity assessment body, in addition to being a standards developing organization. A little bit different than how many of our other SDOs like ISO, or even in the, some of the SDOs that we showed earlier operate. And you'll get to learn more about some of these differences, and I'll try to touch on them in this talk. I also want to note that there are some really, really good resources out there that are both for standard developers, for industry, as well as for regulators through the ISO DevCo, the Developing Countries organization, where they have some little bit of guidance documents and other types of pamphlets and educational material. I took a quick look, and I think every country here actually is a member to ISO DevCo in one way or another. So your national standards body may have the ability to help connect some of those resources. I'm also going to share some other resources that we use from our own federal government, working with NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, who we partner with on a lot of how do we do standards and how do we, get the best bang for our buck to help drive things. And I'll share some of those in my talk. I'm going to test to see if this works, and it does. Great. So conformity assessment, and how, first I'll share a lot about how do we do it, and then I'm going to try to take the questions that I have here from what we talked about this morning and try to touch on some of those to apply it to what you're thinking about. And then later today, we can really hit the question and answers a little more. As we mentioned before, device sponsors, and when we say sponsors, we're talking about manufacturers, but you could apply this maybe to a distributor. You could apply this to any number of organizations that you're really working on. They use standards testing to address requirements. In the FDA, standards are voluntary. They're not mandatory typically, unless they're incorporated by reference. As Terry mentioned, in 1990, the Congress asked us to develop our own performance standards. And in the 7 years before we started our recognition program, we developed that many performance standards. Zero. A massive organization with its own laboratories and scientists and the means to do it could not come up with performance standards for medical devices because it's hard. It's complex. It requires more than one stakeholder to get it right. If we do it, we don't manufacture medical devices. We don't test medical devices typically. Sometimes our labs do some of that, but it's more for research. But we are one piece of the puzzle in the consensus world. So we found really fast that we needed to rely on voluntary consensus standards bodies and consensus, and testing houses, conformity assessment bodies, to really be able to maximize what it is that we were trying to do as regulators to protect patients and public health. So that's why we don't make up our own rules unless we feel really strongly that a particular standard has to be the one and only way. Then we incorporate it by reference. And yesterday you heard from Michelle that we're incorporating 1345 to replace our quality system regulation, or a big part of it. That's 6 years in the making. We've been working on that. In many cases, when you incorporate a standard by reference, by the time, at least in the US, by the time you get that law finalized, the standard is already changed. So why do we use voluntary versus mandatory? Is because it allows us to keep up with the change, with the technology, with the issues that manufacturers and regulators and clinicians are bringing to the table to try to keep in front to make products as safe as possible. And that's why you don't want to be too rigid and too prescriptive on the mandatory approach on the use of standards. You need to make sure that you're working with your manufacturer so they can tell their story about why they're using the latest and greatest, that state-of-the-art approach to help support the appropriate use. This all plays into conformity assessment. Sponsors support their, stuff into, with the testing. What level of testing is what we're going to talk about in terms of demonstrating, how they're doing that, at what level of conformity assessment. And they report results back to us. Now, FDA only regulates, in our house about 20% of medical devices. The other 80% are exempt by regulation from 510K and PMA and all those other types of files. So what does that mean? We don't have mandatory things that they're supposed to do. We don't, in terms of use of standards, we don't do pre-market review. How do we have confidence in that aspect? We have them do our, registration and listing, and in many cases they have to, demonstrate that they're following the quality system regulation, which has built into it, as we've heard many times over and over, they are responsible for pretty much every part of their medical device to include distribution. So working and understanding how your manufacturer operates its quality management system is key to all of the products that you may not be seeing come across. We don't review test reports to hospital beds. Yet as a nurse, I've seen more patients get injured from hospital beds than any other medical device. But yet we still don't regulate them as pre-market because we know there are standards out there. And what we did is we improved the standard to address some of the issues like bed fires and entrapment issues and things over time. And it has corrected the issue for us. We've done similar things with cribs and a number of other actions where we didn't need to say, oh, we're having problems with beds, now we want to see 510Ks. We really tried to not do that because we don't have the resources to review everything either. And so what I'm trying to say is that you can use conformity assessment, a manufacturer's quality system, and a first-party attestation as one mechanism to be able to satisfy your needs to know that the product is safe and effective and the data is true. From a distribution level, that may be different if you're not working directly with the manufacturer, and you may need to step it up a notch and do what's called a certification scheme, a second party level. And we'll go through this a little bit later. I could talk for an hour just by showing the slide, but I do have many others to share, so we'll try to do this. So, I showed the definition of what a conformity assessment is. We'll be hammering that home the whole time. We want to talk a little bit more about the parties that are involved with conformity assessment systems. What is a conformity assessment schema, which is a oddly sounding word if something has a scheme. Scheme is kind of has that negative connotation, but in conformity assessment, it's the recipe on which the certification body or testing house is actually following how to do something. We're going to talk about other types of concepts and terminologies, and then hopefully have a little bit of time for questions. But remember, we have a whole hour at the end of the day where we have no slides, and we're just going to talk about stuff and all the questions that you gave us this morning, as well as ones that you've thought of since then. I mentioned earlier that there are resources available. So our federal authority essentially in standards is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, commonly known as NIST. And they help direct the federal participation in use in standards. And two folks by the name of Amy Phelps and Lisa Carnahan have worked with FDA on a number of areas for conformity assessment. But for the federal government and for the world, they published these two documents, the ABCs of conformity assessment, and it's literally meant for that. This is the ABCs of conformity assessment, conformity assessment for dummies almost, right? We've all seen those books. That's what they did for the federal government because, well, we needed some help. And the other one is considerations for federal agencies. How do you decide what level of conformity assessment do you need? What approach do you take? Do you work with your national conformity assessment body? Do you work with from a global sense? What does mutual recognition agreement mean when you're working with organizations like ILAC, the International Laboratory Accreditation Certification? I forget cooperation. Thank you. So these are really, really good tools. And these two documents can probably provide you with more than I ever could in a full day talk. But we can continue to build from these in future discussions, but I want to make sure that you are aware of these. And if you didn't get, if you can't find them or can't get them, we'll make sure you have access to them. One key thing is go to Google and type in NIST conformity assessment, and you'll get it right there, first hit. So again, conformity assessment defined as it's the demonstration that specified requirements relating to a product, system, process, person, or body are fulfilled. Real simple, right? It's about as simple as thinking about risk management. And I know we all think that wasn't so simple. So yes, it is complicated. How do you get trust? How do you ward off fraudulent behavior? How do you do this in the least burdensome way? Not so much maybe for the regulators, but for yourself. So you can get confidence without overburdening the resources that you're working with all the time. And so that's where these tools, but understanding it really comes from. As I mentioned before, DevCo does have publications that have everything from metrology, standardization, conformity assessment guidances to building trust. The conformity assessment toolbox, they call it, and it's about building trust. And I've heard this over and over. How do I know? How do I know it's right? How do I have confidence in the competence of the testing that was done? There's a guide in the ISO DevCo toolbox. And again, we'll make sure you have access to these links. They're actually in the notes of the slides I'm reading right now, so they'll have access to them. But it's real important. And then the other one is my ISO job. What delegates and experts need to know. So if you think you want to participate in standards or conformity assessment activities, what is it you need to know to be an effective participant? As a chair of an ISO technical committee, I see all the votes that come in from countries, and there might be 36 or 40 countries that vote, but 12 or 15 or even 20 will abstain. That's the worst thing to see, is abstain. Does abstain mean you like it? Does it mean you disagree with it? Or does it mean you didn't take the time to look at it at all and your national standards body just clicked abstain so they fulfilled the requirements of being a member? Being active is a key thing in standards, and we want to make sure that you are able to do that. So kind of looking at the conformity assessment basic terms and concepts, a conceptual view of conformity assessment can be broken down by looking at the requirement, a determination, the attestation, and surveillance. So the requirement, and we'll go through each one of these, but the requirement essentially is, who should perform the requirement that you're putting in there. Is it the manufacturer? Is it the supplier or distributor? Are you looking at a product certification as we identified this morning, or are you looking at a specific type of testing that you're most interested in? Those types of things. So before we dive too much into those actually, let me go back a little bit. When we look at the determination, this goes back to the questions. How do we know it performs? That trust. How do we know that what they're saying is true even? Or how do I decipher a CB scheme test report form? Some of those can be 150 pages long. Do you need that? Or can you trust that the certified body who is credentialed is giving you the thumbs up it passed? And is that all you need? There's ways to approach this. And that goes into that attestation. Attestation means, I swear it's true, it's accurate, and follow, take my word for it. So how do you have trust in that? Really falls into, again, manufacturer's quality systems, maybe the quality systems that the distributor has to demonstrate, those types of requirements that are built in place to make sure that who is doing these activities are responsible, and the testing that is being done is independent from the organization that is saying make sure it passes. And that's a real important part in conformity assessment. ISO IEC 17025 can be used by any laboratory, including, is there a manufacturer here that knows they have a laboratory as part of their company? I'm asking as a question. Any manufacturers in the room that have a laboratory? Okay, I'm going to tell you that you do. Many manufacturers, Medtronic, GE, Philips, they all have laboratories that are accredited to ISO IEC 17025 to do some of the testing for their products. They also test for their competitors because ISO IEC 17025 says that the laboratory cannot have any influence from any other part of its existing organization or any external organization to make sure that the testing they do is in fact truthful and accurate. So you can rely on it being something of just, and you can use it to make a determination. And that's really important. In our conformity assessment scheme, ASCA, we have companies that have their own labs participating in it, but we'll receive test reports. And I use one as an example. GE and Philips both have testing labs. One does testing for one part of 60601 and the other one does it for another part. And they will test for each other. Competitors testing for each other. Can you imagine? We would never think of that, but the requirements in the, the honor code of 17025 mandates that a company, a CEO from Philips, if they're testing GE's equipment, can't go in and say, make sure that fails. I don't want them to get on the market. They can't even go into their own equipment and say, make sure it passes. We have to get on the market. If they did that, that would be a violation of their accreditation, just like it would be a violation of their own quality system under 13485. And why I'm saying all this is confidence. You have to understand and try to build confidence in organizations that are demonstrating that they are certified or accredited to these processes. The last part of it is, how do you validate that the certification is in fact true, that it isn't fraudulent? And we'll try to talk a little bit about how we can work on that. Okay, moving forward now. So I've already talked a little bit about the levels of conformity assessment, and I'll show a few graphs later on. But a first party conformity assessment is essentially what FDA just showed, Terry showed earlier. We recognize Medtronic comes in with a 510K, they have a declaration of conformity in it, and it says, we declare conformity to this, and here's our supporting documentation. First party manufacturer self-attestation to us. We are essentially the second party. We are, in many ways, the certifier of that. We are checking and validating and going through a lot of things, but that's because manufacturers in our system are not certifying that their product by declaration of conformity meets these standards. They're showing by standard a declaration of conformity, and we're looking at the larger picture. It's just a different system. In many ways, we are like a notified body in our pre-market review. And a notified body in Europe does what? They apply the CE mark, which then tells the commission that passed, right? And the commission is supposed to have confidence, but they'll do an audit check of the notified bodies and make sure things are done accordingly to what the requirements are. We just happen to have a pre-market review system that takes care of that. And then the managers of FDA certify the determination by the review team and publish the 510K or PMA response to the medical devices that we feel require such evaluations. Remember, only 20% of medical devices go through that process. A third party kind of takes it to this next level, and that's where FDA or any government or other bodies, an independent body, will say, okay, let's walk through 17025 each step to determine what are the additional requirements that we want to see as part of the accreditation or certification of that body, whether it's a distributor, a testing house, personnel issues, education requirements. All the elements of 17025 are made for every part of every industry. It's the garden variety for conformity assessment, the conformity assessment tool that an accreditation body has. But every area of every industry has real specific needs. We're different than toys or cement and roads, but yet 17025 is used for those testing houses and certification bodies. A third party really distills it down in ways that specifies the requirements for what are we doing for toxicological testing, for example, the real specific requirements. And we'll talk a little bit about the pluses and minuses of why would you do a third-party conformity assessment versus a first or second party. And as you go from first, second, and third, you're looking at it from a risk-based approach. But you have to also realize with each level, you're exponentially increasing the costs that are required to achieve that certification mark. And cost is a deterrent to getting into the market. Cost is a deterrent for affordability because someone has to pay for it at some point. It usually goes down to the end person, right? Who has to make the purchase of the product. So you have to be very careful not to reinvent the wheel unless you have a true understanding or purpose behind all that. And again, we'll try to hit on this a little bit more. So looking at the determination, how do we know it performs? There's a lot of different ways that we do this. There's the testing, right? Testing is what we're thinking about when we look at standards. There's testing houses that we're all familiar with. Some countries have lots of them, some don't have many. FDA works with dozens and dozens and probably hundreds actually of different testing houses. Even in our piloted program for the ASCA, what's known as our ASCA program, where we tried out third-party conformity assessment. We got 104 labs just from that, but over 30 of them are from other countries from around the world. We accept testing from around the world because they're using the testing in a way that is meeting the needs of what we felt are important. And so testing from, I think we have a couple in Iran, there's some in Israel, there's some all over Europe, we have a few in China, obviously many in the United States, but that's okay as long as they have demonstrated to us the requirements that were needed for us to accept the testing. So we had confidence in the competence of that. Inspection, it plays the same role in inspection, the examination of the product design. You guys are really looking more at, how to, looking at inspection aspects, which we do too when we do our own inspections. What was funny is when we really look at how do we do inspections, it follows very close to how the Casco toolbox has for, what is done in inspections. There's this Casco toolbox, the conformity assessment, something, oh God, I forget what it is, but it's basically the toolbox of all the different ISO 17000 series that can be used for any level of certification. You've seen two of them talked about already, 17025, but also the Declaration of Conformity, 17050. That's all part of this toolbox. There's also audits and peer assessment that sometimes can play a role as well. The ICEECB scheme is a scheme that all the certification bodies, laboratories that are part of that peer review each other as a part of that scheme. That way we know it performs, but you're also being checked by your competing labs to help you make sure that you're at that same level. Brings confidence to then the manufacturers who know if they pick someone, at least everyone's at that same minimum level of acceptability. And that is important. Not all schemas or conformity assessment systems have peer review built into it. And that can be a challenge, not just for the manufacturer to feel comfortable, but for the regulator who sees test reports from all different testing labs coming in to feel confident if the same standards being used by 8 different labs, are you getting the same result for the same type of product? It depends. It depends on, are they using the same methods? Are their protocols very similar or are they different? Are the assays they're using different? A lot of things come into that play. But you go back down to the grassroots of where am I getting my confidence from? And it's through the accredited procedures. It's the manufacturer's quality system that's going in to check to make sure that that would work for them. And so a lot of times what I'm getting at is we start focusing more at the engagement with our manufacturers, the key to understanding, do they know what they're talking about? And if they do, if they don't, maybe you got to work with them a little bit to ensure that you can help them make it across this. All right, we're talking. Continuing on, and applying this to examples for determination, how we know it performs. There's things like toys, materials, products, food, water, software for testing. Of course, there's a lot of different ways conformity assessment is used in this space. Real commonly, toys are tested under the schema in the US under the Consumer Product Safety Commission. A lot of that was brought up because there was lead in the paint to make our toys nice and shiny. Kids love to suck on toys and they were getting lead in their system. So the Congress told the CPSC, you got 90 days to set up a system. And they did it. I'm sorry, oh, toys. And that's an important thing to realize is that, there are times where you see something and CPSC didn't decide we're going to do pre-market review of all toys now. And you can imagine, if you think about the toys that come into your countries and to regulate that and to look at all the testing yourself. They did. They created a third-party conformity assessment schema to ensure that they could get a certificate to demonstrate that the toys are in fact safe, and they manage all the consumer products with just a handful of people in comparison to the FDA. It's just how they relied on third-party conformity assessment versus first-party to be able to deliver what they needed to do. Inspection, audits again for management systems play a role, and the peer assessments and everything. Moving on to attestation. Attestation again is an issue of statement that fulfills that a fulfillment of specified requirements has been demonstrated. And as I mentioned, that can be a first party like what we have. It can be a third party where you're getting it from a notified body, say that you've developed, or you're relying on the use of a notified body or a testing house that can do product certification. And those are just different levels of conformity assessment, depending on, again, what is it that you need to feel comfortable that the product coming into your market is safe and effective. So terminology, I think Terry hit on a lot of this, so I won't, beat it home, but, we talked about the manufacturers or suppliers declaration of conformity. Sometimes it's called an SDoc. We refer to it as a DOC. Because suppliers for us is a manufacturer. A supplier to you might be a distributor. And that's where these same principles can be applied to different parts of the organization. That certification is that third-party attestation that's related to the product or process, systems or persons. MDSAP you'll hear about tomorrow is a lot like is a certification program. It's built out of using parts of the Casco toolbox in many ways, because that's how these organizations function. And then there's accreditation. Who's accrediting the TÜVSÜDs and the ULs and the notified bodies, or all these different testing laboratories? And what does accreditation mean? Who's a good accreditor? Who's not? Who governs that? Is there an international system that helps provide and bring that all together? And the answer is yes. FDA doesn't mandate it that you have to use an accredited testing laboratory who is accredited by a US-based accreditation body. But we do look at the principles of things, but because we do that first party level and then do the review ourselves, we rely on the manufacturer to make sure that who they're using is in fact a reputable source under their own quality system. But you may want to look at it from a second party to ensure that the person who is doing the accreditation is competent to do so. And so there's ways to go into that, and that it goes into developing a scheme or other aspects to ensure that what you're receiving is something you can rely on. So again, there's some examples here from certifications that can be performed on, whether it's through getting a supplier's declaration of conformity, or the accreditations that are performed on conformity assessment bodies related to their competence. And that can be on a number of different aspects that go on. It can be clinical laboratories that are the ones drawing your labs and doing the assays and the reports back to the your clinical, your physicians, all the way to the testing laboratory that ensure that the equipment that the people who did the test on you is also operating the way it should. There is a whole systematic approach that is done on that. And the accreditation bodies, we put a lot of reliance on the fact that we hope that they can provide quality and some competence into how we can feel comfortable that laboratories are operating in a similar enough fashion that we're getting that baseline level of quality and safety and effectiveness from the data that we feel is necessary for these products to demonstrate when they go into the market. Going back to the Casco toolbox, this toolbox, so looking at things like testing, inspection, supplier's declaration of conformity, those are all parts of what could be a first party conformity assessment. Second party may only look at testing and inspection. It kind of depends, they're certifying, they come in, they check to see that, through inspection, things are being done. That can work out that way. Third party, as you can see, includes a lot more aspects. It can include certification to things like standards we haven't talked to yet, but are applied to products, processes, or services, or management systems. Management systems, you think of our quality management system standard. A lot of those organizations that are certified to accredit organizations operate under 17021. And they're accredited by their accreditation body who is operating under 17011. Accreditation bodies can operate either independently and self-certify that they use 17011, or they can be a part of a global organization, as I mentioned, with like ILAC in the International Laboratory Accreditation Cooperation, with a mutual recognition that the certificates that they issue will be honored by other countries and other national bodies, national certification bodies. So a lot of this reliance that we've been talking about is built in already. It's making sure that, do we understand how to know which one is a fraudulent one that may come in versus not? And there are ways to do this if you're focusing on groups that do follow these international standards that are a part of these global cooperations, in ways that you can actually go to the ILAC system and find out, who's the national certification body, and go to that site and see who did they actually issue the certificate to. And that's what we do at FDA sometimes, is we look to see, is this an actual lab? They claim they do all these things, but did it actually happen? It became very important during COVID, when we were relying on attestations of conformance to standards that weren't a part of our country, that maybe came from China or Europe or any other part of the country, because that's where we were getting imports for things like masks and other tests. We didn't want them to retest to our recognized standards, so we had to find out, well, what standards are they using in their country? But more importantly, is not, do we have to get comfortable with the standard? How do we get comfortable with the certification mark? So we would have to check to see if their declarations of conformity by a reputable organization was in fact true. And that's the beauty of the internet. There are pathways to be able to do that without having some sort of individual cooperation with those organizations. You can check up on those. Factors in building conformity assessment systems, we'll go back to risk, right? Everything kind of comes right back down to, understanding the risks associated with whatever it is we're doing. And in this case, risks associated with non-compliance should be proportional to the rigor of the system design. And where we're going to be going with this discussion is really looking at what level of conformity assessment makes sense based upon the risks that are proportionate to the rigor of the system that you need to have to feel comfortable in what you do. What are your resources to be able to support the different levels? And we'll talk about that. Sometimes when you over design your schema, you put too much time and effort, you're going to have a heck of a lot harder time getting products through that system or into your country. So we regulate from a mandate of least burdensome approach. That's a real common term at FDA. So that's why we have first party. That's why we have voluntary consensus standards. We don't try to rewrite the rules, because then that makes it a lot harder, makes a lot more rigor, and that over design can make it too expensive for hospitals and organizations to afford to purchase the products, because the manufacturer is the one paying for a more expensive test now. The testing lab is paying for a more expensive accreditation. The accreditation body has to train much more information for a new schema, which only raises costs, and costs are a deterrent to helping us get products that are of high quality, that are safe, effective, first in the world to our patients, right? And so you see how this kind of works, of making sure we don't overdo it. We have to learn how to get comfortable with it, how to engage. One size doesn't fit all. Remember, we said, don't do it like us. We're not like you. And maybe we would do it differently if we could redo it again. This is kind of one of my favorite slides, if I could read it, right? It is a little small, but we'll walk through it. But essentially, what it's showing is the differences between first party on the left with a supplier's declaration of conformity. And by the way, this is actually in the considerations for federal agencies on conformity assessment by NIST. This came right from NIST. In fact, these slides I'm giving you are from our National Institute of Standards and Technology. The supplier declaration testing by first party, so the first one is just a manufacturer saying, I declare conformity to the standard. Not using any specific certification or anything. It's the lowest level, of basically probably just shy of a handshake agreement is how I would classify it. Supplier declaration conformity, when you have testing by a first party body, that's where you start going up. There's a little bit more rigor, but you have a little bit more confidence because you're working maybe with someone who's accredited. There's the supplier's declaration conformity where there's testing that's done by an accredited third party, as well as maybe a first party. And that's where you start getting into certification schemes and you start getting more rigor put into this. There's more specificity, there's more checks and balances that are done in the system, but you're getting a little bit more rigor, a little bit more cost, but you're getting a little more confident. It kind of goes back to where is your resource to get around this. And then you get into the things like the management systems where there's product marking and labeling. If you look on the back of your computers, you have all these marks, CE marks, FCC marks, UL marks, all those things. What are those? Conformity assessment marks. Those are marks to demonstrate conformity under an accredited process for someone. But CE mark is really for Europe. And we have them all over the United States. What do we need those for in the US? Well, we have other ones for our FCC or for other, agencies that regulate certain aspects. But you kind of get into seeing where things start going as you go more across it. And then the highest level of rigor, of course, is where there's, conformity assessment body accreditation. This is that third party level. Management systems are taken into place. Everyone has to demonstrate certifications to a management system, certifications to the competence of testing, certifications to how you manage this globally. Testing is done by third parties. It's a much more rigorous system. It's a very expensive process to go through, but you might get the highest level of confidence from it. So it's kind of figuring out, okay, what do you do? Do you need to do something independent because of the needs that you have specifically for your country? Or could you rely on systems that exist already out there? And I think you guys, many countries do this in many different ways with reliance, but you may also have an optional independent approach. It really, again, the favorite government answer, it depends on what your needs are. We'll try to work this week to figure out what of the it depends is best suited for you. And what do we use? We are primarily known as using a first party conformity assessment system. But what we don't necessarily, what we tried just in the last couple of years was seeing, well, what if we tried working in a third party system? What would that look like? And so we tried that through our accreditation scheme for conformity assessment program, or ASCA, but we didn't go in there to reinvent the wheel. We didn't want to change it all up because we realized this is a global economy. What we did is we wanted to go in and insert a few spokes to the wheel. We all know it, like a bicycle wheel has spokes. We wanted to add a few more spokes to bring the regulatory perspective. So this all started when I walked into an organization called the American Council for Electrical Safety, ACES, and they were meeting, and I walked in, it was a bunch of accreditation bodies, and I walked in and said, who cares about patient safety? And they all looked at me like, what's he talking about? Because these are the accreditation bodies that accredit mouses, medical devices, lamps, anything, right? They do all industries, but they didn't necessarily understand, why would I ask them that question? What responsibility does that accreditation body have to the conformity assessment bodies that they're accrediting, that are working with testing houses, that are contracting with manufacturers to do the tests that are all about patient safety, or all about environmental safety, or transportation safety? Those are the reasons why I asked that question. And that's when it dawned on me that, okay, 17025 by itself could use some consultation from us to help put it into the direction. And so that's what we're starting to do. Now, we recognize 1,500 standards, and we're doing 104 standards in that program right now, and we're managing it with now 9 or 10 people. It's hard. It's resource intensive as well. So we're trying to figure out, okay, what else could we do? Could we write guidances out of each technical committee that we're involved in on standards to help direct how laboratories could be demonstrating competence to make sure they're testing to those under their normal accreditation? Or do we just keep, doing the more laborious and, cost, not cost effective for manufacturers? So we're trying to balance that rigor and confidence scale, but we're also looking at what else can we do in the standardization total product life cycle, right? Standards have a total product life cycle like we showed, that Terry showed in her talk. And that's an important aspect for us to make sure we're comfortable with and trying to figure out what is right. The most important thing that we realized is the more we got engaged, the more that we started learning about not just the 30, 40 years of history we had in standards development, but then opened up our eyes on how standards are actually used, really got us thinking differently now about how we can participate in that area. And actually, it lowered our threshold or concerns even on how standards are being developed, because we're now working closer to the people that contract with the manufacturers, and we're helping testing labs by understanding, well, what do you mean by essential performance in the IEC 60601 standard? I mean, that's like the scariest word in the regulatory world. What is essential performance? If you have a standard that is specific in the series, it's defined for you. But if you don't, the manufacturer is using the risk management tool to try to justify that. And it gets complicated. So we're learning how to help by communicating both with the testing, the conformity assessment community, and trying to drive that as part of the effectiveness aspect of a standard to bring back in to see, can we keep improving standards to make them, what you heard this morning, regulatory ready. And what is a regulatory ready is something that we'll talk about a little later. So I mentioned the word schema or scheme. It's said differently in different countries. So what is a scheme? The scheme is a conformity assessment scheme is a system related to specified objects of conformity assessment to which the same specified requirements, specific rules and procedures apply. This is how it just works, is the best way to say it for us. We walked into it and realized that these labs are all accredited by accreditation bodies that all operate under a very similar process, the Casco toolbox. We developed a schema for a few standards to try to apply a little perspective on this is what we would want to see in terms of, you're a laboratory who does biocompatibility. Are you hiring some person who's no education and never done this testing? Or is this person trained? And if so, how? We actually added some additional requirements to help us feel comfortable in making sure that these labs who aren't being peer reviewed by each other, because there is no external scheme that existed, it helped us bring that bar more commonly across the board. And it helped the accreditation bodies understand that that was actually important for these areas of laboratories. So we're trying to bring some value added perspective to it, but we're also trying to open the doors so it could become part of this global approach to how we want to communicate regulatory needs and standards. And I'll say, well, regulatory needs, not FDA needs. What does that mean? Yes, that means we want to start working with all countries, all regulators on trying to communicate into the conformity assessment bodies that are global bodies, so that way testing can be more accepted worldwide and we can reduce burden to manufacturers, reduce burden to regulators, and increase quality to our patients. That's really what it's all about. It's all managing risk. So scheme owner can be anybody in many cases. FDA is a scheme owner for ASCA. The IEC EE is kind of a scheme owner to its own, CB scheme in many ways. There's the CE mark, which is its own schema. Everyone ever heard of the Energy Star program in the US from EPA? You open up a refrigerator and I see this Energy Star certificate. Well, the EPA is the scheme owner for that schema that directs how testing is done to demonstrate the energy efficiency of that appliance. They're now looking to possibly apply that to medical devices like MRIs that never turn off and stay in hospitals for many years. And, but I mean, they're trying to figure out, because that's a sustainability aspect, right? We're trying to save the planet. So there are things that are going on that are outside of even our jurisdiction that impact our products, that because of sometimes those things happen, we have to figure out how to adjust. How do we deal with, products that have to demonstrate they can get into a lower energy mode when they've never been designed to do that? So what does that mean for, capital equipment like MRIs and CT machines versus an infusion pump that could probably go into low battery mode and when not in use? Those are, so there's a lot of interesting things. EPA also hit FDA a little bit hard on the ethylene oxide.
On atteint également le FDA d'une façon un peu plus dure sur la question des oxydes et justement, par exemple, le risque du cancer. Et nous avons les aspects écologiques et environnementaux, mais c'est un canal.
The testing houses, manufacturers, everybody under the moon, including other regulatory agencies within the country and around the world, to figure out what are the new forms of testing that can be done. Do we need to develop a certification scheme? Do we need new standards? How do we communicate this? And we're all impacted by it, because products that are sterilized in the US and are shipped to Kenya are the same products. So you're impacted by this the same way we are in many ways, but you probably have a few other variables such as long-term shipping and other types of distribution that you also have to take into account to see, does that impact the sterilization of the device? So you may need to think about that as well versus what we have to think about. But doing it together is important, because you don't want to necessarily change the whole game by saying, no, you have to have it at this level, when, okay, who's going to sterilize it at that level if no one in the country of that manufacturer even allows it? So we are dependent upon each other in so many ways, and conformity assessment is one of those keys for us to rely on a competent mechanism for us to be able to operate under. All right, believe it or not, wrapping up. How am I doing on time? Get done soon? Is that where I'm at? All right, 15 minutes on the conformity assessment side. Oh, all right, we're good. I can handle that. All right, so wrapping it up. So as I mentioned before, there's a toolbox. There's also additional tools like the DevCo, ISO DevCo, Developing Countries Organization, to which many of you have access through your standards bodies. I showed a couple really great guidance documents from NIST that I think are just, they really broke it down in wonderful ways. And I even know that the conformity assessment experts from NIST would be probably happy to give you a standards conformity assessment 101. You'll see a lot of the same slides, but we'll be happy to continue this type of engagement. It's something that we work together on a lot. Conformity assessments can have different levels of independence, as I showed you, that first party, that self-attestation, all the way up to the conformity assessment marks on the backs that we see, but we never realize exist. Now you know why some of this equipment is so expensive that we have to purchase, like phones and all the battery issues. You know how much testing goes into batteries? That is probably a third-party conformity assessment issue, because they explode. And those are bad things. So, if you're finding that the first party or second party is not doing it, sometimes it gets ramped up. And that's kind of how things come to fruition. We try to keep it at the lowest level where possible by having confidence. But I think our industry is very unique in that we operate under a product quality management system that has a risk-based approach to ensure that the product is safe, rather than their operation of, do we make enough money? Now, trust me, manufacturers are making sure they make enough money to exist, but they have a responsibility to the product, which is a little bit different sometimes than, say, a bank who operates under ISO 9001 and looks at risk differently than how we do in the medical device community. So yeah, going back, it depends on the object of assessment. Medical device versus banking, very different levels of risk. And we'll see it in a variety of ways depending on how that is being done. But differences can be justified, again, from different countries as needed, but it does create challenges. So again, let's just use the continent of Africa. If you all had a little different way to test to 60601, imagine how challenging that is for the same infusion pump manufacturer to get into your country. And as I said earlier, we did an exercise in the US where OSHA, basically looks at workers' safety. So an infusion pump that has a cord and has to plug into the wall has to demonstrate that I won't get electrocuted when that happens. 60601 addresses that. CPSC was looking at it from a home-based electrical safety, because home is where the home is. It's where we hang the hat. What's the electrical safety there? What's your electrical code to begin with in our countries? Those are things that you have to consider. But 60601 deals with that. And we just found that people were using different versions or different ways of applying the standard. We would get reports for worker safety at FDA, which didn't address the patient. And so it created issues. When we found out the only way to find out how to get through this was to work with our manufacturers, to find out what can we do to improve our systems as a US federal government, because for us, talking to OSHA is harder than to talk to you, because we're in the same industry. So it's easier for us to figure something out than someone who's more worried about the nurse or doctor, which God bless, thank you, I'm a nurse, I appreciate that, but the patient is really what we're concerned about. And we want the manufacturer to be able to use the same test from the same testing house who's under the same accreditation scheme and use those for both purposes. So, clearance or approval in one country, working in another country is the same thing as getting that OSHA certificate and the clearance from FDA to get into the US market. We want to be able to not have someone to have to test multiple times to a standard that's only 5 degrees different in order to get into the US market any more than we want it to be different for any other country entry. Otherwise, why would we have international standards? All right, let's see. Real quick, just, you're gonna see a lot of people. Who's here Friday? Show of hands. So Friday, yeah, Friday. I'm just trying to get an understanding. So maybe half or a little less than half, and that's all right. On Friday, you're going to get a true expert on conformity assessment, Steve Margulis, who's the VP of Conformity Assessment at IEC and is the VP of Conformity Assessment at Underwriters Laboratory. Truly a wealth of knowledge, but don't worry, it'll probably be recorded.
Actually, that is exactly what I was going to mention. So
And-
don't worry, the session is going to be recorded and made available through the MDRC website.
And if I'd venture a guess, he probably has recordings even on YouTube. But he really is a wealth of knowledge, and he'll show you from working from that third party, the accredited laboratories, what that means. But the CV scheme that the ICEE has, and what that means, and how that is different than what we see in other areas of standardization, so we can get an understanding for that. But the idea behind this CV scheme and why it's done at the IC level is to get reciprocal recognition tests that can be used for many certification bodies around the world. It's a reliance factor that certification bodies have. So if you're getting a certificate from BSI, who's built into that system, that should work for your national certification body if they're both in that same agreement, that mutual recognition agreement. That's basically the principle behind it, is it has this global aspect, but he's going to give you a much, much better way of going into things. All right, I've mentioned the word ASCA a number of times, and no one stopped me by saying, what does that mean even? ASCA is, again, our third-party first attempt at developing a third-party scheme. And you said, well, Scott, third-party means more rigor, more cost, more. True, but did you know that a large majority of our devices, our standards, are already tested primarily by organizations that are accredited to 17025? but to what of 17025 was the question. And that goes back to what did ASCA do? It brought in working with accreditation bodies that operate under 17011 and testing and calibration laboratories that operate under 17025. And we added a few spokes to the wheel to make sure they understood that perspective from us. We didn't add any new testing requirements, new types of equipment. We didn't do anything that would change the cost in an exorbitant way. But in certain areas, say biocompatibility, we did find that we had to really focus on how do they educate their people? How do we ensure that those very sensitive tests can be done all the time? And if Scott retires and Terry comes in, that we can have the same level of quality that continues, irregardless. And so that's really what ASCA did, is we took a bunch of standards that are already being tested by accredited laboratories, and we wanted to partner with them. Little bit different than developing a brand new IEC or third-party scheme, but we inserted ourselves to one that kind of already was there. It just needed, what we're finding now is that testing houses know how to work with manufacturers to develop the testing plan that really works, because they test to all types of products and they can work with manufacturers to really identify where there are some issues, maybe early enough in the design where a change can be made, because they're finding where there are some issues on how they're doing their risk assessment. Again, testing houses are very mature organizations typically, but we wanted to give them that perspective and authority. Most manufacturers will come to a testing house and say, I want it tested this way. These are the specific clauses, and they'll take their chances with the regulator. Not all manufacturers, but some. Others will, work with their testing houses very, very close. And those are the ones that are typically successful getting through the organization a lot quicker, because they realize the value of what that standard is actually trying to do. But again, going back to why we did ASCA was to capitalize on, what we're doing already, and putting standards to work is what we were really trying to do, and helping support our recognition program. I know I'm getting close here, but we're getting close to as well. So ASCA's goal was to help streamline conformity assessment and pre-market review, reduce burden, make it easier. A typical IEC 60601 test report can be anywhere from 80 to a couple hundred pages long. In ASCA, maybe 6-7 pages, maybe 10. So our reviewers now aren't looking at the protocols and the rationales and all the things. They're looking to see, did you pass? Because the laboratory knows exactly what we're looking for already, and they're accredited to those procedures. We found that to be already existing. To make you feel good, a lot of what we found, at least in the IEC world, already existed. We had to do very little with those labs. Some of the other groups, like in biocompatibility, we found because they operate independently a little different, they're not peer reviewed, we had to work a little bit more to understand them, because every one of them had different protocols on how they were looking at methods. So the results were slightly different. It didn't mean they were bad, it's just they were different. But when you're a reviewer and seeing different results coming in, you're thinking something's got to be wrong, right? No, it's just that the protocol made it so the result was slightly different. So what we found out is that we were able to work with the lab. We started seeing their protocols. We understood the differences, and we wanted to enhance their ability to be able to, have their personnel be highly trained, and to build that collaboration between us and the laboratory. Because prior to ASCA, the only people we talked to was the manufacturer. In pre-market review, we were not even allowed to talk to anyone other than the person that's designated on the file. Now we work with the labs, and we ask, they can call us and say, hey, we have a new technology coming in. Can you help us walk through how you have that, and how you would expect a test to be done? They're not allowed to call us and talk about a particular manufacturer. That's not appropriate. But we can talk about the testings and the standards, and we can build that collaboration, because they are a key component of the standardization cycle. And so a lot of that then is removing our guesswork from supporting documentation needs. It's reducing our review. The 8 methods we have in biocompatibility, our reviewers say typically takes them anywhere from 12 to 20 hours to review. They're doing it in about 10 minutes to maybe an hour on a very complex review now under ASCA, because we don't need to look at the protocols and areas because we got comfortable with it. But we're still seeing value in it. So for us, the third party tiptoeing into it was not designed so much to create a third party conformity assessment system. It was more about building a relationship with conformity assessment bodies. And really, we're finding more growth in that than considering what standards more should we add into this ASCA program. We envision it may grow, but more importantly, we're working with conformity assessment bodies to build that relationship, just like we do with industry, with the SDOs. You know, it's participating, it's getting engaged, it's talking to everyone that's engaged. I am getting close. So ASCA, real quick, I'm not going to get in this too much, but essentially it works just like any other conformity assessment system. ASCA has testing labs that are accredited by accreditation bodies that we have certified to be able to understand our scheme. We trained them on our guidance documents. We talk to them about what to do. And then we grant those groups of those accreditation bodies ASCA accreditation, you know, for the labs, and then sponsors can work with them and give us our ASCA test report. And the sponsor includes that as part of their declaration of conformity instead of the standardized, very large test report. Even though they still have to maintain the complete test report in their own file as part of their quality system, FDA is only asking to see a small snippet of that essentially, because we understand that the testing was done in a manner with an organization that is competent. We're still evaluating this system. This is new, right? It just went from pilot to program a few months ago. So it is still very new to us, and it's not something I would necessarily yet recommend, other than the fact of being engaged with your conformity assessment systems and helping them understand what your needs are adds value. Just like participating in standards and expressing what are your needs adds value, being involved is helpful. You don't necessarily have to rewrite a scheme to do that. You want to create a relationship. It happens, right? There's little systems in there, but what we're showing is that little mark, that little tag right there. It doesn't say don't let your child chew on it. It's probably saying that it was certified to have the little fuse in there block out if it breaks through and something goes in. You know, that's really what it's designed, but it's not left to amateurs. So the testing houses that do have some level of accreditation that we can trail back to some competent authority, it has meaning. Part of our standards and conformity assessment program is to consistently and repeatedly convince our reviewers of that, because they like to see the data. They get very, you know, they love to see the files, right? That's what they got their PhDs for, I guess. I don't know, Terry, right? You know what PhD stands for, right? Piled higher and deeper, but pretty huge document is pretty good. I was thinking piled higher and deeper with, you know, that part, but but pretty huge document. That's a good one. But no, but you know, we're trying to reduce the burden because there's so many other things that we look for, you know, in post-market surveillance or quality systems, or in your case, the transportation of goods. All those things matter so much. So we want to really think about that in ways that we can, have an opportunity to get comfortable in what manufacturers are doing as part of their quality system, operating that through communication to the regulators or notified bodies and competent authorities, however your system would work, and then really figuring out how can we communicate as an organization of regulators and as an industry to keep improving what we're trying to do. All right, I know, boy, that went a long ways, huh? That is the end though. What do we have time left? All right. Yeah, so how does that sound? Is anyone really dying for a break right now, or do you want to do a little Q&A? I do have a little bit more to talk, kind of more about optimizing standards for regulatory use, talking about the AMDRF and how to get engaged, but we could pause now for some conformity assessment questions and realize we do have the afternoon for Joe, Terry, and I to take any eggs and tomatoes you can throw at us.
So it seems that coffee is not ready yet.
All right,
so
we'll take
that is kind
questions.
of like encouraging to take some questions.
Good.
So
Questions it is.
we do not have any question from our online participants, so.
The hard question right off the bat.
No, I promise for it not to be hard. But this is something I think will resonate with the participants in the room. And that is going back to, I mean, you make mention of perhaps transportation of goods as something we can consider in our considerations for conformity assessment. But I think there's actually a second aspect that I've been asking and talking about, and that is power backup. Because sometimes power will go off, not just for a few minutes, a few hours, many hours at times.
Maybe days.
Maybe days, you're right. And we find ourselves in the very precarious position of equipment going off, and there is no manufacturer specifications or conformity that is at the point of regulatory review. Of course, now the equipment is commissioned to the hospital or the health center. And so it's a health concern. So my question or my understanding is it's good to have collective ways in which we can contribute to the conformity assessment. And I'm wondering, could this be one consideration that we can collectively make and say, in our contribution, can we suggest to manufacturers to support power backup or provide alternatives for how equipment can be supported for when we have power shortages and things like that are quite unique to Africa, in addition to the transportation and also the extreme temperatures we have from the very high humidity temperature to the very cold seasons in the southern of Africa. So all these things are really unique to us. I don't think they're unique to just us. I think they can be recommended and manufacturers, find out others, but when they come to Africa, those considerations are not made. So I just wanted to explore that.
Yeah, that's an unanswerable question almost, right? It really takes it takes a country to hit on all of these aspects. It's beyond the scope of any one government, and Terry probably has some really good examples here, but the long story short is first understanding what does exist for this area of industry today. Does the Kenyan government or any government or even Africa as a nation have any governance on transportation of goods, any requirements in place? That's first knowing what is there is good to know. I walked into a room of accreditation bodies and said, who cares about patient safety? And they all like, what are you talking about? I found out that they did, but they didn't understand the perspective. But I think what you have to do is figure out what is currently there and then ask your manufacturer, is this part of your risk assessment? Is this one of those possible single fault conditions that you need to place into the design or at a bare minimum into the labeling of really extreme warning labels so you can understand that, there's, like fragile, put on the side of a box so you don't throw it. Those are manufacturer responsibilities to make sure that the transporter isn't taking that box and throwing it. Who's making sure the transporter is not doing that? They don't seem to do it at the airports, right? But I think if you get where I'm coming from is that the manufacturer does have a responsibility, but you also have to know what exists and where can we make headways in that. And I'll let Terry go from there.
So I know that temperature of devices during shipping is something we ask manufacturers to look at. I know we've had programs in the lab where we put temperature tracking devices and mailed them all around the world and let them sit on runways and in hot trucks and things like that. So for us, that's something that the device manufacturer has to worry about. But it could be that, maybe there are local regulations for both temperature and transportation that your Department of Transportation might have, or there could be things that you could leverage from them. And again, pass that off to your, that would be, the responsibility of the distributor or the importer, which again, might be a little bit different for you than it is for us, where the manufacturer is responsible for that. But the other question that I don't know that our manufacturers do have to worry about is long-term power outages and what you do about that. And that might very well be something that, that Africa as a whole, you guys could all get together and come up with some kind of common requirements or think, and again, go to your manufacturers and ask them or talk to the hospitals and see what do they do? Are there existing regulations? But that sounds like a great idea for something that you could come up with maybe common requirements if your regulators all got together in your organization and talked about it. That seems like a special thing that potentially is a bigger problem for you, that you could come up with common ways for the continent to address it, or at least a larger subset of regulators. But again, departments of transportation, like I know we have to do some kind of information about shipping, but it may be that you need something more. And again, the power outages, I don't know, maybe even the power companies would know, like Scott said, talk to the manufacturers, because sometimes the different government agencies, it's harder for us to talk to each other than it is for you to go to the people that have to deal with all those government agencies.
Next question.
Do we have more questions? There is a question over here. Thank you, Toby.
So,
Could you? Oh,
yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think my question is around the operation of conformity assessment programs, especially in our region in Africa, where we have respective governments with their respective mandates and bodies with varying requirements, and also with the appreciation that reliance can leverage resources and efficiency. What are the type of maybe lessons or experiences you can share in terms of how trust can be enriched between the bodies who are participating in these programs, especially like from a regulatory perspective and the competent bodies or the notified bodies, sometimes, especially with governments, like even with COVID testing. We'd seen experiences where one country would do its testing, but when the people want to transit to another country, some of those results are not recognized.
Yeah. So if you look at it, you're probably sick of me hearing risk-based approach, but if you take a risk-based approach, what did FDA do during COVID? We created emergency use authorizations, and that was done for a number of reasons. One, demand, right? The risk of not having tests, even if they weren't the greatest in the world, was better than not having anything, right? So it's what's good enough. Now, when you're not in crisis mode, which it's hard to remember the last time we weren't in crisis mode, I don't know. But, how do you figure out, what do you share? So what we did is we tried to, figure out how, if we were going to open up our doors, our president authorized, and I forget the name of it, but there's an authorization that says we'll take things in from anywhere, essentially. FDA created emergency use authorizations and lots of guidances on how, someone would demonstrate what did you do to give us some assurance. And that's where they were using standards and conformity assessment systems outside of any knowledge that we had. We created a team that helped us figure out how to verify that the tests were true, not fraudulent, and how to, help track the supply of those across the US. That was one thing that actually, FDA never tracks, never before COVID. I don't really recall us ever tracking really a lot of where are our devices in the country, do we follow things like that? And we still don't do a great job of that. That really isn't underneath our purview per se, but we found that it became so important from an emergency response point of view and supply chain management point of view to help our manufacturers to understand where are there shortages and issues that are happening, what warehouse just exploded from a fire or something that happened in that region. All these variables, we working together and partnering. So public-private partnerships is one way to do this, working with the industry, working with the SDOs. We worked with, Amy and ANSI and all our SDOs to create, new standards, new guidances, worked with, fast ways to get schemes, testing houses, working with our partners on this. Our goal is to always try to honor testing from external outside the US, especially in areas like when it was COVID. But as I mentioned earlier, we accept testing from pretty much anywhere, provided that the manufacturer is demonstrating that they know how to operate a high quality management system. And that is the key. That's really the bedrock principle of anything that you think about is, do your manufacturers know how to operate their quality management system? Because that goes into distribution. It goes into understanding the risks of where will that device be used, power outage possibly, shipping, a lot of different home use. I mean, think of the different types of homes that we have in our countries. They're of all different types. And so the manufacturers try their best to take on as many of those variables as they can. And others sometimes get labeled, and it's not a perfect system, but it's far better when you have a good quality system. It's far better than the 80-20 rule that we try to abide by. You're probably more like 90-10 at least. Does that kind of help? It's not a specific question, but we do have mechanisms to try to rely. Now, our international affairs group are really trying to figure out, I think at the core of your question is, how do we do this internationally and globally? Why are we here? We're trying to work internationally and globally. So this is one of the things that we do, is to try to, share common approaches. My next talk is going to be a little bit about how we do this in standards from a IMDRF point of view. We're also been engaged with GHWP. We're now engaged with AMDF. We're working our way around, not to go around and change everybody, but to learn how we can work with each other and understand each other, because we all have different requirements and laws, and no one's asking anyone to have to change your law, but do you understand the risks involved with how laws are? We're trying to change our laws to make them easier. Early on, we actually changed our whole way that we were looking at recognition when we found out how all the other regulators in IMDRF were doing it. We took a different perspective. We used to have, when we had 1,200 recognized standards, over 500 of them were partial recognitions, meaning we didn't recognize all of them. And the rationales we gave were kind of more subjective based from a regulator's point of view than objective based, meaning that we could really point to why we disagreed with part of a standard. Now we're about 110 partially recognized standards, and we have 1,500 standards. So we grew 300 recognitions and we chopped off 400 partials. And the ones that we do have partials, it's more clear to the manufacturers, to the testing houses, as to why is that. It conflicts with maybe another published standard. Maybe it conflicts with the guidance that we've published. But it's clear to do that. And that's part of that, why, and that's really why our recognition program is valuable. It's not so much for us, but the communication tool it provides. But, when we try to have those specific requirements, but we try to minimize that wherever possible. And we try to communicate that in one of two ways, either through our own recognition program or working with our national standards body to do a deviation to a standard. So that way it's a little bit easier and closer to the conformity assessment world than if FDA is communicating on its recognition website. And that's an important thing for regulators to realize. If you say, use this standard, accept this, this, and that, does your own conformity assessment body know that? Are you communicating that to them? If they don't know, what are the chances that the test will actually reflect that? Working with your national standards body to make a modification that is absolutely necessary. And I say that with the loudest word, absolutely necessary to make sure it works in your country. Try to do through your national standard body, and that way your national body's your conformity assessment body in your country will be using that adopted standard, and the testing will be more reflective of your needs that way, because they may not know what's on your website. And that's why we created the relationship with conformity assessment bodies. Our best example is IEC 60601. We have an ANSI AMI 60601, no IEC on it. We didn't do a national adoption. We had to do a deviation because it was written to the European National Electrical Code. We don't have that electrical code, and that standard wouldn't work as tested. So we wrote a deviation. That deviation then got put into the IEC CEE-CB scheme, and we recognize that standard rather than having the partial. Just recently, we decided to also recognize the IEC version, but then we said, when we learned about conformity assessment, to apply the national differences that are outlined in the CB scheme for this specific document, because they were already doing it. Hey, that was great. But what we didn't do is try to change it through our own mechanism of, modifying the standard through a government unique way or making a government unique standard. How we doing, boss?
I just want to caution regulators in Africa to come up with very African specific or country specific requirements. And the reason I'm saying that is that when you start doing that, you make it more difficult for manufacturers to actually come into your country. And you must remember that also for local manufacturers, if they now have to meet specific African or specific country requirements, you increase the cost of manufacture because they want to export. They don't just want to sell in country. So every additional requirement that you put on a manufacturer, you are adding cost to that manufacturer. And please, this is so important. The medical device industry is different to the pharmaceutical industry. There are 85,000 medical device manufacturers in the world, and the majority are not the big multinationals.
Yes.
The majority are small to medium companies. You don't want to create a regulatory system in Africa or in your country that ends up where you only get a few manufacturers that can afford to come to the African shore, because then you're limiting competition and you're potentially raising the cost of medical devices. So you are limiting access to patients, to the people of Africa, to the medical devices and the different types of medical devices that are available out there. So yes, we have load shedding in South Africa where there's 4 or 5 hours without electricity, but we need to be careful because some manufacturers will say, well, I'm not just going to change the design of my device simply for South Africa's load shedding issues. It's too costly for me to do that. So I'll rather just pull out my device and not even send it into South Africa. So we have to be very pragmatic when we make these kinds of decisions, and how will it affect many stakeholders. Many of the healthcare facilities in South Africa, yes, private because they can afford it, are using solar energy now, so that when there is load shedding, when there are power cuts, they can continue to provide services and their medical devices and equipment can continue to function. So just a word of caution, be very careful to not create country-specific requirements unless it's absolutely necessary. There are ramifications for everyone.
So you said 85,000 manufacturers, right? What percentage of 85,000 manufacturers are small businesses? Less than, was it 50 or less than, let's say 100? What do you think? It's 85%. 85% of medical device manufacturers are considered small business manufacturers. So the risk of cost is exorbitant to them. And they're your innovators. They're the ones that can really, they're the ones that are bringing the new patents in, and they're the ones bringing a lot of the new ideas. Then later they get purchased by the big manufacturers and stuff, but that's the world that we live in. But you don't want to put a burden on them because you're going to reduce the opportunity to bring the new innovative devices into your market. And that's really the message. And that's why we try to also think of least burdensome as a core principle. We want to work with small businesses. It's essential to our health. All right. Keep going, answer questions or break. What's the?
So I think we have questions over there. And then let's say for like 10 more minutes and then we break for tea. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So I'm still thinking about the challenges with NRAs when it comes to the competence and then also whether the EC declaration of conformities that we're getting as we can rely on. Thinking about those challenges and hearing you espouse the Brilliant scheme when it comes to the ASCA program. I think that it's helping a lot. when you're getting maybe ASCA declaration of conformity and you're getting ASCA summary of tests, it gives you some assurance and some confidence as an NRA. I want to ask, what is the greater vision of ASCA? And I ask this because I'm not too sure if it's limited to only testing labs in the US or US jurisdiction, and whether conformity assessment bodies that it applies to is only in the US. Because I'm here thinking, how can us NRAs leverage on, let's say, the ASCA scheme to assure us of, the EC conformity declaration that we're getting, whether we can really rely on. Because currently it's a challenge. We receive them, we are unable to ascertain the validity or even the accuracy of the reports that we're getting. So how can we leverage on, let's say, ASCA? Is there a bigger plan to extend it so that NRAs can leverage on them? Thank you.
That's the goal. Who's to say you can't leverage it already yourself? The scheme is the guidance document, and it's designed, it actually spells out the program specification requirements under 17025 for the standards that are included. Now, it's not a product certification scheme. It's to certain standards. We don't have a product certification scheme at FDA for our, for pre-market review purposes. The closest thing we have is the third party program maybe, but that's not quite it. So if you're looking at pre-market submissions and you want to rely on something like ASCA, I mean, all of our labs are in a public database to what their scope of accreditation is all there. But let's look at it from a different approach. You have a broader need of more standards. You would like to know, how could I have confidence in all 1,500 of your standards, that you recognize? Most of these labs are testing to hundreds of standards. They weren't in ASCA, now they're in ASCA. Did that mean they were bad before and they're good now? Or is it that they just had a little bit keener understanding of how to work with the regulatory framework in mind? And could they apply that to other areas? Again, we're still trying to answer that question as an agency to see, where do we build confidence in the competence of testing to specific elements of a device? It's Michelle Neal's group that's trying to figure out, can we get a single clearance worldwide approach? Is there a way that we can get there? IMDRF has developed a lot of things. Where did they start? What was the biggest thing that IMDRF put out back in 2012? Quiz question from yesterday's discussion. What did they do? What was the first big major initiative that we've talked about over and over and over today and yesterday? MDSAP. What is MDSAP? Quality System 13485. That's where we built the foundation for understanding reliance. Who's in charge of MDSAP? Who's in charge of a quality system? Who's in charge of 1345? Is it the regulator or the manufacturer? Yeah. So partnerships, understanding, do you know how to see if a manufacturer is struggling with their quality system or have non-conformities, is why FDA inspects and does those types of things. Now, what does FDA do when they have non-conformities and stuff? We publish a lot of those findings, if I'm not mistaken, right? So you could look at what letters have we written that show that companies have some non-conformities as well as a reliance mechanism, rather than sending out your own army of inspectors who have to be trained and understand and all that stuff. But I'm going right back to, what's the foundation of everything we do as a medical device industry? It's the quality system, which is based upon risk management, which folds into how testing takes place. It's how we develop standards. It's how we decide, when do we need a standard? It's really the foundations. So I'm trying to make it seem like, if we can keep it simple for stupid, that's what we get called sometimes as regulators, because the manufacturers go, oh, I wish they would just understand. And sometimes we're saying the same thing right back at them, right? That perception of risk management, what the manufacturer sees, what's the plan say, what's the regulator see? we have to keep working on coming together. The more we focus on understanding our interpretation and their communication of everything, the better off we are on getting into realizing that, well, some of these companies sell around the world. Do I need to be as concerned about that versus the one that's a mom and pop shop in the basement of some home that may not have an expert in quality systems? Some of the smaller manufacturers may need, a closer look at first, but you might find that they're awesome at doing what they do as well, because they do care. So collaboration is a big part of it. And I think that's, something to realize. We need another week to talk about, how could you benefit from some of our databases and sharing of information, and how could we benefit from understanding what do you see? Because sometimes what you see may be something that we miss in our economy, because our country is very, very large from a land mass standpoint. And sometimes it's hard to collect data. Your countries are still, like Japan, have a lot of people in them, and you might see data in different ways that we do. And data sharing and post-market is an activity that is super important as a global regulatory community. This is, as Joe mentioned earlier, an area being discussed in ISO TC 210. And we're trying to see, does this need to be a separate standard, or do we build it into ISO 13485 to make it a little bit better for us to do these types of activities? Another topic that hasn't come up at all, but I got to imagine is a huge priority of area for discussion, is medical device maintenance. How many of you are taking medical devices secondhand and putting them into circulation? How do you know they're going to continue to work? Who's certified? We all got this refurbished phone we see on, on Amazon. Buy a phone refurbished. Well, what does refurbished mean? Do you want to make sure that your ventilator that's refurbished works well? How does that go? We actually have another standard right now that's being developed. It's at the CD stage in ISO TC 210 under Working Group 7. And the chair of that is also someone who's highly involved as a regulator from Malaysia, because that's a huge need in their area. And she works on, is a part of the GHWP group, but we meet to discuss that. So participate helps you understand where can you bring your needs. Why didn't we think about medical device maintenance before? Well, a lot of the members in ISO TC 210 weren't from countries that were engaged that had those needs. How much has ISO been communicating? We need to work to make sure our standards can work in all economies. Why do we have DevCo, the developing corporation? Why do we, have this United Nations Sustainable Development Goals? That's what this little circle of colors are on the IEC button here. It's, we want to make standards so they can be used, not just for complex devices. I helped develop a standard for sharps containers. And boy, oh boy, you would think that'd be an easy standard to develop, but no, we couldn't. We fought tooth and nail, and it was all about the thickness and the durometer, the hardness of the material, because as soon as you increase it a little bit, what happens? Cost goes way up. Are sharps containers important to Africa for needles and all that stuff? Yeah. Are they important to the US? Yeah. But there are people from, US and Europe are saying, well, I want it thicker. I want the standard to be higher, but we had to think about developing countries. And so we had to make sure that that standard could be used worldwide. Other countries can deviate and make a standard that's of higher, higher durometer, different thickness. But that we found that there were other ways that you could design something to make sure that you won't overfill the sharps container. And that way the pressure doesn't get in there and the risk of a puncture doesn't happen as much and still keep costs low. So you can do it, but participating in standards was key. I think the chair of that effort was from Zimbabwe. We made an effort to recruit him in. It was real important. So, you can make a difference by participating. That's the message. Sir, yes, sir.
Just a quick comment building on some of the ideas that have been shared. I'm not a medical device expert, but I have worked across different industries. So I know that sometimes or many times manufacturers design and develop for multiple markets. So when you see that something is missing for your market, I think there's a lot of value in reaching out to manufacturers and ask whether their devices are already covering the issue that you're looking at. Because they might not be sharing the information for your market because you don't require it, because they sell it to an importer, because someone goes and buy it from another market, but they might be doing it already in Asia. They might be doing it already in Latin America, or they might be doing it, in the United States as well. So there's a lot of value in having this ongoing conversation with industry. And I think that is also one of the big lessons that we draw when we design MDRC and implementing MDRC, that there's a lot of value in having that voice of industry coming at the table, sharing their knowledge, sharing what they see globally. And then based on that, we can also start drafting new courses of action. If there is something in Indonesia that they are doing that seems to be working, then you can reach out to the Indonesians and ask them, what are you doing? Or you can go and ask to FDA, how are you doing this and how are you interpreting this data, and so on. So going back to your point of less burdensome approach, you can also apply it in that way. You can go and see what others are doing, and based on that, just plan, reach out, have conversations, and not necessarily just develop your resources into trying to solve a problem that others might already have resolved.
So we could probably get one question that we have from our online participants. This comes from Dr. Traore Oula Ibrahim from ANRP Burkina Faso. And there are a couple of questions. As a regulator, how can we verify the authenticity of certificates of conformity issued by notification bodies? And the second one, how to recognize a credible notification body or accreditor?
So I wish I had my computer here. I could give you a demonstration. You can go online. It can be that simple. If a testing lab, you're going to use a US, well, we can use even a German. Let's say a testing lab says it's accredited by DAX. Anyone know who DAX is? DAAKKS. That's the German National Accreditation Body, right? Big group, very competent. Germany's really big into standards conformity assessment, has a lot of testing houses. But we get a test, how do you know they actually were accredited by them versus they're just saying they are, because DAX is supposed to be really good, right? You can go to DAX website and find out. It can be that simple. Who says DAX is a competent accreditation body then? Because they're also, an accreditation body, they say they are in this global ILAC MRA, and they're part of the IAF as well, which, is that global certification. Where do you go for that? To that website, and it'll list whether or not they are actually accredited, or are they suspended? Are there issues? Our ASCA program lists which of the labs are accredited and to what. If we had a lab, we haven't had really a chance to do this much yet, but let's just say a lab had some nonconformities and wasn't able to correct them, we will list that they're suspended. We will say to what standards they were suspended to, maybe if it's just a few of them or if it's all. So websites, it sounds almost too simple, but really that's the best way. In COVID, how did we check the validity of all those imported products? I was checking websites all over the world to just see where to go. I wish we had maybe a session where we could do that, but we can try to find time, or like I said, I think there's a continuance needed here for us to keep growing, and we can do some maybe online sessions and other aspects that we can do to continue this. But it's not as hard as it seems to find fraudulent behavior. You can also call up the accreditation body too. They'll tell you. Never be afraid to pick up a phone. I know as regulators, we aren't necessarily afraid to pick up a phone, or maybe we are. I know industry is afraid to pick up the phone and call FDA for some reason. We're nice. When I was a reviewer, my industry folks loved calling me because I would sit down and talk about what do you need. My 3 people in standards that I call the most are all my industry friends because they know how to do it, right? It goes back to, use your resources of people who know exactly how. Testing certificates are usually, are you worried about the manufacturer line? Or are you worried about the testing, place line as well? We know that manufacturers have a responsibility to say shipping and distribution centers and stuff. Maybe the manufacturer knows what's going on, right? As part of their quality system, they should. Maybe they can't vouch for everything about the distribution center, but they should have taken that into account. So again, work with who you know and start there and build it up.
And I guess along that lines, call us. You may have thought that FDA stands for the Food and Drug Administration. Where's medical devices in that whole thing? We're actually the Friendly Device Administration. So remember that.
I'll admit that's the first time I've heard that too.
Well, from now onwards.
Yes.
Well, so let's take a break. Let's make it like 10 minutes break if it is okay. And then we will come back for now a way much more open conversation because we have, still 2 sessions to go. So thank you. We welcome you to come back and take your seats so we can continue with our conversations this afternoon. Let's get started in 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Or I can just start talking and see if that runs people in.
I guess that could be more appealing than me just simply calling for everybody back.
All right. So we'll start on the slide that says optimizing standards for regulatory purposes. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. We may get a few stragglers, but we'll make sure to talk about all the important stuff before they come in and get things rolling. So we're going to kind of do a little shift of direction. We talked a lot about conformity assessment, about, participating in conformity assessment, understanding, the levels of rigor, how that could impact you positively or negatively if you do it wrong versus right, and trying to figure out wrong from right is a challenge as well. We talked about standards development, participating in standards, and we know there's a lot of questions about, how do I get engaged in standards? And we're going to talk a little bit about that right now. But before I forget, I want to make sure that you know that, as part of this, organization that's, developed between USAID and ANSI as a partnership, ANSI is our U.S. national standards body, and they would be more than happy to help navigate that process for you. As we mentioned, we'd be happy to navigate your regulatory questions and issues. If you had questions on how to get involved in your national standards body and you called us, guess who I'd probably call? Leslie. She's right there. So as they say, you can skip the middleman. There you go. Least burdensome approach to get your answers done. But getting involved in standards can be done in multiple ways. And I will say, no matter what you'll see in my upcoming slides, the best way is to be engaged through your national standards body. There are other organizations in which you can participate in ISO and IEC through different mechanisms, and I'll talk about some of those. But remember what we talked about earlier, there are STOs that you can join as an independent expert. Most of those other national and international standards bodies who sell lots of products through certification of their standards or do have a lot of testing done at testing houses through their standards, you can participate directly, sometimes for free, sometimes for a small fee. I'm sure each SDO, if you are looking for, hey, we can't afford it, they'll work with you. But participating in things outside of ISO and IEC in our industry specifically, I think is a very critical component to consider. I know you don't hear that if I was coming to you from the EU, because they pretty exclusively talk about the ISO and IEC. But what they don't realize is that when your manufacturers are testing their devices in certain areas, say in like cybersecurity or materials or sterilization or things like that, a lot of times they're using standards that don't exist in ISO and IEC. Or if they do, they're all normatively referenced by standards from other organizations like AMI and ASTM and CLSI and so forth, because that's why repeat it. You know, the standards developing organizations, one rule is thou shalt not repeat what another person did. They do it, but that's the rule that you're not supposed to. That's actually one of the principles of the American National Standards support, you know, is they create what's called a PINS document, which basically will tell the public, which merely means all the SDOs, hey, is anyone else doing this? Is there an issue? You know, we don't want to repeat things. But going back to, you know, what I'm trying to get at is participation can be done in many different ways. And I know that several standard national standards bodies aren't currently P and O participating members or observing members, and we can work on that. But that's a business model decision for them as well. And maybe it'll be more of a struggle with certain countries than others. I'll show you other ways that you could still participate in ISO and IEC to get the benefit, but we will want to work with your national standards body as the end goal. And that's why ANSI is here. That's why we're doing this, not on really on behalf of ISO and IEC, but that has an interest to all of us in these industries. That's why we develop these programs, because we are global in what we try to do. Medical devices are sold worldwide, pharmaceuticals, many other devices. And if you think about what the Standards Alliance project is about, is taking those types of industries and helping globalize it. So optimizing standards for regulatory purpose. You will maybe not see. Clicker. It died. Did I? Boy, that's a small. Okay. Well, yeah, she'll check the battery and see what I did wrong. But if you go to the next slide, this is a slide from what was shown earlier on the. Well, that's a picture of someone having more fun than me. But but if we could go to the next slide. No, go back a little bit. Keep going back until you see a bunch of flags on a picture. There you are. Wait, go back to the flags. There we are. So again, you saw this yesterday, right? This looks very familiar. In fact, we're missing a few things in here. This, I realize, doesn't have AMDF on it. So I got the older version of the slide. I apologize. But why am I going to show you this is you remember that one of the older working groups or disbanded working groups was in standards. So IMDRF countries obviously were interested in standards as well. And I got the fun job of actually being able to chair that committee. One of the things we did is we surveyed our members. What do you like? What don't you like? What do you do? What's your engagement on standards? And try to figure out how can we optimize standards for regulatory purposes. Kind of a coined phrase now in regulators that are trying to engage, you know, do they work for regulatory purposes, not just for testing or certification, but the regulators are needing to know. So yes, that's an ingredient of what we're trying to do. So this isn't a slideshow about IMDRF, but some of the information that I'm using gave roots out of this, but this is also something that would help support all of what we do. And the work that we did on this actually impacted how we engage in standards differently as well. You know, we've been, you know, even a big program like ours found out ways to do it better. So what did we do though? We wanted to learn about what are some of the challenges to what is, you know, known as regulatory ready standards. So what's the first one? Poor participation by regulators. In fact, the US just did a survey with NIST, surveying all the SDOs who manage US tags into ISO and IEC to see, hey, from your perspective, where do you have enough government participation? I'm going to ask questions to them about that though, because about 8 or 9 technical committees came to us saying there's not enough participation, and we chaired 2 of them. But maybe it wasn't enough, or maybe they were looking, maybe the SDOs were saying we need more than just FDA. We needed EPA, we needed OSHA. But poor participation in general is very true. It's, I would say, a rarity if there's another regulator at the table outside of FDA, if FDA is even present. It's getting better. We are starting to see more people engage, but it is not the common theme. participation is key, and it's not just being present. It's not just saying present, it's participation. Participation is real important, and that leads to standards that help address your needs. We talked about, the sharps container example. If it wasn't for that person, who I think came from the regulatory body in Zimbabwe, if it wasn't for that person really advocating for that, maybe the sharps container would have ended up being something that would create very expensive sharp containers, and we're back to using coffee cans again to put our sharps in, because that's what a lot of people do in the US if they can't afford a sharps container. They use a coffee can. Not the best way, because then those go in the trash and then some child steps on the needle. And so your participation serves the needs of your economy. And when we do it together, we can start understanding what's important. Manufacturers learn, hey, wow, I learned something today about how this is used in the home use differently in one country versus the other. They'll go back and do a design control change and maybe look at how to get the next model of that device to start better meeting the needs of what you're doing. And that's where things start happening. So participation drives innovation. It doesn't just change the standard, it changes the product. It changes the level of safety in the right direction in order to be able to do that. Unbalanced representation. Some regulators think standards are just put together by industry. It's hard to say, actually, and it's really hard to know. At the table at an international, possibly, but we don't really know who's voting at each national standards body. I learned a real interesting fact that in some of my standards that are more clinical based, we never had anyone present physically for Canada, yet they always submitted votes and comments. Tried to figure out, well, why wouldn't they? There's manufacturers there. They're a relatively mature standards organization. It came to be that their entire mirror committee were for clinicians working in hospitals. What a wonderful gift to know. Now, had we known that, we would have really focused on where that's coming from. And IMDRF was trying to see other ways that we can encourage SDOs to talk about what types of people are coming in, or what types of people are making comments and votes from your delegation, because that is helpful, but ISO doesn't require that. So they just want to know which country. But underneath, we are interested in stakeholder development. So again, how do we find out who makes up Canada's vote? Got to call them. Got to work with them until we can make change later on. But learning to build those bridges is real important. But we learn where our skill sets are, and you can start finding out where things are going. Sometimes, especially from a regulatory perspective, the content of the standard can be too flexible, too many options, too many check compliance by inspection of your risk management file without what the quantitative part is. And we were just as skittish on that as every other regulator, and the more we got involved in it, the more we started understanding what that means. And to me now, it's really easy to find out what was the endpoint. Now you have to know a little bit about the device to know, is that endpoint a good valid endpoint, or are they just trying to get one over your head because they made an endpoint that would have actually been unsafe. But you usually find though that in looking at the overall risk management file, and if you take that into account and how they operate that through part of their quality management system, you'd start building confidence in the test reports under the standards. The best way to learn about it though is participation. All right, so we developed this guidance in IMDRF called Optimizing Standards for Regulatory Use, just like the title of the session. And it's publicly available on the IMDRF website. And we'll at the very end of these slides are tons of links for you to, on your long trips home, be able to fall asleep readily at the airplane. But this is one that kind of helps you do what you would do if you called Leslie. It will help you understand, how do you find out who your national standard body is, all those types of things, but also what can we do to improve standards. It's not a critical document, but I wanted to just kind of show that to show you where we came from. But really what we were trying to speak as a voice, so what's IMDRF? It's a lot like what is the AMDF, right? It's a voice. It's a regulator's voice from a particular area. And this voice wanted to communicate that, there should be strong rationale in standards that explains the requirements and identifies the methods and or other means of demonstrating compliance. That's real critical in a standard. Sometimes we have a lot of guides that are called standards, but they weren't intended, and it does get confusing. Is that a guide or is that a standard? Sometimes we need both, but what we want to make sure, if it is a standard, it has that, the identification of risk. Risk. said that 1,000 times, right? And the direction on how to address it, right? A plus B equals C, all that, figuring it out. What'd you do to mitigate it? Recalculate. Did your risk level get low enough to be successful? A clear scope. Everyone knows what a scope is. It's what is the standard about? What is it designed to accomplish? How do you know if the scope of the standard is actually effective? That's the hardest question in the world to answer, but we know that what a scope is helps us understand what is the purpose for that standard. How does that scope help reduce the risks that are identified in the manufacturer's design control and risk analysis to help mitigate that? It communicates through the test report. It helps us get confidence in understanding how that gets things through. Terms and definitions. Try to have a single term for a single word wherever possible. We love to redefine the same word over and over again. I can't tell you how many different definitions there are for the same word sometimes. It's too much, but the TCs are now starting to come together, just like AMDRF did, GHWP. You guys are probably also trying to say, let's get a lexicon of terminology that can work across all of our products. Let's make sure manufacturer means the same thing to everyone. Let's make sure, you know, testing means the same thing to everyone. Simple things. It sounds elementary, but it is so critical to have terms and definitions. And the means to assess performance is part of the normative requirements. You know, you don't want to have a bunch of informative requirements that doesn't necessarily lead you to one requirement to make sure you can demonstrate the means. And these are general basic principles, but sometimes regulators don't fully understand how to navigate complex standards that are 350 pages long. I know I don't. In fact, I learned something real interesting. These big, huge standards and the way they're constructed and the spacing and everything, it's so intentional that they do it so they can feed them into machines for machine reading, and it can spit out the requirements that the manufacturer does in setting up their testing plan with the testing house. We're building standards to help us get confident in standards. That's what machine reading in standards is starting to do for us. We should feel good about that. Let machines do it all for us, right? Other things, clear quantitative acceptance criteria. Very obvious, right? Most standards don't have that, unfortunately. They use risk management, but the risk management process should help you deliver clear acceptance criteria where possible. Explanations on how conformance can be met if no acceptance criteria are included. Like I said, that's the flip of if there is no acceptance criteria in the standard, how did the risk management, you know, check compliance by inspection of the risk management file, how does that get you to that? And how do you feel confident about it? I keep seeing a flash, is it doing something? Okay, so it's not just my, you know, concussion. Well accepted and verified test methods. This is a really big thing, and certain SDOs do this differently than others. ASTM does something called these round robin exercises after a standard is published to ensure that testing labs can in fact test the same way and generate valid data. ISO IEC 17025 has that built into the process. Guess what also has that built into the process? ISO 13485. Manufacturers, most of our standards never went through that whole verification and validation process in ISO. I'll just be frank about that. They're common methods that people brought to the table, but a manufacturer's quality management system requires that that data can be generated and it's valid, and they verified it. And that's whether they did the testing themselves or they went to a testing house that was accredited or not. So again, it all goes back to that root principle of the quality management system rules it all. Whether you have quantitative or not, that's what the risk management file is for. You know, all this speaks to a common principle. And so what it really means is there's a circular channel of communication and responsibilities that are taking place without us even knowing it, and that should give us some level of confidence. Our job is to try to make sure our people understanding how to do that. This one at the end, I'm glad we actually have this bullet, an annex or table that references the clauses to the IMDRF essential principles. And I talked to Pauline earlier, and actually a lot of the regulators in Africa are actually looking at the essential principles. Is that true? A lot of regulators here are familiar with it. We would love to probably learn a little bit more about how you're doing that. I'd be very honest with you, because that is one of the foundational principles of what IMDRF did in trying to look at how to become a single review type program is, using those high level requirements. The standards world has tried to figure out how to map, what do those standards do? How do they plug and play into those? We know that there was an annex at the end of the essential principles that kind of does that, but it's so high level. Which clause of what standard hits what clause of the essential principles. It's a tool, but it's a very, very high level tool. That'd be like looking at how to make cookies and it says add sugar. How much? What type? So what we're trying to do in the standards world is further define how the standard maps to that. And that's one of the goals that we're trying to do. So for example, next slide. What I do. Okay. I don't think I did this. Maybe I did. Did I do that? Is that Urkel, right? Can I do that? Now I got a 8-foot head. So the next slide, if we could maybe advance to the following slide. Yeah, I broke it. So my brother is an electrical engineer, and being a nurse, he picks on me because I like to dabble in things, but he always tells me with electrical devices, just don't let the smoke out. Because one time I was putting in a garage door opener and it started burning, and I opened it up and all the smoke came out and it was dead. He said, that's because I let the smoke out. I'm not letting the smoke out. Can you go one slide back? There, yeah. This table is what I was talking about, with a table that has clauses to the AMDRF essential principles. In this case, what we're looking at is on the left side is, here are the clauses, and this is just a snippet of what ISO 20417 is. 20417 is a standard titled Information to be Supplied by the Manufacturer. It was actually built with IMDRF, who also developed a guidance on labeling. All right, are you guys somewhat familiar with that? So we built a standard that kind of took the guidance into a quantitative standard to make sure there's requirements on how to verify that you've met the high level requirements that the IMDRF put out. 20417 then decided to map itself to the essential principles in IMDRF by saying which clause or subclause of the standard maps to which clause or subclause of the essential principles. A mapping tool to success, plug and play. And then there's some qualifying marks and notes to actually go a little further. Rather than make cookie, make sure you add sugar, you're getting, here's the high level principle of what 513C is, which is probably a very specific high level requirement, and what specific area of the standard addresses that. This is something that we've been working on and trying to decide, is this valuable? I mean, for you who use the essential principles, if you know that standards are doing this, would this be of value to you in setting up how manufacturers communicate your high level requirements? We're actually trying to see if that would be valuable to us. Even though we don't regulate under using, the IMDRF, essential principles of safety and performance. In a way we do, but we look at substantial equivalence or other elements, but a lot of those higher level elements are here. So, but what we're trying to do is create a culture change in standards where we're thinking about this. We've all heard of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, right? And all these high level principles. Well, our industry fits into like a few of those. In a way, this is just a more direct distilled version of those high level principles, but specific to the medical device industry that most regulators, well, the regulators, at least in IMDRF, but we know beyond that, many of the regulators in GHWP and AMDF are using these principles. What a nice globalized fashion way to talk about what is it that we really are looking at. Now, let's take it a step back. And Michelle said, you guys are now a member to IMDRF. Maybe you should really study those essential principles to assess, do they meet your needs? You have a different continent of needs that maybe all the other members don't. you now can participate by maybe suggesting an addition to an essential principle to make sure it meets your needs. Standards can then map to that. Testing houses can demonstrate conformance, and then you can have that built into your system. Don't feel that the essential principles here have to be stagnant. We are always looking at, does it need to be updated every so many years? So this is a tool for us to work together, but it's not a stagnant tool. This is a dynamic tool that you can come in and say, you know what? It really doesn't address distribution or some power outage issues possibly. I don't know. I'm not a master of the essential principles, but we're figuring that out. How many here used a standard called ISO 16142? That was a standard that was actually built on the essential principles, but they were built under the old GHTF essential principles. They have recently been withdrawn. But what we're looking to do in that standard is in ISO TC 210. You've heard that technical committee a number of times. Please join. There's a working group too that actually is trying to figure out what should we be doing to communicate to standards developers and how to map to the essential principles. Do we develop a new standard? Do we write a guide? How do we work with it? All of the regulators from AMDRF and GHWP are members of TC 210, so we have a way to communicate as standards developers to them. They have a way to communicate amongst all of them as a group to help us with that. And you too now, as a part of this, can be a part of that conversation. But now I need AMDF to join ISO TC 210. We're going to talk about that. Okay, Madam Chair? All right. Does this make sense though? This is a mapping tool, right? You know exactly how much sugar is in the ingredients now. That's what this is for. I'm doing something here, guys. I don't know what it is, but it just. Next slide, please. I don't have that many more. Yeah, just keep. No, not that many slides. Go back 2 more. 1 more. Not that one. Oh, wow. I used to get that on Saturday morning. I don't know what happened. The first one that says enhanced participation. Well, anyway, I'm going to continue while they figure that out. So really what I mentioned, you can call Leslie, but this guidance that we talked about on optimizing standards, the latter half of this whole guidance addressed the first principle on what standards, what the major deficiency in standards was identifying, not enough regulators. So to enhance participation, you're going to work either through your national standards body, but you guys also have an opportunity to engage through AMDF, who can join as a liaison to an ISO technical committee. You are an international entity, and that's one of the basic requirements. Now, I'd like to sit down and talk to you because it was a struggle to get IMDRF to be a liaison, because you also have to demonstrate you're a legal entity. And if you are, that's easy. If you're not, we just have to do a little convincing. But we'll make sure it happens. But we want to make sure that then as an organization, you're working with the national standards bodies of each of the members of AMDF to ensure that you're building that opportunity, because most of
participating in standards organizations, just show up. You don't have to, don't worry. Everybody was there for the first time at some point. And, go listen a little bit, sit next to somebody. Standards people are friendly and they'll help you see what's going on. But again, just show up, be in the room, and eventually you'll see, I do have something to say here. And again, the most important thing is to be in the room. ISO and IEC mean it's international. It doesn't mean Europe and part of Asia and the US. It means everybody. And so we need you guys to also, share your voices in the ISO IEC world and in the rest of the STOs, ASTM and the other ones that have voting that's not national voting.
And outside of the plenary sessions that a technical committee holds at the end that talks about the business that's going on, the working groups, which is where the standards are developed, are truly working groups. It's no shirt and tie typically. It's roll up your sleeves and sit down and talk, negotiate, yell, do whatever it takes, and then later you go on and have a drink and laugh together. The end of the week or during what's called a plenary session is when people put on their jackets and their suit and they talk business and international stuff. But standards is not supposed to be scary. It's really, you're sitting down and you're working on really, challenging topics, but things that you're all passionate about. So are we all good to go yet, or? Yes? Online, yes? All right, well, welcome everyone again from online. I'm sorry there was a miss. We have made sure we didn't go too far. Did we know about when we stopped though? The big thing we want to make sure, so for those who are online, what we hit on that I think is a real important principle is that, the AMDRF essential principle seems to be like, bread and butter for a lot of regulators in terms of trying to do this. And standards are trying to help you in that by mapping to essential. And that means I can sit on a meeting that's going on in Japan at one part of the day and a meeting going on in Europe later that day virtually. I do it myself. We don't travel everywhere. We have 400 and 450 people in 600 committees. We only travel about 200 times a year. But if you think about those numbers, that doesn't, mean we're going everywhere. In fact, I would say 2/3 to 3/4 of the meetings we attend is on our computer at home or in the office. And that's really what we do. Not fun to get up at 3 a.m. for a standards meeting, but sometimes that's what the budget allows, right? We all don't have the resources to travel the world. We find the most efficient way to do it. Industry, same thing. You can participate virtually. Maybe you don't even have the time to participate. As Joe mentioned, you don't have to be there in person or virtually. You can participate through comments and voting. Don't abstain. Vote to be approve or not approve and tell us why. Help us figure out how to make it work for you. Any level participation is golden. And if they know there's regulators in that vote or in those comments, everyone's going to listen a lot more. That's one of the reasons why we are creating liaisons through organizations like IMDRF and others, is because if the standards committee we don't always know if the comment from the US, if it's an industry comment or a clinician comment or a regulator comment, because it says US. But if it says IMDRF, we know it was a regulator comment. So that's our end game. That's what really we're trying to get at, is make sure that the committees know what comments are important, make the standard regulatory ready. And so you have a role that you can play in that. We would like to collaborate on that role together. So that way we don't have different comments that are divergent from AMDF, IMDRF, and GHWP. We would like to work globally. And while I'm on that topic, you are all invited as regulators to join the regulatory forum December. I'll make sure you get this information, but in December, ISO TC 210 is meeting in Paris, only 2 hours difference from here, time-wise. And we're holding a short 2-hour regulatory forum on Thursday, December 14th from 1 to 3 p.m. Paris time. I think it's 1 to 3. Or in that afternoon, but we'll get you the information. But why am I telling you? So what's a regulatory forum? What we're doing is we're going to sit down after all the working groups have met all week, and we're going to have the leadership of each working group tell us what went on, what was important, what questions do they have from regulators, and what questions do we have of them? And then we're going to go into a closed session, all regulators invited, not just IMDRF or whatever, and we'll have a talk. Any questions, regulators? Anything that we need to do? I or Melissa or any number of regulators may run that meeting, and then at the end, those things will come back to the chair of the committee. That's me. But may not be a regulator, it may not be me in many other committees. But the idea is to develop this consortium of regulatory voice to help make standards regulatory ready. And so we'll make sure that you get that, and I'll work with Pauline and anyone else if I need to make sure you have that access. It's simple 2-hour session. We've only done this twice. This will be the second time, actually. We've only done it one other time, but we find it to be very valuable. We also want to do them throughout the year, not just a one time a year, but touch points throughout the year when activities necessitate that type of discussion. We're back online now, just right now. A few minutes ago. All right. Yeah, I thought I said thanks for coming back. All right. So if we can get the slide up, that way I know we're at. One of them that says enhanced participation, but I'm kind of going through them because I don't think it's, you're going to have access to the slides. The more important thing is what? Participate. That's really what we're here. That's all I'm talking about. I'm just saying it from every different direction that I possibly can. Going back to though, considering leadership roles, you can be a convener, through your national body. As a liaison, you can't take a leadership role in ISO and IEC. Other SDOs probably can sit down and talk to them about that. But in ISO and IEC, you do need to be a member appointed by your national body to be able to have a leadership role. I am the chair of ISO TC 210 underneath the secretariat that is managed under ANSI, but authorized under AMI, but I am essentially appointed by them, not FDA allows me, but FDA didn't appoint me. It came through the US and the US tag and all that. So there is a process, and that's why being involved in your national standards body is a critical element if you want to be involved in leadership. Like I said, many of us sit on board of directors, policy committees. I spent 9 or 12 years on the ANSI Executive Standards Council, which develops how SDOs are accredited to be able to make American national standards. There's so many opportunities where your input is valuable. We actually hold the secretariat to a subcommittee in TC 120 or TC 106 as on behalf of ANSI. So we participate in the leadership, the management of standards, but also just in the development. Why do we do it? It's not just because we have enough people, but our staff really learn a lot more about how to be better regulators, be better scientists, making those critical connections. And so even participating at the lowest level will bring value to you, and you will be able to measure, does that value equate to participating more? Will you get more value out of that versus sitting back in your offices working on regulations and laws that could be disruptive? You don't know, or putting a small effort to see where do you put a lot of people. FDA decided it was critical to get a lot of people involved in standards, and it just seems to work for us. But we are also trying to do it on behalf of regulators. But and that's where these larger organizations come in. So, but if you can participate a little, at least then we can create the connection, and I can come back and say, is what I said, did that work for you as well? If not, is there something you would like me to say on behalf of you if you can't be there virtually or in person? So again, working together helps us build that stronger standard and safer planet. I don't know what slide maybe people online are seeing or anything, but I'm going to kind of go to the last slide before we jump into the panel discussion. And really, it's the call to action. First, promoting the use of standards as voluntary consensus standards should be one of your primary goals versus making them mandatory. Once you make them mandatory, unless you are very agile in how you develop regulations, you will find that it's hard to get the newer standards always there. Trust that manufacturers know how to apply standards to communicate to you how their technologies are safe and effective, that the performance has been addressed because of the big importance of their management of the quality management system that they operate, and how they use the risk management files, the risk analysis to demonstrate that. Participate, join, right? I've said it too many times. If I don't get applications from someone over there in the yellow shirt about joining ISO TC 210, then I'm going to be very disappointed. But do join, even if it's just starting in a committee like ISO TC 210. ISO TC 210 has liaisons from 24 different technical committees. We work with all the other TCs as they do work with us. We send information to all of them. They send information to us. That's how we know how our standards are being used together and how they're being, adopted. Everyone uses ISO 14971, but it was published under ISO TC 210. How does everyone know how to use it? Well, through those liaison relationships, we grow that information and share that, and they bring that back to their technical committees through their liaison representative. So everyone is trying to participate at all levels, even within the standards world. Contribute substantively and do so early. Don't come in at the last stage of a standard and say, I object. Because they're going to smile and say, too bad. Get involved early. Maybe even suggest a new standard for development. I mentioned that the standard for medical device maintenance was proposed by Malaysia from Salbia. I forget her last name, but she is the technical committee lead in GHWP, but also very active and is the chair, the convener of Working Group 7. So she brought in the new work item proposal and a draft standard already baked up. Now, it's always a challenge to get things through committee, but general consensus creates success. You will see something come out of that, but be involved, contribute. If you have areas that standards don't exist, talk to us, work with us. We'll develop the new work item with you. If you know exactly what you want, write it, put it into the system. The more mature, how long does a standard take to develop depends on how mature is the new work item proposal. I had one that I developed for an implantable infusion port. Everyone know what that is, where you take the Huber needle and use it for infusion. ISO never had one about 15 years ago. They just, believe it or not, infusion port, something that common. So we were going to develop one, and I was thinking, oh my God, how do you start that standard? I was a junior 20-some-year-old, kid writing standards. And I found out when I went online and I searched, France, AFNOR, had an implantable infusion, infusion port. I called up AFNOR, and they translated it to English and sent it to ISO TC84, and it became part of the ISO 10555 series. That was real easy. It took only about 18 months to get that one published, an ISO standard, 18 months. It was big, but the big part of it was just kind of going through. Now, we probably could have done it sooner, but this was back in the days when ISO standards took 4 to 5 years. Now they're down to 2 years, 2.5, 3 years is really the max that you can go before ISO will take it off the plan. So things can be nimble, but don't be afraid to look left and look right, because sometimes, there's how many national standards bodies, I actually don't even know, but well over 150, maybe 190 or 200. A lot of them have their own national standards, and sometimes that's what we're supposed to do is ask them, hey, maybe Kenya has some standards that would help ISO. We should look to see. Maybe South Africa does, maybe any of these countries. So it doesn't, national standards can become ISO standards. Why not? Someone else already did the hard work. Bring it up. I think that's it. I'm stopping there. I just got the timeout, the shepherd's hook. So again, just, don't be afraid to participate. Don't be afraid to ask someone who you know is involved, and we'll help you get there. Rely on the manufacturer's management of their own quality management system and what that really means. I hope you would walk away from today and yesterday's talk of realizing that this really begins and ends with working with the manufacturer all the way from how that thing gets put into the market, distribution, use, patients, adverse events, post-market analysis, where's the regulator's role in that, testing houses, conformity assessment. But your manufacturers truly can be the champions of helping you understand to make sure, are you getting the types of products into the country that you want? Fraudulent is the difficult question, how to ward off those fraudulent things. And I know I probably didn't specifically answer that question in today's talks. We'll continue to show though how you can find out if you have some fraudulent behavior. It does exist. We know it exists. Sometimes they get one over us, well, probably more often than we would like to admit. It happens to us as well. But again, there's more checks and balances, and the better that you have relationships with your stakeholders, the better you'll actually be able to find out if it truly is fraudulent or not as well. So, okay, stopping because I'll talk and keep talking, go from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott. So if it is okay with everybody, let's move straight to the panel, and then we can start asking the questions that we already have online, and of course, from our in-person participants. So if you just give us a second to set up the stage. Thank you, Scott.
So now you know what our names are. That's why we put these up here. All day long, I was going by, hey, you. So this is your time. We purposefully did not create slides, scripts, talks, or anything, because we really want to hear from you on any of the talks that Joe, Terry, or I did. Even Melissa from last week, because Michelle, talking about that AMDF connection, because again, I spoke on that. We work very close with the International Affairs Group. Obviously, we have traveled to more countries together for purposes like this than even sometimes for standards efforts. This is important. But we want to hear from you. And if we don't hear from you, I'm going to be asking you questions. So please do speak up.
Probably we can get started warming up with some of the questions that we have online, and then.
Great.
So first question, it was posted in French, and I will tell you who asked the question, but while I check it on that, the question is, most medical devices with a declaration of conformity sell at very high price, and this is a real challenge for low-income countries. I'd like to know if FDA also has specifications regarding the sale and purchasing costs.
It depends answer. All right. So, yep. So unfortunately, we don't have any say or influence in the cost of a medical device. Conformity assessment, as I mentioned, first, second, and third party can impact greatly the cost of a medical device. Sometimes that cost is solely aligned with the risk of that device. Think of an infusion pump, a ventilator, an MRI machine, a lot of the devices that are in our IEC 60601 world. Most of them test to the IEC CB scheme, which is a third party certification system. We don't require it, but it is 90% or more of what we see in the use of those standards. The market has decided that the risks associated to those devices globally necessitated the need for conformity assessment bodies to operate at enough level of similarity that they created the CV scheme. That costs money. It wasn't even because of a government-owned scheme. This was a market-owned scheme. Remember, I said anybody can own the scheme, including IEC. And they own their own scheme. That's one example. So our ASCA program going into the CB scheme, did it add cost? Probably. We don't know how much or anything, but we thought that the value added far superseded the costs associated to potentially not testing correctly, especially in areas like EMC, where if a manufacturer has to retest to that, that's a $300,000 or $500,000 test. Some of the biocompatibility tests, the other area of ASCA, retesting some of those again, $500,000 to $1 million just for the test. How about for the number of people and days lost and all the lawyers that had to get involved, and all of that is a huge time cost. So manufacturers are willing to pay, but again, that's a cost that the manufacturers pay. The end person and also ends up paying for that because the cost of the product does go up. I think what we have to, as regulators, figure out, where can we communicate, is that risk being appropriately applied in certain areas, and be really thoughtful about that. And we haven't probably done it as a stakeholder of standardization to really look at, well, why do you have that? Why is that third party, done that way? Can we have a role in lowering costs? I don't know. You got to remember too, we're regulating what? Medical devices, not mice. And these have third party conformity assessment marks on them, by the way. But medical devices do take care of people's lives. So it's a hard question, but that is what happens, is a lot of times the market drives it, not so much the regulator.
I'm going to disagree with Scott here, and I'm going to say Scott's wrong. It's not standardization that raises cost, but regulation raises cost. And that's not to say regulation is necessary. Standards actually, because they set definitive rules and they give you a definitive way to do that, ultimately lower the regulatory costs. You're not negotiating the rules with every single regulator out there. You have a set of rules and you're just negotiating whether or not you met them. Okay, so ultimately, if you're not, so ultimately standards reduce costs. And that's why we really want to focus on doing what we can with standards that's why we have the whole access aspect of our standards. Now, another way that standards ultimately reduce costs is they standardize the equipment. It's not, every device is not different and every device is not individually designed. There is a standard, for example, an automated sphygmomanometer. Those used to be incredibly expensive. And now you can buy one for home use. It's quite relatively inexpensive compared to what it was. That's because the device became standardized. The criteria for how they measure became standardized. And when that happens, you take a device that is a high value device and turn it into a commodity. And then it can be produced cheaper and ultimately drops the cost of the device.
Yeah, having that standard, you don't duplicate the effort, you don't duplicate the cost. Every manufacturer doesn't make their own test method. They work together to come up with one that works for everybody. And then the regulators are used to looking at the output of that standard. So it saves you time and money in that way also.
And I want to say, that one of the highest costs involved is in demonstrating conformance. And I actually think what you're doing with ASCA will ultimately help drive down that cost as well. Someone yesterday was, questioned the need for 13485 for distributors. And if you actually look at what they were talking about, it was the conformance cost for demonstrating that you meet that. We actually took 13485 in the US and we wrote a standard for how hospitals reprocessing units, the people that reprocess reusable medical devices in hospitals could employ a 13485 quality system. Now, hospitals in the US are very much against quality systems because they believe they're going to raise cost. And so it wasn't widely used, but we did have about 20 or 25 hospitals that actually did implement it. And when we surveyed them about the cost, they came back and said, they actually saved money during the implementation because a good quality system can help you find efficiencies within your own system. Now, if you had to demonstrate compliance, I don't know if that would necessarily be true, but I do think we need to look at quality systems as something else that can help drive down cost.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a complex question. I would say Joe's both right, and I'll say partially wrong. I think a lot of it depends. Now, I can't speak for any other country other than knowing that, standards bodies and other things are called non-for-profit organizations, so they shouldn't be trying to make things too expensive, but maybe in other countries they are allowed to be for profit. You have to look out at how is your economy using conformity assessment. It's an economics issue. Some countries have the government run it. They find that the most effective way if they want to require testing in country, which I don't recommend, but some countries do that. Cost is, really challenging. Now, there's also issues with, let's use the 60601 series again. When the second edition was there, it was a basic safety standard. The third edition introduced risk management and something called essential performance, which required the testing lab to work directly with the manufacturer and inspect its risk management file to understand how did you determine what tests in this massive standard do I need to do, what endpoints do we need to generate, and does that demonstrate clinical and safety and effectiveness issues? A lot more difficult than the second edition that only said check for flammability, check for shock, check for this. test endpoint. It went from like a $10,000 test to a $15,000 to $30,000 test when the new edition came in. A lot of manufacturers squawked at that and were like, why are you doing that? Well, we had a lot of adverse events too that showed that basic safety doesn't always mean you get patient safety. You know, you might have certain basic safety like for workers' safety, but if you don't have any effectiveness or clinical performance being designed, then the device might just shut down if there's a surge of electricity. But then what? What if it's a ventilator and there's no alarm that goes off or anything? Patient dies. Do we want our standard to do that, or do we want it to build in those other elements, like it needs to show an alarm, it needs to have a battery that will allow it to work so long? All those things can be discussed because you now introduce the risk management file and the manufacturer can discuss that. That has now all been brought into the conformity assessment market. So sometimes standards do increase the cost because they're trying to help keep up with technology. And, you know, we're trying to make the world safer. It's part of the cost. Now, I'll admit, regulators, we can screw it all up too, but it's both sides.
I would like to acknowledge that Scott is partially right, that I was partially wrong.
Thank you very much. And the question was posed by Marie-Thérèse Polillo. And now we have a couple of questions here in the room, and then we will go back to another question that we have from our online participants.
Can I ask? Okay, great. So in South Africa, our regulator has implemented a requirement that manufacturers, distributors, and wholesalers do need to acquire ISO 13485, and they have given them a deadline. But I think what I'm trying to say is that maybe don't run before you can walk, because you might end up stumbling as a regulator. And take industry along with you. So do it a stepwise approach, because although we have this requirement and we were given certainly a number of years to meet it, the reality is that there were no conformity assessment bodies in the country, no local conformity assessment bodies. So what industry has had to do, it's kind of a cart before the horse situation and trying to play catch up. And in some instances, industry then looks overseas to the notified bodies to act as the conformity assessment bodies. And that's very expensive because they have to pay in euros or dollars. And the auditors have to come from overseas. And the auditors fly business class, and the companies have to pay those business class fees. So definitely, you know, making sure that you have a quality management system and that it's internationally recognized. But for a country that has had no regulations before or is starting, you need to take industry along with you. And industry needs training just as much and support as the regulator does.
Yeah, and you know, we've all had regulations that outpaced the readiness of the whatever group is being regulated to address it. I mean, look at Europe and the MDRs right now and the chaos that still kind of reigns there with trying to implement all their new regulations. But I think you're right. What you can do is work with your industry and, you know, let them help you know what the reality is when you're trying to develop these new regulations, and try to get as much input from as many stakeholders as you can beforehand, and try to you know, get that information to the government or whoever it is that's doing the rulemaking, so that you can, you know, possibly have transition periods in there, or, you know, some flexibility. But again, at the same time, you know, we're all bound by the legislation that our individual legislatures pass. And, you know, you guys are in a tough situation now, but the more you can communicate, the better.
Sounds like a big opportunity for one of the people that do the conformities, or one of the organizations that do the conformity assessment, maybe they need to know what the market is and they could find a way to serve it.
And if I may, sorry, just if I can give one more comment. And I know this might sound arrogant, but it's not meant to be like that at all. But it would be really good if regulators also considered getting a quality management system in place for themselves, like a 9001, for example, because that'll support you in terms of efficiencies. Yeah, just.
It's funny that you say that. One of our, so our organization is user fee based, right? Most of you know that we charge manufacturers to review, and that's negotiated and stuff. And what we do is we write commitments, for expansion. And one of those was that we will get our act together and we, develop our own internal quality management system. We have joined the American Society for Quality, or ASQ, which is our, kind of our main US base for who gives accreditations to ISO 9001. Our ASCA program operates under ISO 9001. We thought that would, be a just move to, if we're asking all the other stakeholders to have a management system, we should operate that as well. We're expanding that across the standards development program as well. Many programs across, CDRH are doing that. So, and guess what? We have found it has been so helpful for us to understand not only to kind of do a checks and balance, but how to do business process improvements, how to really identify the key performance indicators, how to train your staff, how all those things that are a part of a quality management system. So yeah, I would echo that and say you're completely right by making that suggestion. That is a great suggestion. In fact, I'd be happy to make connections for regulators on, people in our group. We have a whole group of people that now help facilitate that for the center.
And we have a new FDA person who is qualified to some level, who has recently passed his examination.
That was for yellow belt. That was
Yellow belt. Okay.
Yeah, but we do have people that are accredited as auditors from ASQ in program, Jen Chow and others. And then we do other people that learn about Lean Six Sigma, trying to, trim the fat, as they call it. And yeah, that's what I took. I somehow figured out how to pass that.
Okay. I think there was a question yesterday from Simone Rudolph on conformity assessment. I wanted to flag that because the question was asked yesterday, and so it doesn't get lost in the crack. Would you have it? Yes. Yes, then I have my question after. Yeah, go ahead.
I was asking if you can ask your question, and then while I track it back. I'm sorry.
Got it. Okay. I think I was, I'm taking advantage of three things that you've mentioned. The duplication of standards makes trade regulation difficult. We have 55 member states in Africa. If all of us, every regulator is asking the same thing, it costs a lot for manufacturers. It's not the first time we'll be hearing and they come saying, you're doing the same thing your neighbor is doing, what can be done? And that's the essence of saying, if we have a problem that's common, for example, I earlier communicated on power. It's not just South Africa that has power down times. It could also happen in Nairobi, in Kenya, and rain or elements of weather can cause such a thing to say. And I think it's not therefore a country unique, I would say, picking out on South Africa. Collectively, I know even in West Africa, it's a similar situation, which is why I raised the issue of looking at what is collectively affecting us and then bringing it on, because once it can be addressed at the conformity assessment, it means whatever is going to be coming for regulation, we don't need to now individually as countries start saying, can you go and change this because it's unique? Can you go and make battery backups? But if it's going to be that a manufacturer understands there's this other requirement, it sorts out the issue. We have to go to distributors and technical representatives, and the pushback you're hearing in the room already, because it's so used that whatever a regulator want to say is, no, I'm going to do the same for 55 member states. That's duplication of cost. That's not what I was talking about. It's saying that now we have an avenue and understand that there exists the platform. Whatever is collectively affecting us, and that's a very real scenario, then we can engage and see how to bring that on board as a common voice. And I think that's the message here. What you're saying is, if we improve on standards, those standards that we are now going to be using as regulators means actually the costs come down and trade makes sense for the manufacturer, because essentially that's what this is about, supporting and facilitating trade and access. So I agree with that point, but I also wanted to communicate to speaker earlier that it wasn't directed for a country, is that it's a continent-wide aspect that we can think and now we have the avenue too. The other really important aspect is, and I'm hearing what you're saying, participation and involvement, and I'll confess here, the previous chair, Peter Linders, had asked us to join. So now I am more than obliged. And sometimes it feels like we will open the participation for more regulators, because one person may not be able to speak for all, or sometimes the dissemination. So we'll come on board as few of us, a handful maybe, and that helps us to work around the different regional economic communities, but also helps us to share our views. West Africa may say, this is how we see these. You're hearing Ghana strongly coming out and saying, how about this? Because that's what happens in their region. This is what is happening in East Africa. Then the SADC region will say, we have this. So that, I wanted to flag that we come as a package, for lack of a better word. And that is good, because it says we are sharing the actual experiences that would make it important for manufacturers to also make it. It's actually making Africa attractive to come, because now you understand that these are the requirements. And then another thing is language. It's a real deal. We have Marie, she's trying to catch up to speak. We have the West Africa that's French speaking. We have Portuguese, we have English speaking, we have Swahili. That's also something to discuss and comment on, because that's what brings us to the table. So I'm really liking this discussion. Conformity, I'm happy that it's not just what is written, it's not cast on stone. It's actually that we should be able to contribute to make it friendly for us. And that makes it important for manufacturers also. When they're coming, they know what it is that we're there. But the last point is, and I would encourage the other regulators in the room to speak, is the pain points we face. Because sometimes hearing them being discussed means that we are facing the same thing. And it therefore means that it's something we can collaborate together and say, how do we address things and bring it to the table? So those are just some of the few comments that I had.
First, I would say absolutely agree with everything you said. You know, we too, I mean, so here's Nancy's not in the room. So there, Joe is though. I mean, you're on the XSC, 260 almost standard developing organizations in the United States. So not only could the US develop, you know, we have enough problems on trying to not have duplication with 260 just accredited by ANSI. There's others that are not accredited too. So how do we manage that? It's through a lot of, you know, coordination through the ANSI Federation. How do we help try to ensure we don't impact ISO negatively? That's where national adoptions help, because once you pull in a national adoption, you saw the ones that we showed through 1345, 14971. Those are ANSI, AMI, ISO standards. Once those get and become an American national standard, then those are considered not, you know, that helps all the other SDOs know not to try to duplicate that in that system that ANSI helps work with. A lot of times, though, we will develop a national standard, but the intent is to bring it into ISO or IEC as well. And that is sometimes easier done at the national level. But we will rarely hold on to it as a national standard to make it, but it's done usually when there is no other standard not just at ISO, but even in other countries. So we'll work with a national body who brings a new work item proposal in, some experts or something, and they work together with Joe's team, and we'll do that. You could speak to it better, Joe, possibly, but the idea is to try to minimize duplication to your effort, because that is where, again, you can raise costs. If every country in Africa had a different, distribution, type standard, oh my God, right? You imagine, even driving across borders, that would make it really challenging. So.
And I think that issue of health equity is something that FDA has made, or CDRH has made a key priority to make sure that everyone who needs devices can get them. ISO and IEC have taken a step towards, they have a new guide on considering gender diversity in standards development. But I think, that's the first step. And there's so many other groups that are impacted by, health equity, and how do you include the populations in clinical trials? Or again, what can you do to make sure that the devices are accessible to all the people that need them? And I think that's a voice that you guys can bring to all of these international SDOs, ISO, ANI, ASTM, in the, consider these issues in the development of your standards to help address these populations that maybe the people that are at the table right now don't even realize they exist. And if you define what the needs are, then I think, the engineers, the scientists, and the clinicians, we're all smart enough to be able to address whatever problem we have, but we have to understand what the problem is before they can start to address it.
I just want to jump in and say I am very much against the idea of duplicate standards. There is an idea of the marketplace of standards and letting people pick which standards they think they want to use. And to me, that's anathema to the whole idea of a standard, which is a community consensus. Now, there are different communities, and sometimes a community has needs that may make it reasonable for them to develop a separate standard. And a community can be a country, it could be a region like Africa. Africa may need, for instance, to develop its own standard. That's okay if there is a truly legitimate need to do that. But whenever possible, when you do that, it's important to start with the international standard and make sure that the deviations that you have from that international standard are clearly marked and clearly explained. We actually do this in the US sometimes. We talk about IEC 60601 and we adopt that, but of course we have to make some deviations because we don't use the same currents and frequencies as the majority of the world in the US. And so we make those changes. We indicate in the standard where the changes are, either with a box that shows the original text and explains why, or in an annex to explain why we do that. And we have to have a good, very solid rationale for doing that. And I would suggest that if there is a need for separate national or regional standards, that practice be followed as well.
To take that same thing, and from a regulatory perspective, what do we tell our folks is, don't come back to the FDA saying, I don't want to recognize the standard because it didn't do this or it doesn't have that. And, and we kind of ask even our national SDOs to treat this the same way, but it starts with participation and thinking of, can you add what you're trying to do into that international standard? Is your issue international enough where it can make sense to put it into the international standard? Maybe consensus isn't kind in some cases and you couldn't get it in. That's where that national deviation really makes sense. Or in some cases, even if the FDA really feels strongly about something we couldn't get into the standard, or even an agreement with the STO, sometimes that's where our partial recognition comes in. Consensus can be a beast, but usually if you're really good at saying what it is with the right rationale of what you're trying to do, you can get that into a standard, but it starts with participation. And so bringing that back to cost and how things, regulation a lot of times comes out because things weren't the way they thought it should be or the way they interpreted it in standards. Participating and trying to make sure that you have what you need in the standard and then you can use it at the lowest level of conformity assessment possible will help maintain costs at a level, and you create those strong relationships with those who are in control of the quality and success of that product getting into the market, the poor manufacturers that we pick on.
Okay, I'll use this one. Like Scott said, it's key to make sure that you participate, that you're there from day one in that committee, because as he said before, if you show up voting no on the last ballot, it's like, forget it. Nobody's going to listen to you. But if you've been in there for 3 years saying, no, this point needs to be in there, and be persistent and say, change this, make sure you add that. Hey, you guys forgot this. And again, sometimes they don't want to hear it. It's an issue that, FDA has that nobody cares about. But generally, if you're there from day one and you're there in every single meeting, then they will come to understand, and you can probably come up with a way to include that if you're part of the group and, they realize you're there trying to make it useful for you, just like they're trying to make it useful for themselves.
I thought I was doing that at the end, but that's all right. So the slide up behind me, there's a few slides, and one is US standards resources. So let me see where that is on mine. So you're all going to have access to this. Don't be writing down. You don't need to take pictures, but for today's discussion, we there's a lot of resources out there, and I mentioned that we tried to list as many of them as possible. You'll have access to this. So this slide is our US standards resources. This is our standards and conformity assessment program, our recognition standards database link, the guidance documents that we have on how we do recognition withdrawal, the appropriate use of standards, all these things we talked about. The bottom is that email address of how to email the program. We don't give you an individual email because sometimes we're gone or on travel. We have 20 people monitoring that one there, so you'll get a better chance of a close response, just like the email address that Michelle gave earlier for the international group. These are all important aspects. The next slide continues that and starts talking about some of the accounts that we have. And this is our CDRH new, where it talks about new information that's coming out, such as our new recognitions or new things that is going on in the international world or new collaborations that are going on. Our CDRH Learn is a huge aspect of what we do, where there's tons of videos, and we have 5, 6, 7 modules just in the standards area. So another real important thing, the international group I think has some information there as well. So our DICE group also is our division of industry and consumer education. They help manufacturers, but they help all stakeholders really help navigate things. So never be afraid to do that. The next slide is our ASCA program. It says pilot, it's no longer a pilot. We forget to update things, I guess, don't we? But the pilot has converted to a permanent program, but everything is still the same. We're still operating under the same guidances. If you do have a question about conformity assessment more specifically, or our ASCA program, we have a aska@fda email account, again monitored by that team, so they could help you on that. We'd be happy to take some of those questions. And then the last slide is just a whole slew of other resources, everything from the AMDRF essential principles to the ISO and IEC documents, guides, and so forth. And I don't want to run through this all, but we rely on these. Also embedded in the document are those NIST guidances that I talked about. That's not on this list because this font was just getting too small. But we have those listed in there, and actually, no, we did put that in one of the slides. I thought so, but if not, we'll make sure you have access to it. But again, these resources are important. We just want to make sure you have access to these. They'll be shared in the slides, but if you have a question, give us a call. And you too have stuff.
Scott, I have a real quick question. I don't see it here. Maybe it was earlier. Do you have a link to the FDA standards recognition database?
That is on there.
Okay.
It's 2 slides up, yes.
And I would say that's a really
3
good
slides.
place if you actually have a product and you want to know what the standards are, because you can search by product and it will tell you what the FDA has recognized and how. Now, you may not be interested in FDA approval, but at least it's a place to start to try to identify the right standards that might be applied to your product.
Thank you. You said something nice about us.
It's happened on occasion.
Don't get used to that. So we have several comments and questions from our online participants. So I'll start with Simon Rutherford. In South Africa, the conformity assessment body business is now a free-for-all opportunity for new startup business. Many ISO 9001 conformity assessment bodies are getting ISO 13485 accreditation, and they have no history of ISO 13485. Any comments?
I didn't catch.
I didn't catch the question though.
No, I mean, it's more than a question, it's like a concern that conformity assessment bodies that were used to be accredited for ISO 9001 are now being accredited for ISO 13485. And they are concerned about what the real experience is behind having been accredited.
Well, first, I think you should be happy that a lot of conformity assessment bodies are doing that. Guess who else does that? A lot of manufacturers were accredited to ISO 9001. Think of a company, I don't want to, put favoritism, but what is Philips most known for? In our eyes, we're thinking like, CT machines and stuff, but really light bulbs and all these other products, toothbrushes. Guess what? Well, toothbrush is a medical device, but a lot of those other products operate under a 9001 world. That same company is also accredited or certified to 13485, and that works for us. We want to see that, so that way they are a stakeholder of the manufacturer, they are a stakeholder to us. They're now trying to speak our language. They're thinking about the product that they are operating in their conformity assessment world too. And that is a really good thing, I would say. Experience is experience, but Melissa mentioned that there is an annex, I think in 1345, that maps 1345 to ISO 9001. And so you'll actually see what are those small changes. It's probably 90% the same. It's just a little bit different. The quality, why did we incorporate 1345 into our regulations? Because it's like 98% the same to our regulation. But we've been on that standard since the first edition and when it first published, when we had our quality system. And we've been working to try to get it close to where we wanted to go. And it went even above and beyond because it brought in risk management. And now we feel we're going to be the better because we're going to now operate and communicate in that realm. So it's a good thing, I would say. I don't know if anyone else feels differently, but.
Thank you. We have another question from online participants, Miret Abashkaron. Reliance on product FDA approval and CE mark qualifications would be great pathway to have quick medical device product access into the market where authorities can rely also on post-market vigilance requirements to control further product safety during product lifecycle management. Is that an approach that authorities would consider? And I think it's more a question for.
Yeah, I mean, did you catch it all or? I didn't quite catch the first part to understand if we would approve that or agree to it.
Was the question?
I'll try to.
Was the question? Do we recognize the CE mark? Was that?
I think the question is that if authorities would consider recognizing either FDA approvals or CE mark.
That's the end game. That's really what we're trying to somehow get to. Maybe not recognizing someone else's mark, but getting to a single platform. It hasn't been defined, but that is what international harmonization is, right? That's really why IMDRF, GHWP, AMDF, that's why those all exist, is to try to figure out how can we get there. The compliance aspect is actually the most challenging part, because when we see issues that raise the compliance flag, we need to get access to data, and sometimes that data is housed in a different authority, and then that comes into international sharing of data issues that, so we're working through all of that, but we are piloting certain aspects right now. So our eStar platform, where manufacturers put devices in to get looked at, we're piloting something currently right now with Health Canada. And yes, they're just our northern neighbor, but they do things differently than us. And so it is a start, but Health Canada is also a part of IMDRF. There is interest in doing this in with other regulators in the future. It's just not yet been fully built. The foundation hasn't even been set yet. We maybe have, we're getting there, but I don't know if Michelle or Neil, if you had more thoughts on that, but well, just, yeah, I mean, the idea of that the acceptance of, or even relying, accepting a CE mark versus MD CERP.
Okay, so I'm chatting with Melissa at the same time. She's hearing us live. She said single review doesn't equal accepting the CE marking. It's like a joint program, kind of like MDSAP, which I'll talk about tomorrow. I think it was communicated at MedTech that, we know industry wants it. A lot of regulatory authorities have to get over legal hurdles, particularly the US. So I think, unless our law changes, which we're looking into, we can't really move forward with that, but we recognize the benefit and value. And, hopefully, like Scott said, that's the end game.
That's the end game. I mean, to be honest with you, we are very jealous of many of you because you can write regulations a lot faster than we can. And I think Michelle mentioned that, we have some adjustments in our regulations that we need in order to be able to participate in such a program. Laws are laws, and we don't write them as an agency. They're written by the elected officials. So yeah, some change needs to happen. It'll take us some time, but we are working towards that. We're working with industry to help us with that. We're working and trying to build up what it could look like until it can happen. And I hope Melissa doesn't yell at me for anything I'm saying. I'm checking my chat now.
I was about to tell her that she can open her microphone. So if she's willing to yell at you, she's absolutely free to do that.
And again, that kind of interim step is if we can make these standards more regulatory ready so that we're okay with them, other regulators around the world are okay with them. At least there's a step where people can do their assessments by the same standard. And right now, the applications have to be a little bit different, but at least if we can have the same data that's submitted to different regulators, hopefully in the same form, but with additional, cover sheets and the additional information, but whatever we can do to make the standards, acceptable to multiple jurisdictions, regulations as they are, that's one step on the way towards this holy grail of a common submission.
And this is Melissa. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So no, I've been listening into the conversation and didn't realize I was able to speak. So everybody's said everything correctly. We wouldn't be accepting CE marking. The idea behind a single review is that one single submission with harmonized requirements across multiple jurisdictions, and to Terry's point, using the same types of standards, same types of criteria for a particular product, and that's agreed upon by multiple countries that would be participating in that particular program. But as you've heard, we're a bit in a pause right now as to how that may move forward. We need to change our laws to be able to accommodate it. But ultimately, that's what our hope is, that way we get to a point where a product is getting out on the market in multiple countries at the same time, getting those products to the patients in a much quicker manner than just going to each jurisdiction and trying to get approval from those different countries.
And so to kind of combine, Joe's earlier point about, how can regulators not screw this up? Industry is, yes, single review sounds great to them because what does that do? It gets a single test to work worldwide. Technically, you don't need an MD CERP or single review program to accomplish that. What we need to make sure is that we're coming together as an agreement of what do we accept the acceptance criteria that we're getting through the use of standards and the conformity assessment that exists today. And we can work on that to make sure that helps single review when it is ready. But in the meantime, we can be knocking down barriers by all agreeing to that this test report is sufficient. And if it isn't, that we're communicating as to why, to see if we need to help educate each other, to see if that would help, or make changes to the standard or the conformity assessment system. Manufacturers just want to know, if I get that certificate report from maybe an accredited lab or maybe just their own lab or whatever, but that would work in different jurisdictions. That is a very close parallel to single review. It gets us closer, so we can keep working on this. And that's why we spent so much time today to talk about reliance on, and learning how, a manufacturer's quality management system extends all the way to the distributor, all the way to the testing lab, all the way to the supplier, all the way to the regulator, and how we can build reliance on working with our manufacturers and helping them understand where they can make improvements in their quality management system if we do see gaps, if we see nonconformities.
I also just want to come back to the original point that was made and kind of grouping the CE marking to an FDA approval or clearance. Now, I am not well versed in the CE marking process, and I'm not here to say that it's not a sufficient process or whatever, but I do know that there is a very large difference between how you obtain a CE mark for a medical device versus how you obtain an approval or clearance from FDA for a medical device. So I just wanted to make that point because we're basically talking about two different things.
Thank you. We have another question here in the room.
Hi, good afternoon. I guess I get the graveyard shift. So, you have people that end conversations. I think I will just end this one. When they text something and then that whole group chat goes dead. So I'm Tracy Monsami. I head up sustainability and risks for the Bio Group in South Africa. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to engage on this level. It's great to be a manufacturer here. And I think we maybe have a greater amount of respect for regulators now in the room. Maybe some of this has been said. I think that we need to contextualize our conversation. So there's a process for having a quality management system in your business. And then there's a process for having your product CE marked or carrying a mark of approval. And sometimes when we merge those two, the process can get a bit complicated and we might not know which path to take. So I think that's an important one. And then when we talk about the requirement for ISO and 13.5, I think there's a higher order discussion around why do we need those controls? And so we exist to keep people safe. And if in keeping people safe, a distributor requires the principles of 13.5, maybe our conversation should be around how do we empower distributors to comply with the standard without having to be certified. And so we have the power to make those decisions and proposals. And I think that we must empower ourselves with that we exist, even as a manufacturer, our first responsibility is to the end user, to keep people safe. And if a regulator has decided that 13.5 is important, let's engage and find out why it was important. Because maybe what we can do is then find those pathways to materiality. And when we find the pathways to materiality, we let the important issues rise. And then as a community of regulators, we can then seek to sort or resolve those issues first. Because having walked the path of CE mark, and we're busy with MDR for all the sins that Shalini has done in her life, it's not easy. And the resources that you have to throw at it, it is prohibiting businesses from moving forward. And so what we have to do is create the standard that applies to us. What is our problem to solve? And solve that, and not take a solution that exists because it exists. All right, so that's, I think, what I wanted to say. And, and I agree with Pauline around the engagement. And so the last thing is we've got to figure out how we let manufacturers in. Manufacturers maybe don't have the greatest rep, but there are some of us that are really trying to change what this regulatory space looks like. And so when only regulators are allowed into the spaces, you're really leaving a lot of intelligence out of the room, because we're dealing with this on a daily basis. We're dealing with notified bodies and authorized reps. We feel the pain. So I think if we find a way, some kind of pathway to let manufacturers in, we can make the conversations a lot more richer. Thank you.
And I guess I don't think you're a rare manufacturer. In my experience, the overwhelming majority of manufacturers are truly concerned about the patients, both for a concern for the humans and also for a business case. If your devices don't work well for people, then that's kind of the end of your business. But again, I think the majority of manufacturers really are committed to giving, good, safe, effective medical devices to the patients.
Okay, I'm going to be cognizant of the time. We were supposed to have already wrapped up, but I think this conversation is really very valuable. So I could be willing to learn. Are we available to continue for a few more minutes with additional questions? Do we want to continue for a few more minutes for wrap up? We are all here to learn and open to the proposals of the majority. And Pauline, what would you think?
Maybe just you should ask if there's any more additional questions or comments, and if not, then we can move to the wrap-up session.
We have more questions online, so the
Okay.
alternative is also to provide answers in writing to those questions. So we could probably go that direction, and then we move into the wrapping up of the session.
Yeah.
Perfect. So for our participants online, we are capturing all your questions, and we will be sharing those with our panelists today, and we will be providing answers to those in writing. So we will getting into the wrapping up of the session now. And thank you very much to our panelists.
Maybe just as the esteemed panelist is coming down, just to communicate that Dimakato is not in the room, but she did indicate that Kanyisile from SAPRA would be doing the wrap-up, so that we still have that session. I think she'll have some brief notes for us. Thank you.
Okay. That was one session. In South Africa, we have an expression. When you receive loads of information, you don't say, wow, you go, yo! And I had a lot of yo-yo moments. Can we just give a hand of applause to the team? Because that was... I mean, I have to say that the discussion on standards in Africa particularly is well overdue. I mean, you heard questions on ISO 13485. How, as a regulator, do you ensure that manufacturers comply? How do you roll in distributors? You heard that for distributors, there's still the question, why do they need to comply with ISO 13485? There's a story that I'd like to say. During COVID, there was a huge microscope on ventilators and on standards for ventilators. As mentioned, in South Africa, we have what we call load shedding. In one of the rural areas, the ventilator, it did have a backup of 4 hours, but load shedding can go up to 12 hours. A patient passed away. During the review of the product, SAPRA did request the manufacturer, who mind you is not South African, to say, what standard are you using to assure backup power? We go back to our national standard body to ask, what is the standard? Manufacturer is asking the regulator, what scope are you guys looking at? And I think that's where the issue of participating and having a dialogue with both manufacturers and also the standards body comes in. Because if we as SAPRA were asking that question, and also not just being observers within the standards body technical committees, but echoing the public need for having compliance to certain standards that we know are not there, maybe the patient will still be alive today. And it could have been anyone, could be anyone in this room. So I think the need for having standards and also compliance to standard is so massive and very imperative. And something that Dr. Pauline said, that as much as load shedding is an issue in South Africa, but how do we as African countries come together, talk to our national bodies? We have the AMDF, who can be part of the ISO standard to speak on issues that we in Africa have, to speak on challenges that we also are facing. And I think this discussion requires the entire week. I had a big bang moment the entire time. I mean, as a regulator, I did not know that having these standards can reduce regulatory burden. We always look at reliance as reducing regulatory burden, but what about compliance to standard? Knowing that if the product has been standardized to a certain standard and is compliant, then you won't have to redo tests over and over again. We can use the same report in our countries. And I have to say, this was a very informative session. I know what I would like to do. In the morning, they pose questions to us. So what I'm going to do, I'll pick a few people, right? And just ask, what did the session highlight to you? And that's how I want to wrap up the session. So are we all ready? Okay, so let's go roll. It's an Oprah moment, mind you. So let's go and...
So what I learned today is about what I did take from this session today is about reliance. How about how you can rely on other regulatory authorities that have the capacity to test that particular medical device, so that you can rely on them, so that you can be able to assure the safety of that particular device to the public. And another thing that that I really did take away from this is, it's kind of coming, but it's going. What it's about. Just a minute. I will just. But no, I wanted to come because it was so crucial to me, but it is not coming that at the moment.
Okay, so you'll get a car. I mean, it's an Oprah moment. And let's see the next person. He had quite a lot of questions, right? In the beginning. So let's see if his questions were indeed answered.
Thank you, Kanye. Yes, indeed, my questions were answered. And actually today it made me realize how much we missed to have US FDA in the house. All along it has been virtual webinars. Now we had US FDA in the house, so we could ask them questions directly. We talked of the DOCs, ISO 13485, reliance, and of course, we're still going to talk about reliance. We demand a lot in terms of reliance from US FDA. Maybe it's about time now we come up with memorandum of understandings with US FDA as a continent, so that we receive the reports. We really need those reports so that we can actually get to know how things were assessed. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Bomra. I think he deserves a $2 million house. Okay, and the last person, we have Rana.
So it's been quite a day. So, and the best is yet to come, I believe, for the coming 3 days. A lot of learnings for all of us, and a very important message that it takes really two to tango. So no one can do it alone. We need to work all together, whether regulators, industry associations, manufacturers, distributors. So we're all sharing the same objective of safe, effective medical technology to the patient, and a risk-based approach that has been gone throughout all the previous 3 days. In terms of technical knowledge, I believe it's a learning journey, and it's a continuous, let's say, a pathway we need to engage into. because when you stop getting better, you simply stop being good. And technology is really moving faster, and innovation is moving faster than regulations. So we need really to pack ourselves with knowledge, with adoption of reliance, learning from each other to be able to reach the objective that we all share. So looking forward, and it's really great pleasure to be here. So thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Rana. I think she deserves an island. Like she said, it takes two to tango, and already echoed, participation is super important. It's not only the regulator's job, it's not only the manufacturers, it's not only the notification bodies, it's not only the standards bodies. We all have to dance together. So as we wrap up, everyone can go and dance in Kenya. And have a great evening. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And thank you very much for a wonderful wrapping up, really. And before we leave, oh, do we still, oh, you got it. We will not miss it.
What I want you to know is, as I don't know, it's Professor who spoke, like how easy it is to confirm these things online. You can just go and search it everywhere, and then you can just easily get, if you confirm the standard and then the regulatory body, you just go to their websites, then you can confirm it easily. And then the other thing was direct communication, like they are friendly, don't be afraid. You can just pick up the phone and then you call and then you confirm. I thought if there is something like you can, hey, you cannot call those people anyhow, but it's good. Yeah, thank you.
This is great. We didn't miss it, definitely. And of course, we're all ready to leave, but I have a message, a very generous message to share with you. So Scott is offering that if you're interested, even though it is not in the agenda, he can make himself available tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the morning to help you navigate through all the databases that might be of interest to all of you. And if necessary, he can also go on Thursday to continue with that. So can you raise your hands if you're interested on, so we can schedule for that? 2 hands. Okay, so you have a quorum, Scott. So then we will, so then for the technical team, we'll appreciate that we do all the tests and everything at 7 a.m. instead of 8 a.m. This is a collaborative effort, team effort. So we will get started tomorrow at 8 with everybody interested on going through the databases. And again, if necessary, Scott is open also to continue on the Thursday. So enjoy the rest of the evening. Get back your energy, because tomorrow it's going to be an even longer day. But I think we are finding it so enriching that I think that most of us don't feel as tired as we might possibly think we would be. So thank you very much. Enjoy the evening.